it got cloudy just as I started recording. There was such a nice light here. It is what it is. Hello, 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 and welcome to Twinmotion for Architects course 2025 edition. Just a bit of information before we begin. So that it's easier to navigate through the course, I've divided the whole video into chapters. You'll see the timeline below quite segmented. Besides the chapters, you can think about the video as if it's made out of 5 major parts: real-time exterior rendering, path-traced exterior rendering, real-time interior rendering, path-traced interior rendering, as well as the fifth one, different ways of how you can output images, videos, virtual reality apps, I guess, and regular apps. And this division is made because there's a clear difference when working with these real-time graphics and path-traced graphics, and just like there's a clear difference when working with exteriors and interiors. The starting model that I'll use will be done in Rhino, but with that being said, Twinmotion works with a wide range of 3D modeling software, and the importing procedure is quite the same between all of them. And as per usual, if you want to follow the course using exactly the same material as me, or if you want to just get the final scene, all files that are used in the course will be available for Patreon supporters. Link is in the description below. And with that out of the way, I guess it's time to jump right into it. Alright, let's begin. So, what you see here on the screen is a Rhino viewport, and that's because I still want to do a few adjustments, a few changes to the Rhino scene before I actually export it into Twinmotion. And one of the biggest things when it comes down to importing, exporting between Rhino and Twinmotion, also between other software packages, is a plugin that you install, a Datasmith plugin. And if I just Google here, Twinmotion Datasmith Rhino, you'll see this first thing pop up, right? Twinmotion Datasmith Exporter plugin for Rhino. And here you can just simply download it, install it, restart Rhino, and it's going to be already available for you in here as a, usually it's a floating tab, right? But then you can just dock it and it's available to you here. I'll talk about this in a little bit, but just make sure that you have that plugin installed. It makes your life much, much easier. With that being said, there's also more of these Datasmith plugins out there. So if I remove Rhino and I just keep Twinmotion Datasmith, you can see that there's a Revit version, a SketchUp version, there's an ArchiCAD, 3ds Max version, and so on. So just make sure that, you know, whatever software you use for 3D modeling, you can just type in Twinmotion Datasmith software name, and then you will find if that is supported or not. With that being said, once the plugin is installed, we can continue. The main thing that I want to do here with the model, actually let me guide you through the model in the first place. If I zoom out, you will see that I have made this disk area, and this disk area actually belongs to landscape. Let's just increase this a little bit so that you can see better. And there we go. Landscape, geometry, surrounding, level 1 and level 2, right? So level 2 is the farthest reaching parts of the landscape that is going to be, that's going to have the least amount of resolution in terms of textures and greenery and so on. Level 1 is medium range. So usually this is going to be where the camera is going to be located in for different angles and whatnot. And then we have our just immediate surrounding landscape, which is actually part of the, you know, the actual geometry. I like to divide up the close, middle, far regions this way, just so that later when I try to optimize the scene, it's easier, right? And the way of how I do it is usually by just simply modeling the damn thing. This is not a modeling course, so I'm not going to explain the modeling part to you. Anyway, with that being done, the building itself is divided up into multiple layers, and each layer has its own color associated with it. And each layer also, like, the way of how it's divided is divided by function as well as material. So if this is a window, right, that will be within the window frame layer, and that will be within the window glass layer, right? Same thing here, glass frame, two separate layers. This is quite important because then applying the materials will be much easier later down the line. And actually, let me just quickly select this glass element here, go to its properties. Yeah, it's just glass, isn't it? That's easy. That should be under glazing, glass, there we go. And I'll just change the material color to be sea green or something, just so that you can see the difference. All right, and now with that done, it's time to actually check the texture mapping, because that's also quite an important thing that you need to check before you export or move your scene into Twinmotion to start rendering. Texture mapping is basically for any texture that is an image file. For example, imagine image of bricks or whatever. It has a start and an end, right? How often does it get tiled, right, on any surface? So imagine that this is a surface that is, you know, made out of bricks, and you have an image of, let's say, 5 bricks. How wide of an image is that on the surface? That's texture mapping. And also, how does it align? I can actually, okay, let me do one thing. UV editor. You don't need to do this. This is just for me to showcase this to you. But if I were to imagine that those rectangles or squares are bricks, right? So the question is, if I have an image such as this, right? Oh, you can't see it through my head. There we go. If I have an image such as this, then how wide is it in the real world or in the digital world on our roof? That is, first of all, texture mapping. Second thing about texture mapping is how is it aligned? So does it flow in this direction, or does it flow in this direction, right? You make that decision as well. Software such as Revit takes care of that for you, so you don't need to worry about it. But Rhino gives you that kind of a freedom. And the benefit of having that freedom in Rhino is that you can then really nail down the flow of the texture just how you want it to be precise, right? And that becomes very important on more complex geometries. On geometries such as this, that's fine. I mean, you can get away with a lot of simple stuff. So just using box mapping, for example, where you just project the texture. I'll talk about that in just a second. But for roofs and any curvilinear geometries, you want to have more control. And that is honestly where Revit breaks down as well. Okay, how do you check the textures? How do you check how textures will be tiled on here? Well, I already showed you the UV checker, UV editor. We don't do that. We will want to create a new mode, display mode here, that will help us with that. And the way of how you do it is, well, first of all, you need to download a texture image that you will use in the display mode to slap on every surface to see how it tiles. And I have it prepared for you. You will be able to, those of you who have access to the course files, will be able to download this this image. I'll also put a link to the image in the video description below. It's very simple. It's 10 by 10 cat. Go away. It's 10 by 10, sorry, 1000 by 1000 pixels. Actually 1024 by 1024, and it's a grid, right? So I can easily see how this tiles, right? And where it is. Also, as I will zoom in, I will see where does the 1000 by 1000 image start getting pixelated. How close do you need to get to it for it to start being pixelated? That helps as well. So this, just make sure that you have it downloaded, right? And then what you do is you go to your display options right here. You go to your view display modes, select your rendered or Arctic. Let's go for Arctic view. Select your Arctic view. Click on copy. Change the name to UV checker. There we go. And then where it says color and material usage, we will do custom material for all objects, but we will click on customize. And here we will find where it says texture. Make sure that texture is tick marked. This little tick mark is enabled, and then immediately it will give you a window, an explorer window, where you can then go to desktop. Where do I have it? I have it here. Navigate to your texture, hit open. It's gonna show up weird, that's fine. Hit OK. Hit OK. Navigate to your UV checker mode that you have now changed. And this is how it's gonna look like. Horrible, isn't it? But don't worry, we will fix it. So the best way that I found of how to fix everything not at the same time, but I'll get there, give me a second. The easiest way of how to have this kind of umbrella fix to the mapping of the textures and not having them broken is by selecting everything, Control A, going to Properties, going to Texture Mapping, that's the third icon, and here creating a applying a box map. Apply box map. And basically now what you want to do is it asks you to create a box, right? And I will just choose any corner, doesn't matter where, for now it doesn't. So let's say this corner, and from this corner I will just create a box that is let's go 2 by 2 by 2 meters. So 2000, enter, 2000, enter, 2000, enter. Just a regular box here, right? And then where it asks, should it be capped? I have it set to yes, that's fine. And once I hit enter again, voila. Everything is now, like any image that you apply. Why is this flipped? That's weird. All of it is flipped? Yes, all of it is flipped. Okay, I'll need to fix that. But basically any image, oh, it's not flipped, it's just looking this way, that you apply will be 2 meters by 2 meters. You can see it here. So this rectangle right here is 2 meters by 2 meters. I don't know why this is inside out. Oh, actually I do. 1 second. I'll show you how to check if geometry is inside out or not in just a second. So that's what we have. We do have a few yucky moments here and there that I kind of want to fix, but at the same time, I don't think that this is going to be a huge problem. I mean, we can do a few things with it. Just move the vertices around. It won't be a huge problem because it's going to be so far away that you will only see it at a horizontal plane. So shouldn't be bad. If it's a problem, we will be able to come back and then fix it and re-import just that part. Okay, back to UV checker. So this is how it looks like right now. And what I want to do now is basically to find any anomalies that I think look weird. And honestly, like most of it is pretty good. Of course, you know, there are a few instances with the roofs, especially where it could be better. For example, here, right? Yeah, let's do this example. Isolate. I'll just show you here. This roof is not aligned with world XY coordinates, thus it needs its own texture map. And the way of how you do it is you just select it, select the geometry, click on the, where is it? Delete mapping tool, bam. And then you can create a box, apply box mapping. Start from, let's say, or actually, sorry. Well, now I'm just confusing myself. You start from, let's say, the highest point of the roof, like so. And then where it says 3-point mapping, you click on that, so that you can click on the back end of the roof, like so. Extend it that way, and extend it up, and hit enter. This is going to be a messy texture. That's okay, because now if I select this object right here, I can change the size of the box right here. Those are the settings of the box, right? So if I change the size here, it automatically changes. And remember, we used 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. Oops. There we go. So now all of this is changed. And then the only thing that I want to do here is to align it properly. And to do that, I actually need to be able to move the mapping box. And to do that, I need to show it. So here, this button right here, show mapping. I click it, shows me the box. As I move the box around, you can see the texture is following, right? So I can just move it from this point to this corner point so that the seam is right here. Alternatively, you can always do rotate 3D on the box so that it's aligned well with one of the sides. But in my experience, if one side is aligned properly, the other side will be misaligned, which is not great, right? So I prefer to have it set like so. Right? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, let's show everything else. So same thing for all these three. I will repeat this now at a normal speed. So for all of these, delete it. For let's go for this bounding box. Enter, 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 enter. Then this one, I will just do 2000 like that. And then here you can click on equalization. So wait, what? That was weird. So instead, let's set everything to 111 with this button, lock it, and then change this to 2000. Yeah, and then it changes everything here. So again, set to 111, lock it 2000. 111, lock 2000, and then alignment, right? So for all these three guys, I preview the mapping of them, and I move to here. That seems to be aligned, is it? No, it's not. Rotate from here to here to here. Perfect. Then this one, move to this point, rotate from here to here to here. And last one is this one. Move from this point, rotate like that. Okay, and that's it. So this usually takes around, oh yeah, and I should also, since the roof is rotated, the volume underneath the roof is also rotated. So I want to basically the mapping to be the same for both of these. And the way of how I can do it is I select this geometry, I click on this match mapping tool right here, select the top, and now it's matched up. Here, match to the roof, here, match to the roof, here, match to the roof. Easy peasy. These are fixed. I spent way too much time on something that is going to be in the background. Guess what I'm going to do with this one? Yep. So we delete box map from here, 2000, 1000, 1000, enter, show mapping, rotate from here to here to here, and then this match mapping to here, right? Hopefully, like repeating this enough times makes sense. Anything that is off grid, right? So here stuff is aligned perfectly fine. Maybe in the top view it's better to see. Stuff is aligned perfectly fine with the grid, thus the mapping looks natural. Maybe here we will need to make a few adjustments, but other than that it's fine. And here things were not aligned, so I made them align, right? That's what you do. What you do too. In this case, this is actually vertical, so that's fine. That's fine. The and this is just ground, so that's okay. Yeah. And the bridge is whatever. It's going to be in the background. Okay, so this seems to be okay. If I'll need to make any adjustments to the seam and so on, for example, this one, I kind of want the the seam for this one to actually start from here, right? So that the seam of the metal is aligned with the seam of the texture. So those kind of small decisions I'll make later. Make these adjustments I'll make later. One last thing that I want to do before we, or two things that I want to do before we export. I think number one is if I go to shaded view, for example, and then here on the right hand side I go to the display. If you don't see the display tab, you can click on this little gear icon. I lied. You right click on this bar, and then here you find the display and tick mark it. So under display, first of all, I have mesh wires turned off. Those are just getting in the way for me. But second of all, the more important is color back faces. I want to have that turned on, and I want it to be red, or yeah, not red, like yellow or something. And here I can see that all of this is flipped inside out, right? So to fix that, I just select the geometry and I type in flip, enter, and it's now flipped backwards. What this does is, actually let me undo. Let's go to our UV checker. See how the, where is it? The texture check is all weird, right? If I flip this, now the texture check is correct because the geometry is not inside out anymore. What the hell? No, wait, I made it inside out. I'm gonna cry. I'm just trying to do a tutorial. Come on, please. Okay, now I know for a fact that all of the faces are looking upward. So why the hell is this texture inverted? Okay, let's check its UV map. Settings or properties, sorry. Show UV. That's the box. And is the box inverted? Yes, the Z is in the negative value Z. Bad. So we do positive Z. And also, no, sorry, that's position. My bad. No, this is correct. That's super weird. In the end of the day, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I just want to know why it does. And now that stays positive while this is, I just inverted this. Okay. To fix the UV mapping, if your faces are oriented in the correct way, this is again not a big deal, just to explain it properly. If your faces are correctly oriented and you're not looking at the back face, you're looking at the front face of any geometry that is not a volume, but your texture mapping is mirrored, like it looks inverted, then you select the face or the surface that is a problem. You look at its mapping, you show the mapping, and this box that you have, you need to basically mirror it, or mirroring is also scaling in any direction by -1. I always choose the Z direction, the vertical. Scale it by -1 by clicking on the little rectangle, and now it's fine, right? And then to actually, yeah, it's still fine here. And basically to then make sure that it's fine here as well, I will just select the geometry that is inverted here and geometry that is inverted here, and I will use match mapping, and I will match it to the landscape that I have just fixed. And that's it. Now texture check here is correct. Texture check here is correct. We're good to go. And one last bit. When you export geometry into Twinmotion, you want it to be separated into separate not just layers, but also materials. Like the geometry needs to have a material associated with it, because if all of geometry is associated with the default Rhino material, it will import as one piece of geometry into Twinmotion, if that makes sense, right? So you want it to be separated. Thankfully, we have everything separated into layers. So assigning a unique material per layer is going to be pretty easy. The command that does this is called synchronize. Synchronize render colors. There we go. Synchronize render colors. It will autofill once you get there. Hit enter. Before I enter again, here notice that on the material tab, the layer material tab, most of the layers don't have a material associated with them. So I'll just hit on all layers. And now you can see a bunch of custom materials have been made per layer. Each layer gets one custom material. Not a big deal, but if I were to check, for example, in the rendered view now, well, that's nothing fancy. Why is it nothing fancy? 1 second. Do I have interior finish neighboring wall, heat insulation? Yeah, okay, it's just boring geometry here. Okay, never mind. But basically every layer has now material associated with it and is going to properly export into Twinmotion. So now it's time to actually do it. Let's import this into Twinmotion. Yeah, it crashed. It crashed many times, but after reinstalling some drivers and so on, now I have it working. Either way, we continue. So, once Twinmotion is loaded in, you will be greeted with this splash screen. If you don't want to ever see the splash screen again, you can just tick mark this show on startup or untick this show on startup, and it will never show up. I usually do that. But while we're here, let me just introduce it to you. You can either create a new scene or open an existing one. It's simple as that. Then you can go to, in the home tab, you have the news from Twinmotion, you know, what's out there, what kind of updates are they doing, if there's a showcase of some sorts, all of that is going to be here. Under templates, you have scenes that you can download and you can start using them as a baseline for your projects. For architectural setup, doesn't really work. I mean, most of this is not really that useful for architectural setup. Here you only see day and night skies scene, but if you're doing car showcase or if you're doing product design, then there are a few scenes here that are quite useful. Learning tab gives you a bunch of tutorials from the community, as well as some scenes that you can download and check them out, demo scenes, right? So scenes that are made by a professional, and you can look at how a professional deals with reflectivity, vegetation, for example, in this one, right? So that. And the last one is plugins. So here, the plugins, the only plugin that I have installed is called Rhino, right? So Rhino Datasmith plugin. But here you can see that there's a bunch more depending on what kind of software you use. There's also non-official, but like third party plugins for these software packages as well. Okay, so now with that out of the way, it's time to just simply create a new scene. Bam, immediately loads in. And let me first introduce you to what you're looking at before we actually do the import. So user interface and whatnot. In terms of UI, I think this graphic right here does a pretty good explanation of how it works. If you click the left mouse button, you can orbit around an object or an imaginary point in space on which you clicked, right? Like that. Zoom in, zoom out is with the scroll wheel. Or if you click and hold the scroll wheel, you can pan the camera. If you right click, you can look around. So the pivot point is your neck, basically your camera position. But then more importantly, and this is something that you need to get used to, but you do get used to it pretty quickly. A, D, S, W. W is the movement, right? Just like in a video game. The way of how you move, like the way of how at least I move, is I always have the right mouse button clicked in as I'm flying about. And basically, as I'm flying, I'm with WASD, I'm looking around and I'm seeing, you know, where what's the area, what's the direction in which I want to fly in. 15 minutes and you'll be zooming around like it's nothing. Q and E are also useful. That's up and down, right? And then if you feel like you're going too fast, there's the speed options between 1 and 6. So 1 being super slow, 2, 3. For this scale, 3 seems to be reasonable. And if you really want to get in deep, then it's 2. And then if I do 6, whoop, you know, that's very, very fast. If you feel like you have completely messed up and you're way too far from geometry and you don't want to spend a lot of time, you know, navigating back, you can always select the geometry towards which you want to zoom in or go to, and click on the F key. F key focuses on the geometry. It's like zoom selected in Rhino. In this case, the geometry is too large, so we need to select it some other way. I can't even see where the sphere is. On the right hand side, you see the basically all of the elements that you have in your scene, including the ambience of the scene itself, so the sun and so on. We'll get to that in just a second, or in the next chapter. If I expand the starting base, I can see the pedestal, the cylinder, the graphics, and the sphere, right? The sphere is what I want. So I select it, and then I press F key, and voila, I'm here. I'm locked into the sphere. Easy as that. Actually, now it's time for me to be smaller and exist basically here. There we go, this should be... like that. Okay, this should be fine now. So with that done, let's not have speed of 6. Speed of 3 seems to be just fine, and that's basically the rollout. Once you get used to it, just click on this little gear icon and click on hide navigation panel. There's one last thing, and it's called cloud. And the cloud is basically when you want to upload your content into Twinmotion Cloud so that you can get it from other instances of your Twinmotion from other computers. We don't use that. We don't care about that. So I'm ignoring it. I'm passing on. So hide navigation panel. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want a different way of navigating, you can, but I do suggest just using Twinmotion regular navigation. Seems to work pretty well. I'll hide the navigation panel. Okay. So in terms of the scene, hopefully it's already kind of clear of how it works. I'll talk about it a little bit more later, but that's the navigation, right? And that's the scene. The way of how I work is I always delete everything, right? So starting ground, delete, landscape, delete, base folder, delete. So scene graph, I can't delete the scene graph. So we only have like an atmosphere here, and I want it to be empty because now we're going to go for the import. If I click on the import button here, and I'll talk about the library in just a second. Let me just, so that it's not in the way, I'm just going to click on the library so that you don't see it. It's not necessary. I can also click on the scene and properties here so that you don't see that. We're just focusing on the import button. So here with the import, once I click the plus sign, I can either import geometry. So if I hit open, you can see, come here. You can see here all of the different types of geometry that can be imported, right? And amongst them, SketchUp, OBJ, Cinema 4D, 3ds, DXF. Yeah, there's a bunch, STL, there's a bunch of these kind of international standards that are available, right? But we don't do that. We can either use a direct link, or we can use more manual import. And I'll explain the reason why we don't use direct link in, well, actually right now. Direct link works quite well, quite nicely, and I can show it to you. So it already recognizes that Rhino is open with our chapter 1 file, right? And here, if I click on options, if I expand options, I have all of the different settings for basically what is the way of importing. If the collapse by either material or keeping the hierarchy or collapse all, the difference between them is, would you like everything to be imported as one object? That's collapse all. Collapse by material, would you like geometries that have the same material to be imported as one geometry? So all glasses are one geometry, all frames are one geometry. Or should it keep the hierarchy? I do prefer to just keep hierarchy, like so. Full precision UVs, you always have this tick mark. This basically is the tiling simplified or not. So you don't want it to be simplified. Full precision normals, I do like this to be tick marked. Normals is basically 90-degree angle vectors sticking out from any curved surface, not necessarily curved. This just gives you better results when it's transitioning in the reflections, you know, the curvature is transitioning. Then process, should only the geometry or should also the lights be imported, or maybe only the light should be imported? In this case, we don't have any lights, so I'll just go for all. And for light settings, we have either using, if you're importing light settings, either use the original ones or you just set the default intensity to 300 lumens. Also, there's like Twinmotion default settings, which I don't really use, so I don't know what that would be. I don't know. So in this case, we don't import lights, so original, use original, doesn't really matter. This setting doesn't change anything. And then enable substitution is basically if you are importing more geometries, if you're changing stuff and you are importing a new version of the geometry, then if this is tick marked, you're able to substitute the geometry that has been imported through direct link with some other geometry that you have imported from another source. It's a little bit more of an advanced thing. So for example, what would be a good example? Let's say in Rhino, you model out a bunch of cylinders where lighting poles should be. You know, street light poles should be. So in Rhino, it's just a bunch of cylinders. If enable substitution is tick marked, then later down the line in Twinmotion, you can see that every cylinder that I have should be substituted with this high detailed mesh or geometry of a light pole that I have downloaded from the internet. And it just switches all of them and it remembers that. So next time when it synchronizes with Rhino, it doesn't replace the poles back with the cylinders. That substitution, we will not be using that in this course, so we don't care. I'll hit import. You can see that now with this done, the link here is broken. And the reason why it's broken is because on the Rhino side, it's not synchronizing. And the reason why it's not synchronizing is if I go to Datasmith connections, here I can see that there is a connection with Twinmotion right here. What does that do? Doesn't matter. There is a connection with Twinmotion right here, but it's not synchronized. So here I do need to click on the little icon called synchronize. Bam. My computer is revving up. Twinmotion is crashing. We wait. Please don't crash. I just want to record the video. It's a lot of geometry, so it takes a while. And it's done. And it's big. How big is it, you might ask? The answer to that is, I don't know. It's either... So in Rhino, we're dealing with millimeters. In Twinmotion, I'm not sure if it's recognizing that we're dealing in millimeters. It might think that we're dealing in centimeters. So I will need to make a few checks. The way of how I check is the easiest way. Library, vehicles, cars. Just get a car in there. Yep. Car size seems fine. Don't click your mouse, don't place the car, just hit escape key. We'll deal with these later, but that seems to work just fine. So the scale was fine, I was just zoomed in like crazy. Okay, so that is our file imported into Twinmotion. You can see that it's nothing to write home about, but because there's no textures, no materials, the light is bad and so on, but it's there. And what the direct sync or direct live sync, is it called, does, it basically, every time I make a change boop, in Rhino, and I look back at it in Twinmotion, right now the change will not be made unless I think if I forcefully, nope, I need to click on the synchronize button in Rhino. Let's do it this way actually, boop, like that. Gonna be easier. So if I click on the synchronize button in Rhino, there we go, it synchronizes, right? If I undo this and I synchronize here, synchronizes. If I have this toggle auto synchronization turned on and I take this and I, come on, okay, sure, I take this and I move it, this synchronizes, right? I take this, I move it, that synchronizes, and so on, right? So a bunch of stuff automatically synchronizes. Seems great, seems like that's exactly what you want. In my experience, it's great when it works, but then eventually it doesn't. And when it doesn't, then you cry because suddenly, you know, geometry breaks. Come on, synchronize. Geometry breaks, the synchronization is disconnected, and then it's all bad. So my suggestion to you is use synchronization, use this kind of a workflow of dynamic synchronization, but then the moment when it starts breaking down and when you see that something's off, usually it happens when you have a lot of geometry in Rhino and it needs to read a lot of geometry into Twinmotion. When that breaks down, then I will show you an alternative of a workflow that you can do, and that's the workflow that I usually do. So imagine that the system is now breaking down and this is all messed up, and you know, things are arriving all twisted and crazy, and now I synchronize and this is still messed up, right, and so on. I can just delete this import, right? It's gonna stay here. It's not going to synchronize anymore with the Rhino file. It's its own thing. So let me just Control-A, delete. And instead, let me use a static import. A static import is quite simple. We click on this export 3D scene or export 3D view. Whatever is visible in the viewport, what is shown in the viewport will be exported. I go to desktop, my folder, I'll create a new folder called datasmith file lives here. Double click on that and I will just TM for architects. That's going to be the file name. Or, nah, it can be chapter 1, can't it? Okay, let me do this again. Sorry, export 3D view. File lives here, yeah, chapter 1, we keep it, and hit save. Bam, that's exported, that's done. Then I click on import, and instead of direct link, I use geometry, hit open, navigate to desktop, TM for architects, datasmith, and there we go, our datasmith file, hit open, same settings, hit import. And then since we already have a bunch of materials created from the last import, is going to complain, and I'm just going to say use scene material. That's fine. Hit OK. That's imported, right? But now if I click on synchronize, nothing will happen because these two are not connected. This is its own entity that is fetching the file from the hard disk, and this is its own entity, right? So now updating this is a little bit more annoying. Because if I, for example, want to do this and I want to do that, you know, move things around and so on. If I want to do these things, then I need to click on export 3D view again. Datasmith file lives here. And I need to overwrite this chapter 1. Save, replace it, yes. Okay. And then I just click on this refresh icon. When you hover your mouse over it, you can see it. And it refreshes, right? And then to turn it back, export 3D view, overwrite, refresh, back, right? So this is like manual synchronization takes a little bit longer. You don't need to synchronize that often, so that, in my opinion, is okay. But what it does, you can actively see the datasmith file in your folder, right? Let me find this for you. There it is. UDataSmith file with all of the meshes, all of the assets. You can actively see it, and there's not going to be like a broken synchronization that will mess it up, because it's all done step by step by you, right? So whatever works for you. I will use the more manual one. You can use the automatic one. That's fine. You can also import animations. For now, it's only FBX or GLTF files. GLB as well, right? From the internet, you can import landscapes. I wonder what landscapes are. Oh, either a height map, a point cloud, or meshes. Well, that's fine. Or point clouds. I assume that's going to be, yeah, TXT, E57, LAS, or LAS files. I wonder if I have any point clouds. Actually, let's see. Let's investigate. I do have a point cloud of this, actually. So let's see if that imports. Give me a second. I need to find it. There we go. I found it. E57 colored point cloud. Let me just grab that address here, and let's see how it actually imports. Before I do so, let me scene. Let's hide the Twinmotion file. I'll talk about that in just a second. Point cloud, open, bam. Let's look for the laser scan, E57, 700 megabyte laser scan. That's gonna be a rough one. Hit open, import. Okay, it either crashes or we'll see a lot of points real soon. And by real soon, well, actually, real soon. This is the scan of the house, right? This is from the previous course that I've done of Rhino for Architects, more advanced course, but this is the scan. Let's take a look at it. Oh, this is kind of nice. I mean, not bad, not bad. You can see some interior in interior detailing here, but most of it is from the exterior. So I had to build the 3D model on top of this point cloud, which is great, and there's almost no lag. I'm running a RTX 5080, but also I'm recording in 4K resolution, so and it's not really hitting it that hard. Nice. All right, let's not have the point cloud here. Don't care about that one. Oh, delete. And instead, let's look at our beautiful mesh. Right. So that's importing, right? Then continuing on here on the scene, if I roll out here, you can see all of the different shapes that are with their hierarchy being kept. So, which means that you should be able to apply, if you want to apply materials separately, you should be able to. We'll see about that in the next step. If you want to have it more collapsed according to materials, then you should, when you import, you should use the collapse by material option. Last bit is under here where we have stats. If you just want to see, how many textures you're using, how many meshes there are, what are the heaviest meshes, right? So in my case, the heaviest mesh is this one. Let me move it. This one right here, and so on. This is just helps you understand what makes the scene heavy or not heavy, right? And basically how close you are to crashing. Right now, only 26% are being used, and the frame rate is through the roof, right? Okay. So I guess it's time to move on to the next chapter. Yay, finally. One more thing. Sorry, one more thing. The materials, the behavior of the materials was a little bit weird for me. So I double checked. This shouldn't be white, this should be actually red. And if I go into my Rhino file and I look at this particular log material or log layer, you can see that the logs has a red material associated with it. So I was wondering, why the hell is it in the rendered view? Why is it white? That makes no sense. Till I found it. The material here, well, actually we don't need to see this, close that. The material here under properties, under the materials tab, is set to be this material rather than to be by layer. You want it to be by layer. So if I change this from this to by layer, then it turns red, which indicates that a lot of these were not by layer. So I will do Control A, select everything, and then here under the properties materials tab, I'll choose by layer material. Bam. Now all of this updates properly, right? And then I will export 3D view, navigate to my datasm file, overwrite it, go back into my Twinmotion, not library, sorry, under import tab, I'll just refresh this. And now this is good. Now this I can visually see that these are different materials, and once I start applying textures, it will apply only to them. If I go to the materials tab, I can see that all of these materials have transferred properly. That's what we want to see. Okay, so apologies for... oh, my bad. I'll fix that actually I can do that real quick. I'll fix it. I'll fix it later. Chapter 2. Let's go for chapter 2. The purpose of chapter 2 is for us to dial in the ambience, the vibe of the scene, right? But to do so, we need to have the materials present, because it really depends if the house is dark or if it's light, if it's bright, if the environment is, let's say, middle of a winter, or if the environment is spring or late spring, right? So what we need to do is we need to first add a bunch of basic materials, not basic, but rough materials that will be similar, at least in your head, will be similar to how the final materials should look like, right? And we'll do so in a very fast way by going to the library tab right here and choosing, you might just see this, and choosing materials sub-tab right here. And then from here on out, we're just going to pick and choose and drag and drop in the materials onto our geometries. All of the materials that are currently in the scene are present in this materials tab. Actually, since I was playing around with some of the materials already, you can see that some of these are, well, they're not like the others. And first thing is, of course, they are prettier. Second thing is they don't have this kind of a tick mark that you can observe on every other material, top left corner. These guys don't have that tick mark. That means that they're currently not being used in the scene. So I can actually clean them up and eliminate them by clicking on this purge or clean up icon right here. Bam, now they're gone. Now only the materials that are currently being used in the scene are in our materials list, I guess. Let's call it materials list right here. Also, what? Okay, fair enough. So here you can also filter out all transparent materials if you want to. We'll not be doing that. I will, okay. So this is going to be in the dedicated advanced materials chapter. I assume it's going to be chapter 3, at least it should be. So we're going to work on that a little bit later. For now, this is going to be very fast. in a very simple way. So first of all, if I go to glass, for a building such as this, I will be using a reflective glass because I will want the glass to reflect the outside environment instead of showing us what's happening inside. So I'll just slap on, drag, and drop in reflective glass. Bam. Easy as that, right? If you want to, you can experiment. Clear glass, green, clear glass. I mean, with all of these you can experiment, but I prefer how reflective glass looks like. So that's step one. Step two is, or not step two, but rather we just keep going. Let's go for the ground. Under materials, I'll search for, instead of 3D grass, I'll just go for ground, nature, and I'll just find some sort of a grassy ground, for example. Yeah, grassy ground material, and I'll just add it on here. Here, here, and here. And you can see that 3 materials are created here that are quite similar to one another, and that is fine, right? That's what we want. While I am adding in materials here, you can see that some of the materials that are present are losing the tick mark. That means that those materials are being replaced, right? So if I press clean, you can see that some of the colored materials are now gone, and so on, right? So we continue. I'll go for concrete. I'll find some bare concrete aggregate. Let's find something. Swept concrete looks pretty fine. Yeah, sure. Swept concrete. We will have that. Sorry for flying about so fast. There we go. That's how it looks like. Don't worry about the visuals right now. All you care about is just how the whole thing, like just the color of it. The tiling and so on, we'll take care of it later. Same thing here, but in this case, I would say it should be poured concrete right here. The tiling is horrible. We'll need to adjust it later. Actually, I'll use poured concrete on this part as well. Oops. There we go. Yeah, that's bare. It's a little bit too aggressive, but that will do. That will do. Then this area right here, or actually window frames as well as the edge here, I want it to be done in metal. So I'm just going for metal. Should we do brass? Let's do brass. Let's not do brass. Brass is a little bit too shiny. Let's find... like galvanized steel would work, but I kind of want brushed stuff. Aluminum swirls. Could do corten steel. Apologies for... sure, let's just go for brushed right now, and I will go for the orange one. The little arrow here means that you need to download it. And I'm currently downloading it. And with that being said, I think like this is getting a little bit boring and a little bit repetitive. So I'm just going to simply apply a bunch of materials, and I'll just speed up. We'll do a time lapse of me applying the materials. I think it's going to be faster or easier to follow this way. I'm sad. Just now the recording crashed and it corrupted my file, so no timeline for us. But I didn't do anything special. I just slapped on a bunch of materials in a very kind of simple way. Just dragged and dropped them in from this menu right here. And I guess there are just a few things to note. Thing number one is there's a lot of materials that are duplicated, and the reason for that, for them being duplicated, instead of me just using one brushed metal material on everything, is because later down the line I might want to change the materials here, right? Independent from the materials here, right? So that might be very important important thing that I have them separated, right? That's one thing. Second thing is here, I'm not using water material. Instead, I'm just using a mirror material, because water material for me is a little bit, we might end up using it, but for now it's, if I just add on a river, you know, it's a little bit over the top and so dark. Even the brighter one is like, why is it so blue? It shouldn't be so blue. Maybe the lake. But again, it's very blue. I might just change the color of it in the end of the day and, you know, have it like that. But for now, either way, I'm just gonna use mirror material so that it's not dynamic and I can see like proper reflection from it. Speaking of reflection, let's purge first. There's still a bunch of materials on the interior that are not replaced, but that's fine. So in terms of reflection, notice how when I'm looking at the house and I'm looking at its reflection like so, I'm kind of getting it. It's crappy, it's not great, but it is reflecting. But the moment I look more and more towards the reflection, the house is now gone. Bah. And the reason why it's gone is because the reflections are heavily optimized in Twinmotion. Also in Unreal Engine, but that doesn't matter. They are doing what's called screen space reflections. Screen space reflections means that only pixels that are visible on the screen are calculated in the reflections, meaning that if the house doesn't exist on your screen currently, it will not exist in the reflection. It's a video game thing, you know, where they optimize. It's annoying, but that's one of the kind of drawbacks of having this done in real time, like really fast rendering. You get used to it. A way around this is by not using real-time rendering, instead using path traced rendering. So those of you who are running this on a laptop, buckle up, because this button right here will make your laptop either crash or screen. So good idea to save your file, Control S, and then click on these three lines here. This is path tracing. Path tracing means that a bunch of photons are basically calculated and their path, how it, you know, hits and so on, everything is calculated. And this is by far the fastest way of how, or not the fastest, but the most accurate way of how you can render, right? How you can make a render. And if you click on the little tick mark sign here, you can choose if you're using high, low, or medium quality. I'll just go for high. No, high takes too long. Let's just go for medium for now, right? So every time I move my camera, it re-renders the frame. And at the end, I guess it adds a little bit of denoising. Anyway, only use this for checking for now. Don't use it for, don't have it turned on all the time. So let's click on these little dots here and switch back to real-time view and be sad how low the quality is. Honestly, in the interior, it looks even better. If I do something like this and turn on the rendering, you know, the path traced rendering, see how good. Well, I mean, I should not do a medium quality here. It should be high quality, but see how nice the path traced rendering is compared to the real-time rendering. Video game, not video game. Which brings me to ambient settings, right? So in terms of ambient settings, the most important ones are basically setting up the correct quality presets, or the quality settings. Sorry, I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words. If we, on the right hand side, if we go to the Ambience tab here, you'll see that we have our environment, camera, render, and special effects tabs here. Environment tab basically takes care of everything that has to do with sunlight, as well as fogs. You can see here seasons, wind, fog, what you see on the horizon, and if you want to have an ocean, you can have that as well. Actually, I'll show you this. Ocean. I don't know. we don't care about the ocean in this particular case, but you know, if you're designing close to the sea, you might. So for now, for the environment tab, I will not change anything about the light or the camera settings, but I'll go immediately to the render tab. And here, while real-time rendering is turned on, I will change the settings of it here. So first of all, global illumination. Global illumination means bounced light. So as light hits a surface, that's direct light, it bounces off from the surface, not just the surface, and then suddenly it's secondary bounces. It's that is global illumination. And also important, global illumination is light that bounces from the atmosphere. So when it hits the earth, it hits back the atmosphere and it hits back the earth. That's why the sky is blue, right? And that's why the shadows in paintings and so on are portrayed as blue, or blue, have a blue tint in daylight. You will, yeah, I don't know. Clearly you can relate, right? That the shadows are blue in daylight. So that's global illumination. And basically, if right now we're using standard setting for it, so with it we can change the global illumination intensity. If intensity is set to 0, basically the bounce light is not properly accounted for, not properly accumulated. If intensity is set to 1, it's way too bright, right? So that's that. And distance, this is how far away is it being counted. This used to be the case, and you would need to optimize these two values, but now in the new version, Lumen came over. Lumen is really nice. Wait, let me just see. Yep. Notice how, okay, let's go back for standard. Lumen. Not perfect, but damn is it better, right? So Lumen takes care a lot of the global illumination calculation. It costs much more for the performance, but it's much better, right? And there's also settings to change. First of all, scene detail. How can I show this to you? Wait, maybe on the interior. Oh, also the interior, of course, in Lumen. Let me show. Standard. Lumen. Better. So detail, scene detail level, is basically what is the detail size that Lumen will not ignore, right? That Lumen will not skip. The higher the detail level, wait, maybe it explains it. Yeah, there we go. Says the size of which objects are culled by Lumen. Higher values include more objects but increase RAM usage. Basically, Lumen's optimization is that it skips very small objects and it doesn't calculate them in light bounces because it's hard to do that. And here, the higher the value, the smaller the object needs to be skipped, right? So I just crank it up to max. View distance, this is how far the Lumen, as it calculates the bounces, how far it calculates. That's 1,000 meters. That's way too much for us. We don't need it to be 1,000 meters. So in our case, I guess 250, something like that will be fine, because we will have a forest in the back, right? If Lumen distance is set to 0, we're not calculating any bounces whatsoever, right? It's all just standard again, right? So view distance, well, 250, sorry, not 10. 250, right? Proper Lumen bounce light calculation. And the last one is lighting update speed. So as you change settings, how fast do you want Lumen to update, right? In this case, I don't touch it. I just keep it default. I don't need it to update very fast. If you see that your performance is starting to lag, now we're down to, well, actually 200 is still a lot. But if you see that the performance is starting to lag, then you can simply reduce the update speed. Not to 0, but like 0.1. And it should help with this. Especially if you have moving objects in the scene, such as trees or trees swaying in the wind or something like that. SSGI is screen space global illumination, right? So if I turn off Lumen SSGI, I assume, actually that doesn't really change much. Wait, 1 second. That's strange. It should influence this, but it doesn't. Well, that's fine. Basically, that's the screen space reflections that I was talking about, but doesn't seem like it's doing anything, so I'm not gonna explain it because I don't understand it myself. I should though. Visualize mesh conflicts is if I tick mark this, I can see all objects that are so basically if an object is if I remember correctly, if an object is yellow, it means that it's too complex for Lumen. If it's pink, that means like pink is a warning, yellow is an error, or opposite to that. I don't remember properly. 1 second. Hover my mouse. Magenta areas are too complex and yellow areas are too small, too big, or too far away, right? So Lumen works best with boxes and separate geometry. If your geometry has too much stuff going on for it, it won't bounce off properly. And this is a troubleshooting mode where you can actually see Lumen bounces being updated and being calculated. Clearly, if I don't visualize it, everything looks fine. There's a little bit of shimmering there, but besides that, it's fine. So this is a great troubleshooting step. If your Lumen scene looks weird, then check out Visualize Mesh Conflicts to see if your meshes might need a little bit of simplification. And by simplification, I mean separation into a lot of small parts. Anyway, that's Lumen. Easy peasy. Lumen reflection, either optimized or full. If I set this to optimized, it's still fine. Still not bad. I'll go for full, of course. Oh, there we go. I can see here. Optimized makes a mistake here as well as a mistake here. Full does this much better, right? So this metal material actually shows up as metal here. So we'll go for full. Quality-wise, if you just increase the quality, visually you won't see a lot of difference unless you drop down the quality dramatically, and then you'll see the reflection being blurry, right? I like to have the quality set to 4. Or was it, or 5? 5, sorry, 5. Right in the middle, and then if I need to, I adjust it accordingly. Bounce count, this is how many times do reflections bounce. If my reflections bounce count is, my bad, if it's set to 1, it only reflects once and then the light becomes black and for the reflections. And then if I increase the bounce count, it should be better. As long as I untick the freaking screen space reflections here. Like that, and then increase the bounce count. Honestly, anything beyond 5 is too much. And now, if I take a look at this, you can see that the reflection does not change at all. We have pushed Lumen to the max with this. There are still mistakes, of course, that are being made. The full reflection is not there, but this is really, really close. Actually, the reflectivity of the windows is starting to be annoying to me. So let me just quickly, library, materials, glass. Let me just do clear glass for now. There we go. That's better. Okay, so that's Lumen reflections. Next up, shadows. Also, standard shadows are being used. Notice how this edge bleeds here. It shouldn't. If the closer I come to this, the better you see that, well, actually, this is right in the corner. Why is there light bleed here? Well, that's because standard map for shadow is used. And then if I change the shadow bias, you can see that I can kind of nail it in. But if I nail it in too much, then it's going to self-shadow too much, and so on. It becomes quite annoying to work with. And the shadow range for calculation is also very important to nail down, like 100 with shadow bias, something like this. And this looks okay. But if I change to, well, let's have it zoomed in, change it to accurate shadows, this is just good. You know, this is just accurate and precise and nice. So we just do accurate shadows, and we don't even need to change these two settings here. These are only changed if, you know, you can see some artifacting, and we don't. Neither on the exterior nor on the interior. So compared to what we had before on our interior scene and on our exterior scene, this is night and day difference, right? So that's Lumen. That's the new and improved environment or render settings. Still, simply rendering with path tracing. Path tracing is, once it denoises properly, it's much better, but Lumen is much closer to what we had before. Right? I'll talk about path tracer options here a little bit later. For now, we don't really care about those. The only thing that if I switch to path tracer, I go for high and I have denoiser unticked. I hate denoiser, this AI crap. So I have it unticked. And besides that, for now, we're just going to keep it the way it is. Back to real-time rendering. Okay, so that's that. Another thing is the light, or lack thereof. You have two options for the light setup. You can either use a dynamic sky for the light, like sunlight, or you can use an HDRI image. I'll explain what that is in just a second. Let me hide the library right there. So, oops. R button, by the way, turns on, switches between rendering modes. So, example, dynamic sky, I can change the time of day, right? And I can adjust the north offset if I want to lie about where the north is. Or, instead of using a directional light system, you know, such as the sunlight, because all it does is just kind of changes the position of the sun. Where is it? Where's the sun? Hello, sun? There it is. Right? It just changes the position of the sun. I can use a image. So HDRI is an image that wraps around the scene in this infinite sphere that shines light on our scene. If I click on HDRI, wait for it to freak out a little bit. Wait for it. There we go. It gives us for now, it's using noon clear 01 image with clouds and whatnot. Don't worry, clouds are easy to add even without using an HDRI. With clouds, and then we can apply rotation to this to find an angle that we like. Or we can change the HDRI image in the library. If I go back and I here find HDRI environments, skies, and I want low sun, and I want it to be cloudy, and I want it to be, and here I can just kind of go through these to find the one that I like. That's kind of nice, but no, kind of like that. Yeah, I like this. I want this. So low sun, cloudy 13. You need to click on the little download icon there to get it. Once it's done, drag and drop it into the preview tab. Wait for it to load in. There we go. Now we're cloudy. We're cloudy, and we can adjust the rotation and find a lovely angle, right, for this. And you can see that, I mean, I just slapped on some bullshit, sorry for bad words, but some random materials. I just dialed in a little bit of light, and this is starting to look like something. It's not great. It's definitely not great, but it's also not so bad anymore. It used to be much worse, right? So visually speaking, it's kind of okay. And we can do that, you know, The light hits the, oh, forgot to add the material there. It is what it is. The light hits the roof just right. And, you know, it's starting to look something. Still bad. Still really bad, but not as bad. And then for HDRI settings, for this one I will not be using an HDRI, but I just want to show you. For HDRI settings, we also have a possibility to just have it as a to use an HDRI environment just as a backdrop rather than a light source. There we go. And this is weird, I know. Don't worry about it. This is basically that wrapping that I was talking about. But in this case, sorry, 1 second. Come on. One, details. There we go. In this case, I can adjust the size of it and I can move it down, down, until it's somewhere here. And then I can look at it like so. I need to move it down, I guess, even more. And then the offset goes here. Right. So I can use this as only a backdrop and have full control over it. So if you want to have some sort of a image, some nice image here, you can do so by using this backdrop option. I will not, of course, and then you can rotate it to have it any way you want. This is not a light source, but it's a reflection source, right? So stuff does reflect in the windows. You can see as I'm rotating this, right? So I will not be using that as well. I just want to show you that it is a possibility. You can actually, like you can see that there is a directional light that is aimed to match the HDRI. So wherever the HDRI has a light source or a sun pointing from, artificial light is placed there and it actually shines as a projector. And if this match HDRI is turned off, that means I can now rotate the light source. And you can't really, yeah, you can see it a little bit there. You should see it more. Why the hell is this blocking? This is so annoying with the HDRI. Yeah, it's blocking, isn't it? Okay, never mind. Or actually, do mind. I just had intensity toned down quite a bit, right? And you can see that now with the light source unlocked from the HDRI image, I can basically have two lights, one from the HDRI and one from the directional light. Okay, sorry for the confusion. I just didn't realize that the intensity was so low. Okay, coming back to the sky dome here, that's exactly the same situation here, right? Directional light has the light source has HDRI light source has a directional light associated with it. And if I just turn it off completely, intensity set to 0, now the scene is only lit by the image, you know, the low sun cloudy 13 image. If I have the intensity turned on here, I basically have two images, or not two images, two suns in the same position in this case, because I didn't change the rotation of it. I have two suns in the same position hitting the house, right? If I set it to match, then it matches the intensity as well, right? So it tones down the intensity. It's nice to have this granular control. Oh, doesn't do much. Never mind. Under the details, you can also adjust the color of the directional light as long as you're not matching it, and also you can adjust the reflectivity of the directional light. So you can say in the window how reflective, how much of its reflection will you see. Don't care about that. So that's HDRI environment, right? And here I'm switching back to the dynamic sky environment because I want to touch, I want to talk about that more. Because this is, in my opinion, a superior system, simply because you can really, like when working with the clients, you can work on the time of day. And also this does not get in the way too much, at least with your artistic expression. If you want to, or if you're incapable of reaching your artistic expression with the dynamic sky system, then I do suggest switching over to HDMI and, you know, searching for an image that fits the mood that you're after. But in this case, I'm just gonna go for that. Something like this. Something like that. So I'm just changing the, you know, morning sun, north offset. Shouldn't do that, but I will. It is what it is. I kind of want to have the sunlight right in our eyes from the reflection. That's fine. Appearance, the intensity of the light, you can tone it down, ramp it up, whatever you want to do. I usually just keep it default. Is default 100,000 or 10,000? I don't know. That is going to be definitely 100,000 lux. And then temperature of the light, you can change it to be colder or warmer, depends on what you're after. The default temperature is 5,600. That's the sunlight temperature. Size of the light, the bigger the size, the softer the shadow becomes. It should be softer though. Why is it not so soft? Oh, is that because of the... one second, shadows standard? Accurate shadows, sun bias. Ooh, okay. Let's not mess with that just yet, but it seems like the softness of the shadows is going to be a little bit tricky unless there's going to be more settings that currently I don't see. That's fine. We'll figure that one out. Oh, I know one way of how to do this. While size is set to 20, I can turn on path traced render. Yeah, and I can clearly see how soft the shadow gets in the path traced version and how weird it is in the non-path traced version. Anyway, never should your sun be bigger than size of 5 unless you really know what you're doing. Even with size of 5, notice in the reflection or here how large the sun is. It's almost like, not almost, it's like the moon in terms of this area in the night sky or in the sky. So let's go for size of 3. Reflection, you can see now much better. You know, how much does it affect reflections? I'll go for 0.9, that's fine. And for the location, you can choose where you want it to be located because that influences the time of day. So for the location, best is to insert the apologies. Best is to insert the GPS coordinates. But alternatively, let's see if it has Malmo. Yeah, it has Malmo. Does it have Lund? It does have Lund. Okay, Lund, Sweden. Easy. July? Sure. Well, let's go for May and then change up the time of day. There we go, 6 o'clock in the morning. And again, you can see the reflection here not really showing up here at all, which is fine. These are the limitations. It will show up in the path traced version, right? So that. Okay, that's done. Now for the sky, let's collapse the skylight. For the sky, there's two things: the atmosphere density as well as turbidity. Okay. Turbidity. I honestly never changed turbidity clear to hazy. Oh, okay. This is how much haze is there in the sky. I never changed these settings, so I don't really know what they do. I do change atmosphere density. So the denser the atmosphere, you can see the more it bends the light, right? The shadow. So you can really adjust the density, or if it's 0, it's the moon, right? You can really adjust the density to get the most out of it. Was the density 1 when I started? Oh God, was the density 1? Please, Control Z, Z, Z. No, the density was 3.31, sure. So I can just increase it to not 55, to like 5, to get a little bit more of the oomph in the sky. Okay, so that's that. And then in terms of the clouds, you can have either 2D clouds, which are boring. Let's just increase it to be cloudy. I think the sky density is messing up my clouds. Yep, it is. So let's go for 3.9. There we go. So that's the 2D clouds, boring. Volumetric clouds, not boring. The reason why they're not boring is because they actually exist. It actually draws the clouds, and we can control the density of them, and we can control the altitude of them. We can drop them down. Let's go. So we can drop the clouds, and they will influence the light and so on. It's super nice. Let's navigate to here. There we go. So they will influence the light. As you can see, they don't influence the reflection of the light. I believe they will. Yep, they do in the path traced version, not in the real-time version. Another limitation found. Just to be clear, the path traced animations rendered with path tracing turned on takes days to render on a powerful computer. Real-time animations takes minutes, right? So we're talking about a lot of time invested if you want to have ideal renders, right? Also, the light is completely different now in the path traced version. Anyway, we'll talk about that once we get there. So here I can control the cloud intensity. I can control how high they are. And also there's some presets that I can switch between. Small cumulus, large cumulus, cirrus clouds, atrocumulus, cumulonimbus, stratus, nimbostratus, right? Quite beautiful, I think. Looks really nice. And then, so I'll just go for cumulonimbus because that looks really good. And you will notice that, where is it? Appearance. All of these settings are basically the settings that the preset changes. And I won't go too much into the details about these settings, but you know, if you change the puffiness, you can see how far the puffs reach and so on. Play with this, and through playing you will figure it out. Also, under the distribution, you'll see that there is a radial dissipation turned on, and that's why around my building there's no clouds. Well, almost no clouds, right? And they're only around the perimeter. If I invert the radius, then the cloud is only above the building, which is cute. And if I change the radius to be pretty small, then it's just there. Just one cloud. Wait. Right there. Right above the building. So that's radial dissipation. If radial dissipation is turned off, it's just going to be a cloudy day. So I do need it to be turned on without it being inverted. What's going on? Oh, the radius needs to be larger. Apologies. And we can just find whatever works, right? Unfortunately, there's no options to still have a few clouds in here that are not affected by the radial dissipation, but it is what it is. There's also directional dissipation, where you can just say that at a certain angle the clouds are being cut off. Wait, maybe showing it this way. Yep. It's basically like a arrow, and everything on the left-hand side of the arrow is being cut off, and the intensity of the cut. Okay. And should the clouds be affected by the wind? There's no wind right now, so they will not move. I strongly suggest you not have them move unless that's a huge deal for your aesthetic that you're going for. So that's the volumetric clouds, a new system that is quite powerful in Twinmotion. Then we have seasons, very straightforward. You can have rain or no rain. You can have snow, and then it snows, or no snow, and then it rains. You can have in between-ish, not really. And then this is only for the foliage. It's basically trees with leaves or without leaves. And for the surface wetness and whatnot, I can change it here, right? So let's make it rain. How wet is the surface? How big the puddles are? You know, and just play around with the placement of it. Very nice. Won't use it, but very nice. Nope, turn that off. Okay, so for now the season is just dry. It's dry, it's fine. Then we have wind. Currently there's no trees, so even if I increase the speed of wind, nothing really changes. I believe if I affected by wind, yeah, they move. So that's nice, but let's not play with sub effects right now. Just know that wind exists, right? And we might end up turning it on later. Turn off the clouds, or not off, but change the clouds. Okay, fog. Fog is nice. Fog hides all of your crimes in the background, so we do like fog. We will increase the density of the fog to something like 22%, and we will increase the height of the fog to something like, wait, where are we? 1 second, I need to increase the density and then look at the height. Can I increase the density more? 500? Nope. It behaves a little bit differently from what I remember, but that's fine. So the height of the fog is set with this slider, and I basically, oh yeah, because it's a very soft transition, right? And then you can change the color to see better what's going on. So that's up to there. Usually fog is, of course, white. Something like that. Okay, and back to white. And you can just make sure that it's white by copying 255 to all 3 inputs here. There we go. That's fog. Then for the horizon line, you can enable it, and you can have, you know, a city, or you can have a countryside, whatever you want. I'll just slap on the countryside in the back and call it a day. Don't really need it to be anything special, because there's going to be a bunch of trees that will hide this either way. The density of the fog is a little bit much. I'm reducing that. Okay. And the last one is ocean. I already touched upon the ocean. So this is where we're at so far. We have ourselves a house. Unfortunately, the light is being blocked by the clouds, I believe. Oop, sorry. Yep. The light is indeed being blocked by the clouds, so I do need to change the cloud preset from this to something simpler. Cumulus, large cumulus clouds. Yeah, those look pretty nice. Okay. All we are doing right now is setting up just the baseline for our render. This is not, for our renders, for our scenes. This is not us preparing for rendering. This is us just creating like the starting point for every scene for us to work on. The next step is going to be to change the camera settings and so on, but all of the camera settings, I strongly suggest doing those per scene, right? Per creating a scene, which is going to be the next chapter. In the next chapter, I'm going to show you how to choose the camera angles and so on, and how to save them. I guess we can go for that, because besides that, there's the special effects corner right there, where we have the possibility to enable clay render, just to see if, what's the word? The clay render is quite useful for just seeing everything in the same color, to see if your light is accurate, if it behaves in the way of how you want it to behave. Under details, you can see that there's, you can turn off the glass channel so that it's not affected. And that. And with the bump, you can also kind of get a sense of, keep the bump of the original material while still making everything in plastic. Anyway, I'm not gonna focus too much on that. And there's a bunch of filters that you can also apply. Great. Very nice. Awesome. High quality. I don't know why these exist, but these do exist. Color gradients, though, are quite useful, but unfortunately they're very aggressive. So for example, MTX color gradient, I can't change how much it's being applied. It's just being applied to the whole damn file, and that's too much, or 100%, and it's too much. I want it to be applied by 10%, but there is no option for that, so I'm not using those. You know, just kind of getting these out of the way. You can change the contrast, you can increase the saturation. Don't right now. I'll tell you when. Okay. That's it. That's the Ambience tab in a nutshell, except for the camera controls. But for the camera controls, as I said, that's going to be chapter 3, where we're going to select our scenes. See you there. One thing, as per usual, one thing that I forgot is these guys right here. These inside of Rhino are blocks. And since these are blocks, they are basically placed in this Windows blocks layer, and also inside they're all layers are messed up. So I need to fix it before we can move on, so that this is kind of clean. Also, I'll use this as an opportunity to show you that synchronization should not mess up the materials of our geometry that is already added in Twinmotion. So first step, get your blocks that are messy into the scene, like that. Yeah, I'll do the doors as well. Select them, explode. These are now exploded, right? Just wanna make sure. 1 second. Sorry for being slow. Okay, just want to make sure where the insertion points are. And then here, for the door, place a point and drag and drop in the door onto the point. You want to know where the insertion point is. And then basically I just, after I explode these guys, I add them to the correct layers. And I wonder why is this? Oh yeah, that's because the materials for them are not set properly. So here I just select all of these objects, and instead of default material, use layer material here. You can see that it's now all messed up. That's fine. we go back to its properties, and you can see that here, for instance, the door, it has is being set by its default layer, right? And it has two objects. And I want my door to be, where is it? Doors. So this should be in the boards layer, change object layer. And this should be in the frames layer, or handles, sorry, handles. Change object layer. That's it. That's all I need to do for the door. And unfortunately, both of these guys are black. I can change the frames to be green so that you can see better. Shade it. Oh, sorry, handles to be green. There we go. So you see. And then here for the windows, these two are gonna be glass. So glazing, glass. This is gonna be frame. Gonna be frame. There we go, frames. And this is gonna be metal work. Oh yeah, and this as well, metal work. If I look at it in the rendered preview, yep, all of these are reacting properly. So now I just need to replace the original skylight with the new one by just selecting this, typing in block, making sure that the base point is exactly the same, which should be here. That's a midpoint right there. And saying this is gonna be skylight. Immediately it's gonna say, would you like to replace it? Yes, I would. And then if I check it in the building, voila, everything is lined up or aligned, right? Same thing here. For the door, block, for the midpoint here, and then the name is, oh my god, door interior type 1. Replace, okay, that's it. Delete these. And now this is all neat and dandy. Now I just simply export 3D view, replace this datasmith file with the new one. You will get already a cleaned up version, I have decided. So you won't need to do this. And then for the Twinmotion, oh yeah, I need to import and just click this little refresh button. Whew, thank God. Got scared there for a second that this is gonna mess up, but it's not. And you can see that it even understands that, you know, okay, this material needs to be glass, this material needs to be metal, because I already have applied glass and metal materials to its counterparts. And on the interior, it kind of works. Nice. Interior needs work though. And this wall is just orange. Okay, we don't look at that wall. But this is where we are at right now in this chapter. Now we're finished with this chapter. Let's move on and let's find some nice angles to render out and to work on. You know what? This is the second day of recording. And today was rainy, and I looked through the window and it was really nice and it looks really nice. So I'm thinking we do a rainy scene rather than whatever we have currently here. So I'm just going to, before we start chapter 3, selecting the cameras, I'm just going to change the mood a little bit. So instead of using the dynamic sky, maybe I'll go for an HDRI, honestly. Yeah, I know. And I don't want this cloudy image, I don't want a low sun cloudy image. I want a higher sun. So let's go for outdoor. Wait, skies. Sorry, skies. Morning, afternoon, overcast. Let's just find some sort of a nice overcast image. Honestly, the first one is kind of cool. Let's just kind of keep looking. That one's nice. Ooh, that one's pretty cool, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. But all of those are kind of nice. Oh, I think I'll go for this one, and if we'll need to, we'll adjust. The things that I'm looking for when I'm going through these HDRIs is basically what's the tint of the surface, the white sphere, right? Is it more towards yellow, greenish, or is it more towards bluish, neutral? Also, I'm looking at how the reflections, how aggressive the reflections are in the reflective sphere, right? So those are the two things. Once this is downloaded, also the shadows, sorry, forgot to mention. Let's wait for that to load in. There we go. Also the shadows, how soft they are, right? So in this case, this seems to be pretty good, and it's even kind of good for lumen, right? Not for path tracing. For path tracing, I assume it's going to be even better. Yeah, and honestly, color-wise, this matches up pretty nice. So ambience here is quite lovely. Not to say that, I mean, I still want to make some adjustments to the sky. I want the sky to be overblown because that's how camera behaves, you know, when it looks at the sky. So the sky intensity I'll switch to be 5, while HDRI FX lighting, I'll switch that back to, if that was 5, then here we do 0.2. So we're back to normal HDRI effect because it's 5 times more intense, and 0.2 of its original effect on the lighting. So it equals out to 1. One thing that I'm not sure about is the inverse square law, but I think it doesn't apply here. So actually easy to check. If we change this to 1, 1, yeah, the light values here are exactly the same. So again, intensity 5, 0.2. This just simulates worse behavior of a camera lens where it's, you know, when the sunlight is overblown. Okay, so we have that going for us. Now let's go for directional light is fine. Season, I want this to be a little bit more rainy, perhaps. I'll just check. It's a little bit cheap, isn't it? No, I'm not gonna use that one. But I do want it to be a little bit more foggy. So I'll increase the density of the fog ever so slightly. Something like that. And give it just a little bit more bluish tint. So this moves just slightly towards blue, so it's colder. I wish there was a temperature slider there. Everything else seems to be okay. So we're going to go more for this kind of vibe. Okay, now we can start with choosing the cameras, choosing the camera angles. So the way you do it is here in the bottom corner. Notice how I skipped over modeling and populate. We'll get to those, but now we're going to the media tab. The media tab, once it's opened, you'll see that you can create still images, you can create videos, you can create sequences. I believe it's called sequences. Yeah, sequences. You can create panoramas, you can create panorama sets, so 360 images, right, that you can look around. You can create presentations. This is where the client can actually walk around your scene. You can create phasing groups. So it's basically fancy animations that show how a building is made, for example, or different phases of the building during its construction. We will not be working on that. This is more of an artistic course. And then we have configuration, which basically you can change between different types of furniture and so on. I'll show you this a little bit later. For now, we just start with a very simple. We will just get the key angles for our camera to work with. And I'll explain how it works. So and from those angles, we will derive animations and so on a little bit later on. Okay, so clearly, you know, this something like that. It's kind of a nice angle to have, and I want it. So I'm going to use that as my primary angle. And I'll just click on this little plus sign here, add image, when I have navigated to where I want it to be. Add image, and you can see image 1 is created. So now, if I move around, notice that image 1 doesn't change. And if I click on it, I'm back to where it was, right? I can move around again, image 1, back to where it was. If I want to change where image 1 is, or anything about this saved view, I need to hover over it and click on this refresh button right here. Bam. And now you can see the image has been updated, and now if I hover here, click on this, we're snapped to this. So basically this still image doesn't just save the position of the camera, but also it saves the settings of the camera, and also it saves the settings of the ambience of the world. I believe it also saves the settings of different previews. We can actually check. So this one, if I hide it, refresh, go around, enable the preview of this, okay, click here, it's hidden here, right? So basically, and if I quit media mode, it's not hidden here, but if I click on this image, it's hidden here. Hopefully this makes sense. So it basically, you're saving the state at which the current scene is at, right? In here. So a lot of things are saved there. You can turn on and off light this way and so on for different scenes. Very useful, in my opinion, which means that as long as you have dialed in the settings for the ambience, those settings will transfer from camera to camera, from image to image that are saved here, right? And this one, I just want to rename, click on the little 3 dots there, rename to cam1. I just like to call them cameras, cam1. Okay. So for now, this angle is fine to me. We will make adjustments later, make them more precise later. Let's see what we can change. So first things first is ambience, right? I can make adjustments to the ambience here, and I can make it nicer, and I can make it look a certain way, right? So if I want to change the, for example, this the light angle, to hit it just right, I can. And I'm thinking, right now it's hard to tell, but I'm thinking something like this maybe. Maybe more. It's always hard to light the facade, but something like this. I'm looking at that shadow right there, a little bit more interesting. It's hard to nail it down without having any foliage and, you know, with having this kind of a crappy textures only here. But this seems like it's gonna work. Then I actually want the background to be even more separated, for the silhouette to be even stronger. So I'm going to change the intensity to, let's go for 10. Right there, and then for the details, HDR FX lighting, I'll set it to 0.1. Oh, messed that one up. 0.1. So we're back to normal, but the sky now is completely blown out. That's fine. Then the fog for us, I want the color for the fog to be actually neutral in this case. Oops, that's no neutral. Okay, 255. 255, 255 up, and I'll just store it in my palette so that I can use it later. I'll take this one and I'll store this one as well. Oh, my bad. Kind of annoying. Go back to, okay, let's do FFFFFF. That's also white. Here, store. There we go. So now I can switch between different colors of fog pretty easily. I like the gray a little bit more. I'm gonna keep it. All right. Then that's the environment, and most of the ambience is kind of the way of how it is. I'm happy with it, so I'm not gonna touch it for now. Then we have our camera settings. So finally we can actually adjust the camera, and the way I'm going to do it is, first of all, I will not use auto exposure. I never use auto exposure. Auto exposure sucks. I hate it. It's basically, look, the light value is here, but if I look at the sun, at the sky, it exposes for the sky, and then this becomes too dark, right? And it's very hard to control. So instead, I'm going to expose, or sorry, not auto expose, but expose automatically. Something like this. I'll change the white balance. I wish there was, local exposure. We'll talk about local exposure in just a second, but it's nice for the interiors. It's not so nice for the exteriors, or if you want photorealistic look. So local exposure, I'll have it turned off. And also I'll constantly be checking with the values here. What the hell are those? With the, sorry, path tracer here. Those are fireflies. And the fireflies happen. Is that bloom? No, I mean, it is bloom, but you can see, I hope you can see. Is it recording? Yeah, I think you can see. See this one white pixel here? It's pure white. It is a firefly. It's called a firefly, and it's basically a light calculation mistake, question mark, that path tracing has. So if I increase the bloom intensity, then they start shining, and that's why we call them fireflies. If I go to render and I expand the details, here you can see fireflies tab, as long as path tracing is the selected render engine for you. And then as I decrease the fireflies, they're gone now. That's how it works. You might end up, if you kill this too much, you might end up losing a few things, and I can still see a few of them. But honestly, like I think it's a good trade-off because this is a little bit weird. So back to render, kill it more. There's one more here, kill it more. So annoying, come on. And I guess if we, okay, 512. Let's let it render for a bit, and we'll see if the rendering will help, or more rendering will help. Quite annoying. Anyway, for now I'm gonna keep the fireflies the way they are. We will optimize for that a little bit later. Coming back, let's go back to the camera. For now, just bloom and flares. Just turn off the bloom intensity so that they don't get overblown, like so. And it's gonna be okay. Okay, let's continue. So we have our exposure, we have our white balance, and the white balance is a little bit too blue, I would say. So something like 7K should be fine. Yeah, and the tint goes between magenta and green, right? So I'm going to just try and match. It's a little bit too green. Okay, and local exposure, I will have it turned off. So now this is underexposed, clearly this is too dark. I'm going to increase the exposure up to, let's go for 8 stops, or 8.5 stops. Or is it, it's not stops, it's EV values, right? So what local exposure does, it basically looks at regions and says that, oh no, this region is overexposed, I need to correct for it. The thing is that when you take a picture with a camera, it doesn't do that. Well, unless you have some sort of a fancy new camera and you turn on local exposure within its settings, but naturally it doesn't do that. So we associate like this with overprocessed images, something that iPhone would take. So I have this turned off for this particular shot. I think it's starting to look just fine. Environment, I want it to be more overblown. Oh wait, why is intensity set to 1 here? No, sorry. Intensity shouldn't be 1, intensity should be 10. There we go, okay, my bad. So then we go back to camera. I don't know why this didn't translate. Maybe I made a mistake. We go back to camera and then we adjust the exposure accordingly. There we go. Something like that. Okay, then for the lens, typically for interior shots, you use something between 12 and 35 millimeters for the lens. But for here, for exterior shots, I think it's nicer with longer focal length distances, because then the background and the building become compressed a little bit more. I will show you what I mean. Let's change to here. Whoa. That's gnarly. Okay. It is what it is. Let me adjust it for a bit for you. For now, I'm going to do this in real time, and then we will adjust it for path tracing a little bit later. So focal length, instead of 18, if I do 50, and then I move away, see how these buildings are much, they seem to be much closer to this building compared to if I do 12, and I move in, these buildings are very far, and this is getting stretched, right? So 12 works okay for interiors. Well, right now I don't have auto exposure, so you can't really see that well. It works weird. Okay, we go back. We go back. But for exteriors, I would suggest something between 50 and 90 millimeters, right? Which means that your camera will need to move back, but you'll end up with some nice composition there. Something like that. Okay. For now, I'm keeping it this way. Maybe just a little bit. Like that. And don't forget to refresh, you know, to update the settings here. There's just, I want a little bit of water in there, so I'm going to move in just a little bit. And then I want to change the proportion of the render so that it gives me more of this and more of the railing, you know, of the bridge. So I'm just going to go to depth of field. Wait, are we done with lens? I will go back. We'll come back to lens in just a second. But depth of field, film back, enable. And then instead of 16:9 film, I will use, where is it? IMAX, APS-C, Super 35. You either use full frame, like 35 mil or Super 35, or full frame DSLR, or use custom. I'll use custom for this because I don't think they have stretch, do they? No, they do not. So I'll use custom. Okay. And then for the width, I basically want the hell, why is this in meters? Sorry, I will complain just for a second. Sensor sizes of cameras are done in millimeters. They're really, really small. Who the hell coded in these settings to be written in meters? That's crazy to me. Okay, but anyway, I guess that's fine. Wait, format. Height is determined by film back. Yeah, okay. So we just go in here, we change to custom, and I want it to be stretched. If we look at CinemaScope, CinemaScope is called anamorphic format. And anamorphic format is used in Hollywood for movies and whatnot. And it's 2.39 by 1. That's the proportion, 2.35 by 1. And if you look at full frame sensor size, that's the sensor size of a full frame camera, like regular, and you only care about the height because then you take the height and you multiply it by 2.39 to get the proper stretch. 2.3 times 24 is 57.36, right? Then we go back into Twinmotion, and here we say sensor height is 0.024, and sensor width is 0.0536, if I remember correctly. No, 5736. And that is CinemaScope at full frame sensor with a lens that is set to be 50 millimeters on that sensor. Honestly, I think 50 millimeters is a little bit much here. I'll change back to 35 mil, and I'll push in a little bit more so that more of the water is visible. like that. And to really nail down the composition, I want rule of thirds for this one. I'll go down here and under composition overlays, I'll just have a grid and I'll say 3 columns, 3 by 3 columns. Let's take a look at what we can do with this. We could do something like that. Let's turn it off. You know, some greenery here, a little bit of work here. There is some water here. That's kind of fine. Just punch in a bit more. The reason why I'm punching in, I want the roof here to reach the middle of this. So just slightly higher up. So this line is right through the middle. Then we have this line aligned here. It's a little bit high, not a lot of breathing room there. That's kind of okay, in my opinion. That's fine. Yeah, I think compositionally speaking, this will be okay. So I have it set here, refresh. Let's look at it rendered out with the path tracer. Clearly, completely different vibe. I mean, it's pretty close. And I would say that at this point, we're kind of, the composition for this shot is done, right? I'm not going to go into depth right now about depth of field, or actually depth of field is quite easy. If I enable this, the view is blurry, right? That's the camera focus. And it depends on where you're holding the distance, but also it depends on the aperture, right? So if the aperture is kind of narrow, so f10, for example, that means the blur will not be as aggressive. So I'm going to pick a focus point and I'll just hit the facade of the building. That's fine. And I'll choose my aperture to be 1.2. 1.2. And you'll see that this area right here, let me turn this off so that you can see. This is with it turned off. And keep looking at this area. 1, 2, 3, turn on. Blurry. Not blurry, blurry. Not blurry, blurry. I know it's very nuanced, like it's very small effect, but once there's grass here and so on, it will be quite visible, because 1.2 aperture is insanely wide, which means it blurs heavily. Bokeh shape, I don't think we're going to have any bokehs, but just in case, I like hexagons, so I'm just gonna go, instead of 10, I'm gonna go for 6. It's gonna be more of a vintage lens this way. Bloom and flare for now, no lens flare, screw that. No lens dirt, screw that. No bloom, or could have bloom, wait. Doesn't even do anything. What the hell? That's strange. It should work. Even with 500, it doesn't. Will it work here? That's a no. Wow. Okay. So bloom is really not aggressive at all, but they do have anamorphic bloom, which is nice. I will use anamorphic blue just in case, and bloom intensity, I'll switch this to, I don't know, 29, something like that. Let's take a look. If there are going to be any fireflies, you will see them here with the anamorphic bloom set. If we won't see any bloom, then what? If there's no bloom, then I'm going to show it to you when we will do the interior, because definitely with the interior we will have bloom present. Okay, it's not displaying, that's fine. So for now this is fine. We save this, we have this saved, and actually, yeah, that's going to be our main shot. Then I'm just going to navigate to a different view. I'm thinking something like so. Where's my composition overlays, grid? I kind of want this kind of composition. And for this one, let's change the lens to be 50 mil. trying to align. This camera movement is too fast, so I'm changing to movement of 2. It's going to be right on the edge. Kind of want to just show just a tiny bit of the facade. And it's unfortunate that we are kind of pushing in so much. I wonder if, 1 second. There should be 2-point perspective option. Is it under lens? Parallelism, yeah, this one. So notice how I'm kind of struggling with keeping this horizontal at the same time as I'm moving to show a little bit of this facade as well. And that is because of perspective lines. I'm basically looking a little bit upwards, and thus I'm creating a third perspective point. So to get rid of that, you can go to lens settings, and under details, you can use parallelism. Also, you can align camera if you wanted to the facade, so that it's directly like 90 degrees angled at it. And then as you are still rotating, it's going to, going into the perspective. But then if you turn on parallelism, it does nothing. Well, it does something. It removes the third point, which is basically if you're looking up like so, and you turn it on, it gets rid of that conical narrowing, the third perspective point. I don't know why I'm repeating this so much. I'm sorry. I'll stop now. So something like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't like it. I think this was nicer, just as a facade. Something like this. Turn that off. That's an awkward angle there. I want to get rid of it. So I'm wondering, probably punching in will do the trick, but then I'm losing this because the surface, the roof surface will take over the whole corner here. Let me show. Better to show than to explain. So if I punch in completely, actually that's fine. I still get a little bit of an edge here, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I might keep it. Let's see without the grid line. Yeah, sure. I'm keeping this. So that's gonna be view number 2, and it is going to be backlit. Backlit is not so nice. Let's take a look if we can change some things. So if I change the rotation of my sky, fine, we keep it backlit. That's okay. All right, and then let's take a look at it in the path traced version. I mean, path tracing looks okay. The fog is over the top and so on, but we will adjust all of those things. I'm looking at the composition right now only. That's gonna work. Okay, that's our cam 2. Okay. Then we from the bridge maybe. I didn't detail the bridge well enough for it to be showcased. I want some water in there, which means that we need a wider angle. Yeah, we can't get away with 50 mil. Let's do 40 mil for this one. That's too wide. Let's do 45. I think that's just fine. Let me see the composition. Now for this one, I don't really care, do I? I don't. I just want to see this. There's option for safe areas as well, so I will only use those for this this shot right here, and just framing it so that nothing falls out of the red safe area. That triangle there is yucky. It's really bad because, well, technically it's fine. Visually, I'm kind of creating a vignette here. So I have some framing here. I have some framing from the water. If I add some trees in here, I could create a pretty nice vignette. But for it to work, the building should be smaller and a little bit further away. We'll see. I'll try this. So that's my image 3. Do we do one more? Have that facade, that facade. Kind of want to do one more. We could go for the water angle. Like very low. What do the ducks see? Right? But then if we do that, we kind of want to do this. So grandiose building. And maybe we want to get rid of parallelism. Wait, is this auto... God damn it. Auto exposure. When? When did this happen? Oof. Something like that. I mean, that could work. I could add some water foliage there and so on. Okay, sure. We're gonna have that as an angle as well. And now for the close, oh, you can see how rough the previews are. That's fine. Now for the close-ups. Jesus, now I understand why I turn on the auto exposure. There's gonna be like cars and stuff here, but that's gonna be yucky. And also I want to, where is it? Where is it? Turn back on. Oh, no, I will not turn on parallelism. Screw it. But what I am going to do, where's my lens settings? Lens flare, lens dirt. There it is. Okay, instead of 45, let's go for like 70. I think we can try to, where is it? Depth of field, pick focus, boom. We could try to do something like this. I don't think it's gonna work though. It's a little bit too much. Would this work? I think this might work. Focus. Because there's gonna be like a car here and whatnot. And we just get this kind of an angle. Sure, let's go for it. That's going to be another one. And now we're at 5 renders, 5 exterior renders. I don't want to do more. I think 5 shots is good enough to choose from. And basically, we are going to detail the whole scene only according to these 5 shots. So let's go over them. Shot number 1, What the hell is that? Did I forget to save camera 1? Oh. Okay, let's take a look. Film back. No, film back is fine. This is the camera angle, isn't it? Yeah. Focal length 35. There we go. That's the shot. So we refresh that. Then image 2. This should be also, all of the still images that I'm going to do are going to be path traced. So I'm just making sure that path tracing is turned on for all of them, like so. Then this one. Why is the preview of this one so dark? And also the light is a little bit yucky here. Let's change the light. There we go. Maybe. Still kind of yucky. Maybe this is better. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so that's that. Save it. Don't really need to see the safe areas anymore. Image 4, don't need to see the safe areas. Again, the camera angle is off. That's weird. Yeah, that's set to 70 mil, but it was like 50, wasn't it? Or was it 70? I'm gonna keep it 50 for now. Okay, double check. Why is that 45? I don't know why it transfers to the previous image. That's super strange. 50 here. Save that. Okay. 35, 50, 45, 50, 70. Okay. Okay. All of these are now set up. Yikes. Let me show you a few things. So first of all, currently we are in media editing mode, right? Basically, we're changing the scene within every render. So we're changing the render settings, right? Here. We're not changing the overall scene, but we're changing renders, right? Render settings. Because we're in the media, and for you, if you want to start adding in foliage and rocks and whatnot, you need to quit the media mode. And now you're back to normal, right? Like all of the settings are the ones that where we started from, and these are basically custom settings per image, which I should, by the way. Every image should be renamed. And you can see that when I cam 2, you can see that when I click on these images, or even if I try to rename them, it actually enables it, and I'm back in media editing mode again. So if you're struggling and you don't see why can't you add things, or why don't your edits last, that might be because you're just simply in media editing mode. Okay, so with that being done, I can also, one more thing, I can also, for example, select cam 1, click those little 3 dots, and click on media preview. And now, as I'm working around in here, and I'm selecting things, and I'm moving things around and so on, moving things, I can see that camera, and that camera actually shows me what's going on, right? So as I'm planting in trees and so on, I can plant them accordingly to what the camera sees. That's quite useful. It's basically this little icon right here, media preview icon. You can turn it on or off, right? Same thing here. So basically, your camera is locked in, and you're just simply looking at the world from a different perspective, right? Quite useful, so that you don't need to quit the media editing mode. If you do so, I believe you can still, no, it immediately forces you to be in it. So unfortunately you can't be out of media editing mode, but also see the images. Also notice how, since we're using path tracing for all of these renders, the preview here is also path tracing. And if let's do media preview. And if I say that, well, actually for this one, I don't want to do path tracing, it's going to turn off path tracing for this one as well. They're connected. You can't have both. And even like here, you can see there's our little camera that we can use to move it around. And as I move it around, you can see that this changes, right? But as long as I don't save it, it's the camera is gonna go back to where it was, right? So that's that. Also, I now messed it up. I need this to be in path traced mode, like that. Hopefully this makes sense, right? That's the media preview. You can also copy ambience from one preview to the other. So all of your settings, your camera settings, environment settings, render settings, transfers from one to the other. That's quite useful if you mess something up. But we never mess things up, so we don't need to use that. Quit media mode. Okay, so for now, I know that I didn't cover a few things about the cameras. Actually, let me check if there's anything else that I could cover right now. Depth of field we did, film back we did, bloom. Bloom is hard to see here, so I'll cover that a little bit later. I'll showcase it a little bit later. Composition, compound. Under lens, there's vignetting. All lenses don't perfectly cover the whole sensor. They actually, like the view, the focus of the lens is only on the center of the sensor and it falls off. This basically showcases that. So if you want to simulate an old camera lens, then you increase the vignetting. Don't do 100%, it's a little bit kitsch. So just have slight vignetting, but not too much. Then over sharpening, 0. 0. Chromatic aberration is actually, you can see it here, right? Do I explain it? So in reality, this is garbage implementation of chromatic aberration, by the way. In reality, chromatic aberration happens in cheaper lenses as well as cheaper sensors when there is very, very sharp contrast between bright area and dark area. Google kun taskete. Chromatic aberration. Let's find. Oh, there we go. Very open. Yeah, this is good enough. Could be a little bit smaller, ain't gonna lie, but open image. Good enough. Tree, very dark. Sky, very bright. Between tree and sky, blue on the right hand side, pink on the left hand side, and then some green. The diagram shows it quite well. The red, green, blue channels don't align perfectly in cheaper lenses or older lenses. Also, they don't align perfectly in cheaper sensors. This effect, where chromatic aberration happens, this is, by the way, super extreme. And that is almost AI. This effect, where chromatic aberration happens, can be only observed where high contrast happens. The reason why I'm saying that Twinmotion's chromatic aberration is garbage is because it happens everywhere. It's not just the edge here, but it's actually being applied here and here. You can see it everywhere, even inside of the texture, which makes no sense. Maybe that's because I increased the intensity to 100%, but just by changing this, I can see that it's being applied to the whole damn image and not just the high contrast areas, right? So we don't, if you want to apply chromatic aberration, you should do that in secondary software, like image editing software, like Photoshop or GIMP or whatever, but don't do it here. It's cheap, looks bad, and yeah. Okay, besides that, we're kind of good. Okay, we're kind of good. Let's see FX. You can change the contrast. You can ramp up or ramp down the contrast. You can change up the saturation. We're gonna get to that, right? For now, what's the oh yeah, I already showed you these. We're gonna get to these, but not right now. Honestly, gradients and filters we won't use, but we will use contrast and saturation. Okay, I think that's kind of it. We have selected 5 shots, and now it's time to move on to actually making them nice. So chapter 4, I don't know, I'll figure out a name for it. Making shots nice, populating scene with assets or something like that. All right, we are getting there. Chapter 4 will still do a block out, will work with a more rough version of the scene. And once chapter 4 is finished, then we will begin working deep with the materials, with small details and so on to bring it all together and have the final output, right? So now in terms of the block out, the things that are missing are mostly like the way of how you should think about it is through silhouettes, right? And if I go into my media tab and I just look at, for example, this view right here, there's nothing here, right? So what we want is we want to shape a silhouette of the scene right here, silhouette of the scene right here, perhaps work a little bit with the waterline right here, and add some interesting things in the foreground right here. So you're dealing with foreground, midground, background. Not sure how midground is, like second plan, right? And background, and also you're dealing with blocks of these kind of silhouettes. So that's what we're going to be building up right now, these blocks here. And in this scene right here, we will mostly be using greenery, right? Because besides greenery, you could use, besides vegetation, you could use rocks and crap like that if it's in nature. But if it's in an urban setting, then it would be buildings. It would be small scale architectural pieces. It would be fences and light poles and so on, right? But this one is clearly in the countryside. This project is made in the countryside, thus there's going to be greenery here. Okay, enough blabbing. So the way you do it is, like the way I prefer to do it, is by simply, first of all, doing broad strokes. So as I'm looking around here, here, the furthest out, the scene that is furthest out, that should be completely populated with the forest, I guess, with trees, in my opinion at least. And to do so, I will actually, on the right-hand side, under Scene Graph, I will collapse our folder that has all of these objects in, and I will right-click, and I'll create a new container and call it greenery. Greenery, great. And inside of it, I'll create a subcontainer. So right-click, subcontainer, trees. There we go, trees. And then in terms of what kind of tree should be used, we just go to Vegetation tab, we go to Trees, and here we just look through them. We see what we would like to use. And I could just simply start, you know, okay, Norway, Norway spruce, sure. You know, I could start placing it like so, and maybe rotating it, but this would take way too long, right? So instead of doing it this way, delete that, make sure that trees layer is selected, or folder is selected. Instead of doing that, I will use populate tool right here. This populate panel, actually we can hide the media panel. Hello, why can't I see it? Oh, sorry, there it is. This populate panel will enable us to either scatter the geometry around a certain area, paint the geometry on this certain area, or place it along a certain path. right? So in terms of paths, sorry, you can either place geometry along a certain path, or you can animate geometry along a certain path. For example, people moving, cars driving, and so on. We will do that in just a second. First of all, just placing the geometry. So place, and here we can have paint, scatter, spacing, or area, right? So I guess they are kind of self-explanatory, but just in case, painting, if I get my, where was my Norway spruce in here? Drag and drop it in. Now I can paint with it, right? And you can see this area becomes active, right? With the trees painted on. And if I select the tree, I can increase its density within the area or decrease its density, right? And then I can just take another, there's not too many trees here. Let's search for spruce. Colorado, Norway, or Koyama. Okay, that's pretty rough. What about pines? I like pines. Pine? Oh, there's much more pines. Okay. So out of these pines, which ones look natural? This one is kind of nice. And this one's kind of nice. Aleppo pine is also kind of nice. Okay, so besides spruces, I will use Aleppo pine, Bishop pine. Not sure why that takes a long time. And Monterey pine. 4 types of trees should be sufficient. Usually you kind of want more, but it's fine. So now you can see that the scatter actually, or the brush actually, you know, goes through and scatters these 4 different types of trees for us. And the shading is a little bit off. If I were to change this to, you know, path traced mode, you can actually see it much better, right? So that. Then, of course, I will go in and I will change the density of different trees. Most of these I want to be Bishop pines and Monterey pines, like that. And then in terms of season, for all of them, I will just have the season set to be auto. I do want the background area to be quite an old forest. So holding Shift key, I select all of these. Oops, sorry. Holding Shift key, I select all of these, right? And I just increase the age of them, and as they grow as well, right? I believe under details, yeah, there is the affected by wind and sway options. So I do suggest at first just having these turned off. Having the affected by wind to be turned off, just so that in a static render it doesn't really need to move, and it just saves you a little bit of performance, right? Later you can easily come back and, you know, actually have it move with the wind. And then I will go and I'll find my Norway spruce, because that's the only one that is not orange. Or actually Aleppo pine. I'll change Aleppo pine and Monterey to be less warm, right? Because right now if I look at them, 1 second, from this angle. There we go. See, this is much warmer tone compared to this. And I don't want that. I want this tone to be kind of similar to that. So Aleppo pine, I go down under details, I can tint the leaves. So I'll tint them a little bit towards blue. Not too much, not too much, just a tiny bit. And that equalizes it a little bit better. Same thing for Monterey pine. Details. I wonder if you can even see it. No. But I will. I mean, I can. So I hope you can as well. Anyway, you want to equalize the vibe of the background trees as much as possible. With that being said, right now the painted vegetation, I mean, it's, oops, don't click that. The painted vegetation, I can paint it over wherever I want, right? and I can do the whole background paint of it. Of course, there's more ways of how you can do it. If I go back to populate, there's also the scatter option. So if I scatter, and I will get the same for trees, Aleppo, Monterey, Bishop, and it was Norway spruce, right? There it is. Bam. All 4 of these. I can, sorry, messed it up. I can select them, all 4 of them, click on this little scatter tool right there, right here, and select the background surface. And it just scatters there. Easy as that. If I want the density to be higher, I just click again. So it does a double scatter. One more, 3 scatters. Easy peasy. Let's move down. It's getting a little bit slow. Okay. Actually, let's look at the 25 frames per second. That's what you know, slapping it with this amount of trees gets you. Unfortunate. And that's why I held off doing it until until now. So that's that. Then if you want to diminish or remove the intensity, you can use this tool right here, and then click on the same area, and it will remove the trees, and so on, right? Hopefully this makes sense. I'll come back in here, and I will just increase the age of the trees so that they're a little bit higher, yeah, a little bit taller, and that's kind of it. Then for the painted vegetation that I have here, I don't really need it, so I'm going to delete it. This was just to show you, that you can also paint. We will be painting a little bit later, but not right now. So now my frame rate is 36 frames per second. If I hide it, it's 200 frames per second. Vegetation is heavy on the computer, right? So be careful with it. I will go into media mode, and I'll just take a look at how it behaves. Now we have a little bit of a silhouette. There's a thing that is reflected by the window, so it's turning out a little bit nicer. A little bit too bright, isn't it? In here, just gonna tone down the auto exposure is turned off. Oh, turned on. Sorry for this. No. Tone it down. Okay. Perfect. For this as well. Very peculiar. Okay, but now you can see it kind of turning back to life, right? Let's quit the media mode and continue messing around with it. This is the moment as well where I start looking into increased performance, I guess, or trying to increase the performance. And the best way of how to do it is by going to, if you have a RTX 5070, 5080, 5090 graphics cards or newer, you can go to Edit, Preferences, under Quality, scroll down here, Resolution Scaling Mode. Instead of Temporal Super Resolution, you can do NVIDIA DLSS Super Resolution. This one. Before I'll do it, I just want to save. I'm sure it's gonna crash. With my luck, it's definitely gonna crash. But let's see. Now we're at 48 frames per second. And then if I go to Preferences, Quality, NVIDIA DLSS, Super Resolution set to automatic, frame generation, I want, actually also automatic, hit OK. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I think it crashed. Yeah, that's why we save, right? That's why we save. That's why we save. Okay, give me a second. Okay, after restarting, it kind of works. So you will see jaggedness. You will see messy behavior. And that's all AI upscaling of this new NVIDIA DLSS engine, right? So basically it renders out now at a much lower resolution and it upscales. So you can see the weird jaggedness and the as I move the camera, things are flickering and it's all weird, but then you can dial in, and also we are at 100 frames per second. But if I go and change the quality from ultra performance to balanced, okay, this starts looking pretty damn well, and we're still at 96 frames per second, which is very, very useful. So instead of 25, or was it 40 something, we're at 96 or 93, 85. It's just dropping. Oh no, please stop. 69, 67, okay. 69, okay. It's going back up a little bit. Anyway, so that's how you can increase the performance, kinda. I mean, nothing comes free, right? So that's first thing. Second thing is us deciding, do we want grass? And if we do, where do we want grass to happen? So, for example, this area right here, I kind of want grass here, but I'm not sure about this area. We can try. So there is a new and improved tool under it's actually under materials called 3D grass, this one right here, that you just drag and drop in, and it looks pretty damn good. And you can see that it doesn't cost almost any additional what's the word? Oh my god. Performance. Any additional performance. So I'm going to slap on some grass here as well. Might as well. Right? And then all we need to do is just change it. So there's different types: straight grass, lawn grass, field grass. And for this, I definitely want field grass. All right? And then let's go back to the materials. For this, I also want field grass. So that is a little bit more uncontrolled. And I can start seeing some issues where it's sticking out from the edge here. I wonder if that can be adjusted. Affected by wind, turn that one off for sure. We can recolor it, but we will work on that later. We can change the scale of it, and we can change the angle of it, right? So I think as long as the angle is kinda... No, the angle doesn't matter in this case. Okay. Is it the fuzziness? Apologies, I haven't experimented with this enough. It's not cut, and the scale is just the size of it. And that's just the seed. Okay, fine. That means that we will need to deal with this through geometry, which is fine. We will do that a little bit later. But we have ourselves a little bit of grass with virtually no sacrificed performance. Great. Okay, moving on. More trees. We want more trees. So while the backdrop there does have a crap ton of trees, here we also want to have some. And the way of how I'm going to place trees in this position is by looking at the different angles. So I'm going to go to Media, Cam, or Cam 1. I'll switch off the preview, the path tracing. I'll just turn on the little, how is it called? Window, little preview window right here. Auto exposure for now, turn on. Oh, that's why I always have auto exposure turned on. Auto exposure, turn that one on, and then start drawing in the trees to shape this a little bit better. Okay. So materials, or sorry, library, vegetation, trees, and let's go for same vibe. Maybe some broadleaves here, poplars and so on. I'm just going to populate, brush. We could do spacing just for me to show you how that works. Let's do spacing, and we do poplar, And then basically I just draw a path from here to here to here to here, something like that. Enter, or sorry, right click, and it just spaces the poplar trees along the path. And I can, wait. Oh yeah, I need to release the, my bad. I need to release the mouse for this to update. And I can offset them laterally. Oh, what the hell happened there? Go back. Okay. So hopefully this makes sense, right? This is how far away from the line are they allowed to go, right? So we have our poplars. We can scale them. We can randomize the scale of them so that the size of them is a little bit different. I'm looking at this window right here, by the way. Randomize the scale of them, randomize rotation of them, and randomize the offset of them. They should snap to surface, but they shouldn't align to surface, because on hills they will be crooked. And that's it. We have ourselves some poplars. Let's add one more. Was it the Norway spruce that we had there? We could add in a Norway spruce, sure. So now it's poplars and spruces. The spruce is way too big, so like that, update that, and count should be more. Sorry, that's too much. Randomize order. And then the scale of the spruce should be less. Should be smaller. Random rotate. All right. So that's done. And in terms of any additional scattering, I will slowly build it up with the brush tool. So under populate, or sorry, the paint tool. Under populate, I will just add in my spruce and my pines. I like pines. I already said that. That's weird. Aleppo, Bishop, Monterey, and the last one. Ooh, Aleppo, Bishop, Monterey. Oh, the last one was the spruce. Sure. Oh, it's already here. And then I will just brush it on. So honestly, like the trees are pretty bad in Twinmotion. You don't want the camera to be close to them. If you want the tree to be near the camera, it's better to download it from the internet and have it in. And I will do it for you just to show how it works. But for here, I will just brush on a little area where I want the greenery to be. Oh, that's way too fast. My bad. Okay. There. Okay, a little bit there. Along this path. Not sure about that, but for sure here. Right there. And along this whole river. Oh, and you can see the weird behavior that we have here when looking down. That is the parallelism, right? So under ambience, if I go for my lens settings, you can see parallelism turned on. So if I turn it off, then it's a little bit more natural looking, right? So I'll just brush it on here, here, and here. Don't really want to get too close to the building. All right, I think that's kind of it. These trees that I have just brushed on, honestly here as well, let's increase the brush size. Populate, oops, my bad, painted vegetation. The brush diameter, just increase the diameter, just slap it on there. Might as well. Okay, so this forest that is closer to the building should be smaller. So I will just select all of these trees. So I'm looking at it, this is becoming a little bit too dense. And I will increase the density, or wait, the density is fixed. Okay, fine. I will decrease the age then, just the age. So these are younger. That's kind of it, honestly. Let's take a look through these. With this turned off. You can see, okay, now it's calculating. I mean, okay, this is starting to look okay-ish. Oh, that's no good, like that. With the white balance, auto exposure turned off, and this tones down. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, come on. Okay, so this is starting to look okay as well. I might want a few trees here in that area. What the hell? Are we under the water? Oh, we were in the grass. Okay. So let's go back in here and then switch to camera movement speed 1 and just lift ourselves out of the grass. Okay, and have that turned like so. Auto exposure off, exposure toned down. Oops, not that much. Something like this. It's underexposing a bit, but that's fine. Reset. Okay, that's fine. And now this is fine as well. Okay, let's work on this. This needs a car, right? This needs a car. So let's give it a car. And from here on out, I will do fast forward. Not fast forward, but like a excellent car. I'll fast forward the procedure because it's very much the same over and over and over again. And then we'll continue once I've placed all the trees. Actually, before I do that, I will also show you the second layer of vegetation because we will be doing bushes in this stage as well because bushes also form the silhouette. First, let's let's find a car that fits here. They're so shiny. They're way too shiny. Okay. That's too big. That's too orange. Can I just have like a... Or actually, if I slap this one in here, yeah, the color can be adjusted. So, give me a gray car. Is there like a... Okay, whatever. And just have that rotated. Place it there. And give me another one that's gonna be low. You need a low one. That's kind of fine. Yeah, sure. And color of this one, not white, dark gray, I would say. Maybe opposite. This one light gray and this one dark gray. Something like that. You won't even see the dark gray one in the render, I know, but I will know that it's there. Let's find a proper angle, proper placement for it. I hate cars in a render. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. I give up. I don't like cars in the render, but this is the best I can do. So that's that. That's how it looks like. Let's switch back the ambience to not have auto exposure. Don't turn it back down to check. Reasonable, reasonable. Okay. For now, I won't even save it. Save the view. I don't care. Now let's do bushes. Let's do bushes. I want to do a few bushes here. This is not gonna work. I just realized, like, I need this to be more controlled, less like that. So I'm just simply going to change the material for this. And to do so, I simply go to library, materials, or faster, go to materials here, grassy ground, duplicate, slap it on here. Oh no, now they're connected, aren't they? That's annoying. That's very annoying. I need this to be separated. All right, we're doing this the hard way. So if I open up this and I select this particular surface right here, I want to give it a different type of material compared to this one. So if I check the layer, it's proposal ground, and here it's going to be proposed ground, yeah, and proposed ground here. So this one I want to have the same material as here, gravel, or something different, something even different. So I create a new material, or new layer, sorry. Under landscaping, landscape geometry, new layer, proposed, or not proposed, but like let's do dirt. Let's just call it dirt, don't have time. Change object layer, make it brown, synchronize render colors, not all layers, only 4 layers have been synchronized. Okay, that's good. And then we export the 3D view. Easy peasy. And this is when you start kind of shaking, right? Because we have already made quite a bit of progress, and there's a lot of geometry that is connected to our geometry. The forest rests upon our geometry. So re-importing the geometry might be tricky. We'll see. Refresh. Nothing broke. Okay, we're happy. So now I will just simply, for the ground, nature, let's go for grassy ground here. Grassy ground, sure. Here, that's fine. And then here I will do a little bit more work with this area, but that's gonna come later. Okay, sorry about that. Bushes. Back to forming stuff with bushes. So under vegetation, under bushes, you have a few to choose from, but also please note that there is this Megascans library right here. And under Megascans library, there's the 3D plants. And then here you have a bunch of different high quality, really high quality plants. So I want to work with ferns. I like ferns. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay. I take it back. I take it all back. They have ferns. I thought that maybe they removed them. And I'll just use silverly glade fern. This one is nice. Wait for that to download. When you're looking at it, it stops. Okay, that's cool. And when I click on it, I can create variations of it. So add. Come on. There we go. So we have all of these different variations of a single fern. Then what I do is I go to my media, my camera 1. So that's the nice shot. Change it. Auto exposure on. Okay. And then I will just simply populate, and I could scatter, but I prefer to just paint with the camera here. And I'll paint the fern, first of all, in this area right here. So all of these, boop, all of this variation. And then of course the diameter is way too large. And then just do our best. It's hard to see, isn't it? Wonder if it's possible to show it better, but they're here. They're in the grass. It works. The grass has variation now. You want the grass to have variation with the ferns. That's how we do it. Right? Then we navigate to camera 2, which is here. Camera 2 is quite high up from the ground. So you find where it's going to be visible, and we just add on a little bit of fern here. Not too much. So here I added in way too much. I'm going to go back in vegetation. I'm going to go back in, use the eraser tool, and just break it apart a bit, so that it's not too aggressive. Less of a diameter. Something like that. Something like that will work. Don't worry, we will fill this in with even more stuff. So ferns are nice, and ferns live closer to the water. So I'm just going to go along the water here. Oh, don't forget to change it to the brush, like that. And just, I think the diameter is too much. Yeah. Let's do like 2 meter diameter. Yeah, something like that. Much nicer. And this is an interesting space, so I'm going to be more careful with it. And also the space under the bridge. That's where we would have it as well. That's kind of neat, kind of nice. And let's just let it continue on. I'm looking at this view as well, just so you know. Okay, like that. And here it's going to be a little bit more awkward because it's very much vertical. Let's see if we can sway affected by wind. Sure, we don't care about that for now. We can increase the density. Or yeah, I forgot the density doesn't matter. They grow however they want. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep it. So we have ferns. If I were to look at it right now through the path tracer, looks perfectly fine. You know. So slowly but surely, let's go in here, start rendering. You know, that this is starting to look a little bit better. Still, of course, a lot of mess. So that's these are not necessarily bushes, but this is additional detailing. And we're down to 11 frames because we're running a path tracer. My cat. Okay, I am going to play with the cat. And then once I'm done, I'll do a time lapse. I'll do a time lapse of just going through all of this, and you know, prepping this whole thing, this whole environment to work nice. Once we're done, we will move on to more detailing. I'll see you then. It's done, question mark. The blockout is done, almost. I have left two places so that I can show you some of the techniques that I haven't shown you before, that I have used during this sped up phase. And these two areas are this area right here, as well as this area right here. I'll explain those in just a second, but for now, let's just kind of go through this, and I'll explain what you're looking at. So camera 1, wait for it to kind of render out. The logic of the camera 1 is basically I want to have some sort of a filler for the negative space on the right hand side, and the filler needs to be dark, which coincidentally is a pine tree, right? I don't like the quality of this particular 3D model. You can even see the polygons and how they break. So instead of this is going to be replaced later down the line with a higher quality model. What I do like is how the first plan turned out, the nearest plan. We have a tint of color with lindenberries. We have a little bit of fern that we scattered before. We have some bushes. This is nice. Second plan, where we have the building as well as the waterfront. Second phase. Second plan, sure, is okay. It's still not there yet. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done with it. And third plan is kind of good, I would say. I actually scattered in one more layer, I guess. I created one more scatter. 1 second, let me show you. Of these bushes. Because without it, perhaps I can show you. Wait, let's try and find it. There we go. Without it, if I hide this, you can see the horizon line, right? And it's okay, but that implies that the density of the forest is very low, right? And that there's something happening beyond the forest. And in reality, for this particular client, for this particular site, that is true. That is the case. But in my make-believe world, I want this to be a dense forest. So I am basically scattering the ground coverage with bushes and whatnot there. Then, for camera 2, kind of the same logic. We have ourselves a silhouette of a tree that fills the space and also frames it. So basically here we have a very strong linear direction towards something that needs to stop. Or also the bridge kind of carries it over. So this is a stopper for that direction. If I didn't have this, speaking from like composition, well, also this one would need to disappear, but this would just kind of keep going, and it would be a much more horizontal scene. But this one frames it a little bit better. I think it's too aggressive. I do think that this is way too aggressive, and again, the quality of this is too low. So this will be replaced later down the line once we get to the modeling chapter or importing custom meshes chapter. Right? But for now, I'm just placing it so that I don't forget. Besides that, same bushes, same type of bushes. And one important note is, let's turn that off, quit media mode, take a look at this. I haven't, okay, stop that, click, there we go. So we used to use the 3D grass material for the backdrop, right? Where is it? There it is, right? not the backdrop, sorry, for the groundwork. So this material, remember? The problem with this material is that it's very hard to control, especially around the edges. So what I did here is I'm just using a regular material, just this 2D, very boring. But then I'm creating a scatter. There we go. I'm creating a very dense scatter of 3 types of grass, or 2 types of grass plus clovers. So ground coverage scatter. And then using the eraser tool, I can show you here, because this edge needs cleanup. So I can then select all 3 of these types, if I manage. There we go. And then using this eraser tool here for the scatter, I can actually go along the border here and clean up the edge so that it's nicer. Right? So scatter tool gives you much more control. It's heavier. It's definitely heavier on your computer, on your machine. But if control is what you're after, then the scatter tool is the way to go. Even better than the, well, is it better than the brush tool? I don't know. But in this case, it's great. Okay, something like that. So then right click the mouse, we're good. This is now cleaned up. So in doing so, I have cleaned this up, and I have myself, let's make this a little bit brighter. It's a little bit too dark now. Let's ramp up the exposure just up to 1.6, something like that. So that's what we get right now. What the hell is that? No. Did I mess it up somehow? Why is the ground sticking over the... Well, thankfully we can just raise the border a little bit, and then the problem disappears. Anyway, so this is now clean. Next view, camera 3. Kind of similar situation here. There will need to be a lot of love happening in this left bottom corner here to make this work. Thankfully, the tall grass is hiding the car a little bit. Oh, by the way, there's not 2 cars anymore. There's only 1 car. I can't handle the 2 cars. It's too ugly. I wish we could have an enclosed garage for them. Anyway, the water line seems to have cleaned up quite well, and I'll speak about the water line in the next view. But besides that, it's only like this area and that area that needs work. And I would say that again, I'm looking only at the first plan, third plan, middle, where the building is at, I'm not touching for now. And this one technically is the middle plan, the second plan, but I think it belongs to the landscape portion, so we will fix it right now. Then camera, camera 4, sorry. There we go. This one needed a lot of work for the first plan to work because we're so close to it. So there's a lot of layering that needs to happen. And I'll explain the layering in just a second. That freaking ugly tree is getting on my nerves. It's so yucky. Again, will be replaced. Thankfully, it also works here as a nice vignette, like fake vignette. And on the opposite side, we're also creating a vignette with this bush, right here, and this bush right here, right? So I have a bunch of bushes here. Let's take a look at them. Or actually, let's quit the media mode. F to focus, right? So if the camera is here in the grass, then I have 1, 2, 3 bushes that layer on top of each other, thus creating density, right? Density and thus framing the view a little bit nicer. There's a lot of water coverage. Oh, I changed the water material. Sorry. We'll go back to the original material in just a second. Not just a second, but in the next chapters, when I will be teaching you how to adjust materials and how to create your own and blah blah blah. So don't worry that right now, you know, the water looks a little bit different. I just needed to change it to see how well does the greenery integrate. But even having only a mirror material should be just fine, right? So two different types of foliage, oh, actually three different types of foliage, horizontal, vertical, going along the whole edge. There are still areas that are a little bit yucky, a little bit messed up. The hell is going on? Actually, it doesn't look that... like, looks fake here, but the way of how it touches the ground doesn't look that bad. I assume if we render, it's even better. Yeah, it's even better. But either way. One thing that I forgot to note, I worked a lot in this area. Because remember, the river does this kind of a whoop thing here. So I had to populate this quite heavily with foliage to make it look natural. And I think it does. I think at this point, this looks natural, so I'm happy with it. Okay. One more thing. The scatter here has a strong edge because that's where the mesh ends, where the landscape mesh ends. So I just used the brush tool to brush on more of the tall grass here so that you don't really visually observe the edge, right? So that's for camera 2. Okay, so camera 4, basically that. A lot of coverage here with framing on both ends so that the focal point is in the middle, right? I don't really like the amount of empty space that I have here. I might do something about it. We'll see. But I think this is a nice shot. And then camera 5. Yikes. Why is this not? There we go. Camera 5. Like that. The car has been moved to the left. I have just noticed that the doorway needs either a step, I will need to check, or probably will need to be moved down until it reaches the ground plane. So there's a little bit of remodeling that I'll have to do. That's fine. I'll do it off camera, so to say. The edge here is cleaned up, and the stones here will need a little bit more love. So that's actually also first plan, right? The nearest plan. So we will be cleaning it up right now. All right. So let's get on with it. I'm kind of happy. I'm starting to become happy with the views. I think they are turning out quite well, and there's just a few more things to do before it actually looks good. So step 1. Oh yeah, one more thing that I forgot to mention. These trees, they're on this line, and that line is a little bit in the way. It's annoying to see. So the tool that hides or enables the preview of these helper lines is called G. On your keyboard, G. G as in Gediminas. Okay, so that's that. Then let's work on this little patch here. Might as well. So here, the problem that we have is flat. Just like with the greenery, right? If I only had this material here, it would look ugly. This is same thing. You know, these pebbles, they look ugly. Actually, as a riverbed, they would look really nice, but whatever. These look pretty bad. So what I'm going to do is I'll go to my library, vegetation, rocks. Damn, those are big rocks. Okay, never mind. Is it gonna be here? Nope. Now we are gonna be searching. Sorry, I should have found this, or should I? I'll find it and then I don't want to waste time, so give me a second. Found them. So if we go to Megascans, 3D assets, nature, rock, scatter. Here we will find all of the different types of rocks, and I don't need many, so I'll just download the small beach rock here. Maybe let's get one jagged one in. Sure, this one as well. 4 types of rocks should be sufficient. Let's get 2 more. This and this, right? So 6 rocks. And then as I have this already selected, I'll go to populate tab, or sorry, I don't need it to be selected. Apologies. Thinking of a different software. I'm just going to the populate tab. I'm choosing place, scatter, this tool right here. And then I will just drag and drop in all of these rocks. 4, 5, and a 6. And that should be it. Now having all of them selected with the shift key, I can choose the scatter tool here, and I just click on this landscape. Ooh, those are big rocks. Okay. we'll need to make a few adjustments. I wonder why there are no... Oh, that's strange. There's no way to actually... Are they too big? Maybe they're not too big. Sorry, I'm now just thinking. Wow, that's crazy. So this does not give you option to scale. Wait, maybe here? Oh, this one does. But the scatter doesn't. So that's a little bit annoying that you don't have the option to scale down these rocks to be a little bit closer to that. We can make a few adjustments to them. So for example, if I place a rock here, a small beach rock here, and using the scale tool, I just click on the middle, or don't even need to click, just hover over 0.33. So 33% of it. F key to zoom in. Seems to be good in size. I believe I could right click, add to user library, right? And then I wonder if I then go to my library here, user library, will this small beach rock that I have added to my user library be, yep, okay, that's now in the correct size. So I can actually customize them. Okay, let's do it real quickly. I'll need to do this 6 times, so hopefully you'll get the hang of it. 3D assets, nature, rock, scatter. Okay, these are in the top, in the front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 rocks. And then in the top, you choose the scale function here. Not move, nothing like that. Scale, this one. And then hovering 0.33 for this one. Actually, something like that. You can also just simply drag your mouse to get it to the correct size that you want. Okay, that's done. And then simply selecting them under small beach rock here, click on the little 3 dots, add to user library. Once that's done, delete, select, add to user library, delete, select, add to user library, delete. I mean, it costs you, what, a minute? And then you have properly scaled rocks that you will never need to do this ever again if you're using your own computer for this. I assume this saves in the disk drive of the computer. I'm actually not sure where it saves. Doesn't matter. So these 6. Now let's continue with the scatter. Populate tab, drag and drop in. That's only one. Come on, all 6 of them. Populate tab. This is annoying. Populate tab. Okay, I'm gonna scream. One by one, I guess. Doesn't let us drop in all 6 at the same time. Whatever. Then holding shift key, select first one, select last one, so that all 6 are selected. Level of detail, preset. Later we can change this and then apply, right? And now we have scattered a few rocks here. Doesn't look great, right? So what you want to do, oh, actually, before we do this, right click your mouse and let me show you level of detail. Let's zoom into one of the rocks here. They're intersecting each other as well. That's whatever. Level of detail, if I choose simple, apply. This should simplify it. Ugh, it doesn't. Yikes. Oh, that's because it's like in terms of triangles. So if I do if I choose triangles, LOD2, if I say that LOD2 is only 4%, apply. Am I losing my mind? Or is it only going to be for the next scatter? That might be true as well. No, it's not. I'm a little bit confused. Oh, is display LOD? Ooh, okay. What if this is just 0? Apply. This does not seem to be working, or most likely I'm just stupid and I don't know how it works. I think I do know how it works. I have used this tool in other softwares quite a bit, including Unreal Engine, on which Twinmotion is built upon, but these don't seem to react at all, which tells me that most likely like this is just not working. Anyway, use the scatter tool and just use it, keep clicking until you have enough density that you're happy with. If you want more white rocks, then unselect the dark ones. Holding the Control key, by the way. Just add the more white rocks. So on, right? And after a while, after a little bit of clicking, you're gonna have yourself a pretty nice distribution, right? If you want even more, it won't let you like apply it a million times. It will stop eventually. So if you want even more scatter, then you just go to populate and you create one more scatter, right? And this time only with the white rocks, only these 3. Drag and drop. Seems like I'm fighting the software a little bit today. That's okay. Sometimes it works with you, sometimes it works against you. It's okay. So one more scatter with a few clicks, and now this is starting to look reasonable, I think. Then where did we have those large rocks? I kind of want to go to surface, go to 3D assets, nature, rock, scatter rocks, yeah, these 6, and I'll just want to add in a few. Or do we brush them in? Let's brush them in. So let's paint. Diameter of the paintbrush should be like very small, 0.5 meters, something like that. Drag in that one, and that one. I'm choosing the white ones. It's not creating any rocks. Curious. Why? Oh, that's because I am not selecting them? No, I have them selected. No, they're just not really doing anything. Okay, something's broken. Anyway, if painting doesn't work, then we just kind of move on, delete the painting, and we are just going to place them manually. Make sure that they sink into the ground a little bit, or else they're not gonna look that natural. Like that. Let's get one in here, like that. And then I want out of rocks, I want a boulder, and I want a small boulder in here. I think it's gonna look nice in this area. Okay, that's a little bit too small. Do we have bigger ones? Beach boulder. Okay, mossy forest boulder. Maybe this one. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. But it is the proportion of it I don't like. So we keep going. Sandstone. Sandstone is always nice. It is very rounded. This one seems to be a little bit more jagged, so I'm gonna download both and I'll see which one I prefer. Nope, too rounded. The color is a little bit off. Okay. This one is nice visually, like silhouette of it is nice, but it's very small. I mean, we could technically scale it up a little bit, right? Oops, wrong button. So screw that one. Let's use this one. Rotate it properly. Scale it down because now it's too big. Accidentally moved to the pivot point, which sucks, but it is what it is. Is it possible to, yeah, reset all pivot point? If you accidentally, instead of scaling, click on the pivot point, you can always click on these three dots and reset the pivot point position. I'll talk about those modeling techniques in just, I guess, in the next chapter or throughout the chapters. It's not going to have a dedicated chapter. But pivot point is a point around which you move, you rotate, and you scale, right? And its position. Okay, that, and then we move. The yellow dot in the move tool. I think that's gonna look good. Yeah, that's fine. The yellow dot in the move tool basically places, you can see here, F, forces the geometry as you drag it to be placed on top of the surface below which the geometry is. See? Like that. Very, very powerful, very useful tool. Okay, so that portion is done. Then let's finish up with the scatters here, because I have a little bit of an area here. The problem is that this is too much. Oh, actually, no, that's not a problem at all. We go to library, we go to user library, we have these, we populate, scatter, bam, 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 and bam, and select all of these and just pop, 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 pop. Hear me clicking? Okay. So that is now scattered, and there are a few rocks that are climbing over, but this is much more three-dimensional now. This is much nicer. The only problem is that this is becoming quite aggressive over gravel. I just wonder if it's possible to take all of this and just move it slightly down. No, okay. They're placed where they're placed. This is what it is. Okay, so now to clean up the edge a little bit, I'll use the eraser tool and just poop, 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 kill the ones that are climbing over. That's good. Climbing over the edge. Hello? Why can't I? Oh yeah, you need to actually select the types that you want to clean up. So make sure that all rocks are selected for the eraser tool to work. And that's kind of that. Wait. Why is it applying there as well? One second, please hold. So this scatter is applied there, okay. Is there more scatter that we have here? There is. This scatter is applied to everywhere here. Oh, it automatically, okay. It was applying to all of these. So if we have these two scatters turned off, there's one more. No, these are, there we go. These three scatters. And then we have separate objects. I didn't realize, apologies, I didn't realize that this and this are, these two are connected. So it was scattering on both of them at the same time. Oopsie, my bad, my bad. So what we do is, yeah, you can see here. What we do, that area was clean, so we will just look at this one. Scatter number 7, the newest one, was done by mistake, by me. So I'm just going to delete it. Don't need that. Delete it. And I'm just going to look at scatter 5 and 6. Yeah, and that's kind of good. That's kind of okay. The edge here is obnoxious, so I'm going to delete the edge a little bit. Or not delete, but break up the edge a little bit. Come on. Oh, that's the roof. It was anchoring on the roof. Come on. Today is not a great day for for me in terms of using the tool. Just let me... The car is in the way, isn't it? Okay, hide the car. Go back in here. Erase. Or is it the roof that's in the way? Now I can't even see the eraser. Okay. What if we hide that? Can I erase now? I cannot. That's interesting. Or is it because... Nope. I still can't erase it. I guess we call it a day. We call it a day, and we just keep it the way it is. If it's going to be too much in the way, I will go back to this and clean this up. If it's not going to be visible in the camera previews, I won't. Let's just focus on this last one, this last bit. So here, I want to have a small tree, some sort of a very delicate small tree. And I want to have a little bit of ground coverage, a little bit of foliage. So I will do, I'll go to vegetation tab, I'll look for detailed grass, and I'll see how that looks like, right? If I just drag and drop in detailed grass, this is the strand, and this seems like it's going to be a-okay to use as a scatter object, right? So I'm going to, again, go to populate, scatter, let's go for detailed grass here, and just bam, bam, bam. Actually, it's very dark compared to these ones. So let me unbam it. That's the remove tool, right, from the scatter. And I will use the brighter one. Oh, it's very... Yeah, let's use that one. I'll use this one to also bam, bam. Ugh. Okay. Let's see if we can change some things. First of all, tint. Can the tint be a little bit brighter? Or is it only... No, it's also in this preview. It's that. It needs to be a little bit warmer. Like that. And it needs to have some... Oh, stripes are like football field stripes. My bad. Dryness. Okay, so the dryness influences the warmth, so I don't really need to apply warmth here. I can actually have it pretty cold. And then if I increase the dryness, it will balance itself out. Like that. And unfortunately, there's no way for me to change the color lightness of it, yeah, which is fine. And let's change the size of it so that it's smaller. Okay, ground coverage, kind of okay. I'm not really happy with it, but let's see the edge. That's just not that bad. I mean, a little bit of eraser action here and there, and it's gonna be just fine. And there we go. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. That's okay. So that's grass. Then I want to also for it find some flowers, something very, maybe daisies, dandelions, maybe. Let's have some dandelions in here. So back to the scatter, I'll slap on the dandelions. Those are the only ones that I'm going to select, right? And I'll just add just one scatter of dandelions, just a little bit. Actually, it should be poppies. It shouldn't be dandelions. Sorry. Control Z. Undo. Delete that. Poppies. The reason why it's poppies is because in the view 1, we're using lingonberries that have red color. So we're adding poppies here. Ooh, that's too many. Is it possible to reduce the pop? Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. It's way too many poppies. And unfortunately with the scatter, we can't really reduce the amount of poppies. We can erase some, but only that. So I'm going to undo that and remove poppies from here, and I'm going to use a brush tool instead. So paint some poppies in, boop. Yeah, that will be just fine. And just actually, it's very aggressive, isn't it? Let's find a better substitute. Mega scans, 3D plans, ground cover. Nothing here. Houseplant, crops, succulent, fern, weed, shrub, flowering plant. Inflorescence, nothing there. I could use lingonberries here as well, actually. That would work. Yeah, let's go for shrub, a meadow, lingonberry. And where's my scatter at? So here, let's just find the ones that actually have the berries in them. Like that, and that, and that. That's too big, actually. Delete. That. And that. Okay. These guys, then select all of these and add. Check. Yep, some lingonberries are there now. Okay, and final task is, or actually, just change the, remove a little bit of this, a little bit of grass, add more lingonberries. How does that look like? It's a little bit patchy now, so add more grass. Yeah, that's fine. And then we go and we find ourselves a tree. So mega scans, 3D plans. All of these are not gonna be great, I think. Flowering. No, these are like Rembrandt lilies and so on. I guess we just use regular vegetation and we just find it here. So I want a pine, I want a young pine. I find pines to be wonderful. I'm just gonna look at different previews for different maybe this one. Just age. Ooh, that's the youngest that we can get it. Nope. What about this? Maybe it was my bad. Birch. Do we have birch? We do. I know that young birch looks beautiful as well, but that's the youngest that we get. Come on. Okay, I have a solution for this. We go to library, we go to mega scans, we go to 3D assets, nature, embankment, I believe, mossy, nope, root, nope. Wait, seabed, tree, fallen log, debris, stump, trunk. And these are only the tree trunks, but I think that's gonna work here. Well, it's a little bit big. We just need to find a working one. No. No. Okay. Stump. Maybe we can use just a broken stump for now, and then if I find a beautiful small tree, then we will replace it. This needs to be placed correctly. Yeah, I think this will work. We scale it up a little bit. We get it in here. Like that. And for now, yeah, okay. For now, it's an object. It works. We will replace it if we want to. if we'll find something better. Okay, sorry about that, but it's important. These things are important, and it's important for me to show you that it takes time, right? It takes time to actually dial in the renders. So what I have there is, come on, stop freaking rendering. The grasses needs to be drier. Ambience needs to be exposed better. Okay, let's take a look. Like that is way different. Shit. Crap. That is different. That's different. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay. Dry wild grass, tall grass, clovers. Dry wild grass, tall grass, clovers. Vegetation. That's gonna be grass and flowers. Dry wild grass, tall grass 02, clovers. Okay. This, delete, delete. Okay. Okay. Then dry wild grass 02. No, dry wild just regular dry wild grass. Scatter. Boop. Okay. And then tall grass 02, right? This one. Okay, stop rendering. F to focus in. Take a look at that. We need to quit the media mode and just take a gander. Yep, we're having issues with the ground coverage. We need clovers in here as well. Boop, boop. Okay, clovers are done. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, and then we just simply select all these three, use eraser tool, go around the perimeter. Hit it around the perimeter so that it doesn't stick out. Come on. Come on. I can see you there. Oh wait, no, that's lingonberry. My bad, my bad. Sorry, sir. Keep going. Like that. And then just kind of go along here. Go along here as well. Okay. And here too. Okay, let's take a look. Did I miss anything? One thing is sticking out there, one thing is sticking out there. Lingonberry is sticking out here. Boop. And now, clean. Okay. Whew. Okay. 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 We are happy. So, took a little bit longer than expected, but now we have a focal point here, a little bit of a focal point here. We have some trees, tree trunk here. How is that focal point looking from this angle? Not much. The background eats it up quite a bit. This might need to become a little bit bigger, but we'll see once I actually work on the foundation and then make it a little bit nicer. Here it works really well. Here we can't see it. And here, I mean, this is fine. The rocks are a little bit too aggressive, but that's okay. But here at least it looks starting to look quite natural. All right, we are happy. Chapter 4 is finished, the initial block out is done, is complete, and now we're going to finally start making it pretty. And that is going to be the next chapter. We're going to start working with the materials. Nope, still in the same chapter. Because as I was saving the files and so on, I noticed the repetition of these trees right here. And if we break away from the media mode and just kind of look at them, the culprits are all in the same line. And that is from the spacing, scatter, right? Not great. So let me press G to actually see the line, and let's investigate. I assume that we will need to do something about this. We will not be able to have the spline here for the trees. We'll need to do something else. But just looking through the settings, random order, yeah, that doesn't matter. Even if the random order is set or not set, the rotation is not randomized, right? All of the rotation of the elements is the same. And I don't see, there's almost no settings here. If I select any one of these trees, oh, there is random rotation here, 0.36. So if I set this to 1, doesn't really do much, does it? That's weird. But what about the Norway spruce? Random rotation 0.32. I think that will do it, right? That will do it. Okay, so thankfully we don't need to, delete this and redo this part. It seems like just changing the random rotation, maximum random rotation up to 1, which means that it can rotate up to 360 degrees randomly, does the trick. I wonder if we should have this a little bit more dense. Right now the count is set to 20. Count of 30 is a little, no, it's too much. 20 was fine. Okay, so that's it. Sorry for that. I mean, at this point, just expect that there is going to be a final note at the end of every chapter. Let's move on. Next chapter. All right, chapter 5. We're gonna start working on the building itself and making it nice and more accurate. And we are going to do that with materials through the use of more advanced material techniques. And basically, in short terms, I'm going to show you both how to create new materials, how to import materials from the internet, and also how to modify existing materials that you can find in the library, right? So actually, let's go back here. Okay. So the first step is actually to just simply, since all of our greenery is in the folder, right? You were creating the greenery in one folder called greenery, right? We're just going to click the little eye icon. If you didn't, you can just drag and drop it into the greenery folder, right? So we will click the little eye icon to hide it so that it's basically just faster. Second thing is deciding what we're going to be working with first. So I'm going to show you unwrapping and the way of how you tile textures, how you work with tiled textures. And for that, I will need to go back to Rhino and kind of explain this to you. Right now, every log is its own entity, right? Which means that the textures, as they are tiled on top of the logs, they need to match up. Apologies. They need to match up with the seams of the logs. Make sense? Hopefully it does. So, for example, in Twinmotion right now, the geometry of the logs and where the seams are doesn't match up. It matches up here, but that's about it. Everywhere else it doesn't match up, so it's just this kind of a mess. It looks okay from far out, but when you get close, it really breaks down. It's really shit. So we need to fix this. To start fixing it, we need to first find the texture that we will be applying. And if I go to library, materials, and here I just try to find anything that deals with logs, log, enter, there's nothing. But if I go back to library, to Megascans, surfaces, which are materials in Megascans, I go for wood, log, bam, I have a bunch of them. And I looked through a few of these. For instance, this is nice, and this is wrong direction, but if we rotate this 90 degrees, this is kind of nice, but very aggressive pattern, and also very round, as you can probably tell. I ended up with where was it? Was it this one? Oh no, did I lose it? Yeah, it's this one. I ended up with this one. But clearly, you can see that the tiling of this is way off. And, I mean, it's way too big. So I could change the scale of it and then try to tile the texture correctly. But it's never going to look good. Also, now when I look at it, it's so repetitive, isn't it? Wait, I need to think about this. Give me a second. Maybe we should do this. This is much less repetitive, and then we just adjust the gamma and saturation. I think I should do this. Wait, testing. So to test this out, we just go and we turn on camera 1, turn on rendering. It's a little bit dark, but seems to be okay. And then if I take the pipette tool here in the top, I can easily get the material, to be able to edit it. And I can just increase the gain of it, not by too much, 1.3. Lift a little bit. Ooh, lift is very aggressive. I think even the gain is a little bit too much. So unfortunately, gamma, lift, gain are the main sliders that control the brightness of the texture, and these three are always annoying to deal with, but it is what it is. Typically, gain basically increases or decreases the brightness of all of the pixels. Gamma increases the contrast, so it brightens up bright pixels more, and it brightens up dark pixels less. And then lift brings up the shadows, so it lifts up the shadows. So that's why lift was so aggressive for this, 0.02. Yeah, something like that. We keep this. Okay, so I'm going to be using wooden log wall texture from here. This seems to be a-okay. Quit media mode, zoom in here. And still, same problem. That doesn't matter. The problem is still the same. The seams don't match up where my tiles are. How do you make them match up? Well, with math, unfortunately. Buckle up. Buckle up. We pipette tool the wall to get the texture. We look at the texture, and we need to count how many planks we have in the texture. Give me a second. This is very small for me. It's 10. The answer is 10 planks. Okay, if it's 10 planks, then if I look in Rhino, how often do I want the texture to be repeated? 10 times. Every 10 logs, right? So if I do, first of all, let's separate. Select objects of only the logs, isolate. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Basically, this is how high my texture should be, right? Easy peasy. And also, one more thing is these logs are half a log higher than these logs. So, which means that I need to have mapping for these, for this wall separate from the side walls. Group. I'm just using group for that. Group. And while I'm at it, there's one thing here that I forgot to do, and it's this is also a door, but right now it acts like a window. Let me show you. See, there's a gap, but this is a door, so I need to fix this. I need it to be lower by 1 log, so I'm just gonna quickly do this. The way of how you do this modeling wise, Control Shift, select 2 opposing surfaces. Control Shift, click, click, right? You select 2 opposing surfaces, bounding box, thus a box is created. Let's go to shaded view. Box is created. Move the box up, doesn't matter. More importantly, take the bottom surface of the box. M, enter, V, enter, move, enter, vertical, enter. From any point on the bottom surface, it's going to be moving vertically, and we want to snap onto the seam here. So make sure that near snapping is turned on, and we just snap to it, right? At that point, we just scale up the box so that it really intersects, and then Boolean difference, bam. That's it. 2 empty slots. Also, I mean, the chamfer here is off, which is fine. No one will ever notice. It's going to be our little secret. We also show selected, where I'm going to look at the window, look at the glass. Okay, so it's metal, frame, glass, and on the inside, oh, there's also heat insulation. God damn it. That's fine. We will fix that. What's the fastest way? Fastest way is by selecting the whole group of objects, typing in solid PT on, solid points on, going to the right view, let's say, zooming into that particular area, selecting the points, only the points, going back to the perspective view, M, enter, V, enter, from the lowest point to the near snap here. That's it. That's done, and don't forget, show selected, wherever the heat insulation is, there it is. That's the wrong one. That's the correct one. The surface here needs to also, M, enter, V, enter, be moved down to here. Okay, nice. That's done. That is done. Where was I? Logs. Right. Select objects, isolate. We have a group here. We have a group. Ungroup. What are those doing here? We have a group here. Then we will have a group here. Because there's an offset, a vertical offset between them, right? Hopefully that makes sense why I'm doing this. So 1, 2, 3. Backside doesn't really matter, but just to be consistent, group here. This one really doesn't matter. This one, we don't care. We don't care because it's not going to be visible in our model. It's on the interior, and on both ends we're adding in cladding or gypsum boards. Okay, so now on to tiling. Let's go to our UV checker right now. You can see that our texture check tool is running, but the problem is that it's very small. It's tiling every 1 meter and it starts in a weird way and blah, 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 blah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this first group. I will go to properties, mapping, delete mapping, this button right here, and I'll apply new mapping. So honestly, I'll just do box map, and I'll enter, 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 3 times enter. And what it does, it creates a box map around this that is basically the size of the object. So the texture is just going to be tiled once around the object. If I select this and click on the preview or show mapping, you can see that shaded. You can see the mapping box of it right here, right? That's the mapping widget for every object. So now all I need to do is just scale it properly. So I'm going to right click, Arctic. No, not Arctic. UV checker. Scale, and I'll use scale 1D, scale 1 dimension. And I'll say from here, from this endpoint to the top endpoint, and then we're basically just scaling down the box, and we want to snap it until at the height of 10 logs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Right on the seam. There we go. That's done. Now the question is, how wide should it be? If I look at the scan here, or that's very dark. Okay, doesn't matter. If I look at the texture of the scanned log wall here, it's actually seems like it's stretched by 2, right? So it's not a square format, it's a 1 by 2 format, which means that whatever height I have, the length needs to be twice as long. So if I go back to Rhino, my Z is set to be, wait, that's weird. That's no Z. Is it? This is in millimeters, that's 70 centimeters. No, there's no way that that's Z. Oh, sorry, that's position, my bad, that's position. That's the size, and the Z is, yeah, that's more like it, 2250 millimeters. So that means that the X should be, double click, 2250 times 2. You can just write the equation here. So the texture check node, or not node, box is now 1 by 2 in proportion. The width of it we don't care about. Okay, so that's that. Let me just position it properly. Where is it? Midpoint. There we go. This should be fine. Let's see. Let's see if it's fine. So show, export 3D view. You know the drill. Yes, I do want to replace it. And then we pray. We have done a lot with this scene. Every time I need to do this, I freak out. Okay. Nothing broke. Nothing broke. Okay, thank God. Okay, let's take a look at how it tiles. Quit media mode. Yep. For every seam now, for every digital seam, or sorry, 3D seam, the texture has a seam of its own, and it tiles perfectly fine. Yay. Okay, we do that for the sides as well, for both sides. I'll do this fast. So I go back. Thankfully, these are already grouped. Backside as well, right? Yeah. Isolate. And actually, this is at the same altitude, isn't it? Show selected. I can just be obnoxious about it and just say match. That's it. This is matched up with this because we only care about the height, right, of it. So that's fine. That's done. That's also done. Hide those. Now for these, same procedure, right? We will do bounding box. Oh, sorry, not bounding box. I'm just stupid. Mapping box here. Enter, enter, enter. It basically creates a bounding box around the scene, around your selection. Then, if I remember correctly, Z was 2250. That doesn't change. The log size is the same, and we're counting 10 logs. And X, or sorry, in this case, not X, but Y axis is 2250 times 2. All right. Let's take a look at it, how it looks like. Show. Oh, the position of it is all funky, but that's fine. I'm just going to take the midpoint, and I'll just move. Actually, I'll take that midpoint. I'll move it down here, like that. Yeah, that's probably fine. Oh yeah, wrong midpoint. That one right there. Okay, that should be fine. Doesn't feel fine, but it should be fine. And then here, since we're lazy, we're just selecting all of these, and we're going to match mapping to any one of these boxes here. Select these again, preview, carry over the mapping box, And you know the drill. Let's go for shaded so that you can see better. M, enter, from midpoint here to bottom midpoint of the log. That should be it. Show. And then we export 3D view again. Replace. Go back in here. Refresh. Updates. Great. Wonderful. Okay. So now all of this is cleaned up, all nice, neat, and dandy. We're happy with it. Are we? We are. We are happy with it, and now we still need to do one more thing. The slight adjustments of the materials we'll do later. Actually, I kind of want to do them now, because this is very grayed out. Okay, let's go for change in saturation back to 1 gamma. Yeah, that's gamma. So what if the lift is actually at 0 or minus 0.1? Ooh, minus 0.01. And gain increases. We get a little bit of a browning here. And then we drop the saturation a bit so that it's kind of bleached. Yeah, that might work. Let's look at it in the path tracer preview. There are some white things here. What are those? Just moss, I guess, in between. Yeah, it's just moss that is placed in between. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so that kind of works, and that's all I want to show you with the logs for now. We're slowly going to go through different settings here. If I want to, oh yeah, one more thing about the logs. If I, for instance, want the logs to be a little bit more red, for some reason, right? A little bit more red, I can add a tint to them. So click on the white color, and then go for, ooh, that's very aggressive. Just lightly towards red, right? And that applies a red tint. Be careful with this, right? Because it's very easy to really overdo it. But that's how you make it colder, warmer, towards yellow, and so on. I'll cancel out of that. Also, you can apply grunge to this. See? Like you can make it look older, and you can also in doing this you break up the, what's the word, the tiling, the repetitiveness of it. So grunge kind of works, but I never do more than like 15 or 20%. Like 60, no, around 20% of grunge is plenty. So try not to overdo things. Moving on with the logs. Now we know what tint, grunge, luminosity is just how much of the tint transfers, or rather how bright the tint gets, right? So overall, it's actually luminosity should only affect should only have an effect on tint. So if tint is black and luminosity is at 100, it doesn't. Yeah, okay, yeah. It doesn't change anything, right? Because there's no inherent light from the color that can be transferred onto the texture, so it's just black. But if tint is white, then of course with the luminosity you can control how is it only the color, or also the lightness, the brightness of the color that gets transferred on top of the texture. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so for now I'm just keeping it at 50. That's fine. Then we have our UV mapping. I'll touch upon that a little bit later. Roughness mapping. Roughness is basically how shiny a surface is. If you decrease the intensity, you can see that all of this becomes kind of glossy. And if the intensity is set to 0, it's like almost mirror finish. And the only reason why it's not a mirror finish here is because of the bumpiness of the material, right? while if intensity is set to 100%, that means that this is purely matte material. So I kind of want intensity to be, I want this to be a little bit shiny, so I'm gonna go for intensity of like 39 or 40%. There is a texture applied for the roughness, so the parts in between the logs are less rough according to the texture, or no, sorry, the parts between the logs are more rough. Yeah, more rough, and the logs themselves are less rough. That's fair enough. If we invert this, you can see that, you know, how glossy this gets. And then for specularity, it's basically how focused is, you know, when you have a specular reflection, like a single point of a reflectivity, let's say on a sphere, when light bounces, you get one kind of blink, this blink on the sphere. This specular controls how wide that blink is, right? So how wide was it? 50%, I guess. We keep it at 50. And then if you're dealing with metallic objects, you kind of either increase or decrease. It's either 0 or 100%. It's never anything in between. For now, I'm going to keep everything. Yeah, sure. Sorry. I'm going to keep everything the way it is. Ambient occlusion is self-shadowing in the recesses of the geometry. I kind of want it to be more aggressive there. Everything else is whatever. Yeah, we're fine. I'll touch upon the rest later. Okay, let's work on the ends of the logs, because that's also a key moment here. The logs shouldn't end this way. The logs should have like a proper cut, wood cut texture. And there's no easy way to do this. And that's why I'm doing a course on it, right? So if we go to Megascans and we go for decals, first of all, I'll explain to you what a decal is. Let's go for something like metal, manhole cover. I'll just get one. It's a localized texture that is almost spray painted or projected onto a piece of any geometry in the world, right? And it's just kind of placed there. And it has its own bump maps, it has its own reflectivity and so on, but it is geometry, or sorry, it's not geometry, it's a texture. And you can change the size of it and blah, 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 right? So imagine just, yeah, a sticker. Yeah, a sticker, I guess, is the best explanation for this. So when you want to add detail, but you don't want to model new geometry, you use, or if you don't want to separate out geometries to add the details, you use decals. So back here, if I go to wood, of course, there's no wood. Yeah, there is wood right there. Other, scroll. Okay, it's not here. God damn it. Okay, I will just search for it. Sorry, decals, and I search for log. Enter. Bam! All of these different logs of tree trunk cuts, and I can just drag and drop it in. You can see that it's beautiful and big. Drops in big. And there is one problem. I mean, I could use this, and I'll show you, right? I can just place it, for instance, on that log right there. Wait, slower. There we go. And then I change the size to 0.09 and the depth to 0.01. You know, something like that. That kind of works, right? And then I would have another one here, and then so on. There's a problem, and the problem is called, once it's here, it bleeds over onto this side, right? So we need to, well, this kind of works, and especially if I decrease its opacity, which is transparency, and decrease its saturation, it really kind of works, right? But I want it to be trimmed. I want to trim away the unnecessary bits. So how do we do that? Well, glad you asked. We go to Photoshop, we create a new file. New file is going to be 1000 by 1000 pixels, hit create. here we make the background black. Shift F5 to fill. Create a new layer, and that layer should be white. Shift F5, white. Then we take the new layer and we transform, Control T to transform, and we transform it down to 50% of its original size. Enter. Right? Now this layer, I will go to to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'll apply a 10 pixel blur to this to soften up the edge. Hit OK. Control Alt S, JPEG. I already have it here, but log_alpha or whatever, like an alpha map or opacity map, whatever you want to call it. Hit save. And whatever quality 10. This is a black and white image. The quality doesn't matter. That's it. We have ourselves a mask. When we go back to Twinmotion and I have a decal selected, I can scroll down here until I see mask. And instead of use mask, I can use opacity map. Opacity map. And here, if I click on this icon, I can choose to open. And I can use my log alpha. Hit open. And it cuts. Actually, I changed this too much. Let's increase and let's make the, let's go bring back the saturation so that you can see better. Now we're cutting with that image. White pixels are what's staying behind, black pixels are what's being cut, unless you invert it. Right? Now, with this, I can really dial in the size of the log and make sure that the end is neat and dandy, as they say. So, size 0.09 is too big, 0.08, kinda good. Something like that. Sure, why not? Okay. So we get ourselves a little log here. And don't forget the opacity, I tone it down to like 75% so that it's not as aggressive. And then I play around with the saturation of it until it feels natural. It's still, so 0.5 saturation. Yeah, something like that, 0.5 saturation. And that's it. Now it's time to download all of the, no, not all, like 5 of the different trunks. And then do the repetitive task, right? 0.08. Get it in here. Use the same mask. Use opacity map. Bam. Open. Log alpha. I'll do this 2 times and then I'll speed it up. I'll do a time lapse. Something like that. Okay, that was 2. Actually, that's too bright. Maybe, we'll see. No, I don't like the brightness of this. We can't use this. Unforge. Unless we do. Apologies. Unless we do a more aggressive opacity map, of course. Open. What about this one? 0.08. Yeah, this one works just fine. Okay. So this one unfortunately doesn't, so I need to delete that. Okay. Clearly this one will not work as well because it's even smaller. So these two work. I need one more. I'll use this one. Nice and dark. Okay. 0.08. Where's my opacity map? Open. Alpha. Okay, good enough. So now let's, I'm using like 0.5, 0.6 saturation for these guys. And then opacity, I'm toning it down to 75% so that it's a little bit see-through. Maybe I should do like 50%. No, 75 for now. Okay, I have 3 types, right? Then I'm just going to take these 3 types here, or take type 1 and make a copy of it, or start making copies of it, and just populate this whole side with it. For example, here, F to focus in. That's good. And I'm going to use rotation to rotate it. For instance, well, that is not, yeah, that's 90 degrees. Maybe one more copy of it right here. You'll see that the projection where it hits the metal is a little bit off, so I'm going to push it in a little bit like that. Push it out a little bit like that. That's always a tricky point. Okay, so 2 of those. No, my bad, I only have 1 of those because I'm an idiot who doesn't manage to press the shift key. Also, I forgot the length of the projection for these 2, I guess. Yep. So I need to go back, and the depth of the projection is 0.01. 0.01. Okay. And then we just simply shift key, copy, instance, no, just a copy. Okay. Shift key, copy, like that, copy. Okay. Then the bottom one. Now it's going to be pretty hard to get to select the bottom one unless I hide that. Come on, show it to me. Why? Why is the icon not? I saw it. There is the icon. Some visual glitches. It is what it is. Get that up in here. Again, I'm using the, okay. The problem is that I'm so used to Rhino and using the Alt key to copy, that it's messing me up. That's fine. Okay, we have that, and this clearly needs to be rotated. Let's do 180 here, something like that. And then for the dark one, still haven't used it yet. Let's get it in, actually 2 of them here. Okay, F. Should I should do a time lapse, right? We're doing a time lapse, sorry. All right, that's kind of done. It's a little bit, the variance is a little bit too much, but I think that's fine. If we look at it up close, that is starting to look pretty convincing, I think. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine. Okay, next. So the logs are done. Glass, time for glass. Basically, I'm using just the default material, just the default glass. If I use the pipette tool here, you can see all of the different things that you can change. There's basic, standard, and colored. If I choose basic glass, I believe. Sorry. What's the difference between? Okay, we get details there. Normal, imperfections, and for basic. Okay, so basic glass is just computationally very simple, and you can only change the tint color of it. Wonder how that looks like in the path tracer. Yep, like that. You can change, let's go back to white. You can change the Fresnel opacity. Fresnel opacity is basically at different angles, the glass should be transparent a different amount, right? So if you're looking at the glass at 90 degrees right through the glass, it's more transparent. If you're looking at it from an angle, it's less transparent. So that's Fresnel opacity. I think if I hover my mouse, it's gonna give me a better explanation of what it does. Oop, it doesn't. So that's the explanation that you're getting. Fresnel opacity for facades, I would suggest having it at 0, but for objects, for actual kind of glass sculptures and so on, I would have it at set to 1. And then we have the roughness. If roughness is set to 0, that's, this is how it looks like. If roughness is set to 100%, you're basically creating, you can see here, diffused glass. Much easier to see with the path tracer, right? Path tracer does much better job at showing that, right? So from something that is like so to diffused glass. Okay, and under details, you have the index of refraction as well as specular reflections. So specular, I already explained it to you. That's how big of a speck of a reflection there is on the glass. And index of refraction is basically how much does the glass bend the light as light is going through it. So glass IOR is 1.66. Gemstones or soap bubbles start at 2.7. And 2.7, you can see that this is becoming even more reflective. If I do, oh, you can't go beyond 2? That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I guess makes sense because we're dealing with glass, right? If your IOR is less than 1, 0.9, it shouldn't behave this way. Oh, it doesn't let us do below 1. That means that basically, if it's 1, it doesn't bend the light. The light goes straight through it. 1.66 is the default. You don't need to know anything more about it. By itself, glass in 3D rendering software is metallic. I know it's weird, but just deal with that. Glass is metallic. This is without metalness. This means that it's not reflective. I don't know why they're making it metallic, but it is. Okay, let's go for standard glass because this has more settings, and that's what I want. That's what we're going to be using. And notice how I'm using Path Tracer to evaluate this. I'm using Path Tracer because it actually gives me the correct calculation for the glass and not just arbitrary calculation. And also I'll turn on the greenery here so that we can see better of what's going on, what's being reflected. Okay. So tint, already talked about it. Expanded details, we have saturation, gamma, lift, and gain. We can add a texture to the glass. Texture as in an image that is printed on the glass. We don't want that. We will not be using that. Opacity, the intensity of the opacity is basically how much of glass is there, how transparent is it. This is with 0 intensity. This is with 100%. If it's 100%, it's basically a mirror. It's not transparent at all. So I'm going to do 20%-ish intensity for now, and we will adjust accordingly. Fresnel, as I mentioned before, you can see here, this is with 1% Fresnel. And if I look at it from this angle, this is going to be basically a mirror. But if I look at it from this angle, it's kind of also, not really. I can see the staircase, I can see the column, I can see the framing there in the darker spots, right? So it's not a mirror. So that's Fresnel for you. You can also, I will not be using that. You can also use a mask. I already explained to you how masks work with the decals. It's exactly the same thing. We don't care about the mask here. UV mapping. UV mapping only applies to glass. Actually, I'll skip over this because this is the tiling, right? It only applies to things that have a texture. Glass does not in this case, so we don't care. We don't care about UV mapping for here because it's not textured, it's just a material behavior. That is glass. Roughness, already talked about that. Oh, but we have details this time. Not much. You can just add texture to the roughness as a detail. For example, if you have fingerprints or whatnot, you could add them, but the reason why I'm skipping over it, we will have imperfections, but we will be using this imperfections tab. Normal map, we don't have a normal map, so this does absolutely nothing. I'll talk about normal maps later. Imperfections, good. Enable. zoom in and actually turn off the, let's see if this actually will show up. Fingerprint amount, you can kind of see it here a little bit. Fingerprint scale, come on, just give it to me. I will mess around with this a little bit so that you can see better. Just need to find like the correct, yeah, there we go. If I set this to, there we go. If I set this to be full opacity, then fingerprints actually show up. So that's the imperfections, right? And that's the, when amount is 100%, that's when amount is 0. And the scale is basically how big the fingers are, right? So considering that this is 5 centimeters, these are too big. Let's say people with big fingers live here. And you can see that as I zoom out, it optimizes out the fingerprints. That's absolutely fine. We don't care. Dust amount, really? It doesn't really show up that much unless we increase the scale. I will have the scale set to 100%, so just so that it shows up. Let's check the render. Can you see anything? Yeah, you can see once you get up close. So only when we will render out the final image will this be accounted for, but this seems to be doing just fine. Dust amount a little bit overkill, fingerprint amount a little bit of an overkill. It's not going to be that dirty, right? So I just reduced that a little bit. We go back into our opacity map and we just slap on a 20% opacity to this. And that's it. We used to have to do this through the roughness map. Now there is a dedicated imperfections tab for this, which we are happy about. Imperfect glass. Okay, glass is done. So we have logs and glass that are done. Then we will need to work with this a little bit, but for that I will take a small break because this is going to be painful. All right. Let's continue. So as I mentioned before, we're going to focus on the wall here. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done, not just in terms of texturing, but also in terms of just adding more geometry to this. The edge here is horrible, right? So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to only work with the texture, and then in the further steps, further chapters of the course, I will revisit this and change it up a little bit. Also, now I'm noticing, where the hell did I hide the, yeah, there it is. Okay, so right now this is too Italian. Too Italian. It doesn't really fit with a, you know, Lithuanian village vibe, foggy village vibe. So I'm going to make some changes to this. I was digging around the materials tab, didn't find anything useful there, but under megascans, surfaces, that's gonna be not brick, or is it? I think it's rock. Nope. It is gonna be brick, isn't it? Or stone. Castle, yeah. Stone, castle, castle wall. This one, drag and drop it in. Seems pretty good, but there is one problem, and that problem is what I want to showcase to you. Notice the tiling, the repetitiveness of it. Bam, bam, bam. It keeps going, right? The same tiling keeps repeating. It's very, it takes you out of it quite a bit. And there are many ways of how you can solve the tiling. Unfortunately, there's no, like, just don't make it tiled kind of a button without sacrificing anything. So in this case, the button that we will use, don't make a tile button, that we will use is going to be called randomize UV. As long as your material is selected here, if you tick mark this, randomize UV, the tiling disappears. But with it, there's also additional cost, right, that you encounter. And the cost is called inconsistencies. Stuff like that. You can see a seam here running. Right? This blurry seam here, this blurry seam here. So what it does, it basically separates out the material into patches, and it rotates randomly the patches and blends them back together. Kind of works for more busy materials. But if I try to do, for instance, here, this concrete, that's tiling as well, quite heavily. If I take my pipette tool, click on this area here, and I choose to randomize UV, you'll notice that it's all kind of here, I think, is the best. It is just becomes jumbled, just becomes quite a bit messy, right? So you don't use this that often for regular materials, but for irregular materials you do use that quite a bit. And I like how it looks like right now. I think this looks great, and we're going to stick with it. But there is one more thing, and the thing is called, if I scroll down, should be under MISC, or was it, sorry, ambient occlusion, there we go, ambient occlusion. I kind of want to increase it a little bit. Oh, wait. Oh, this one doesn't even have ambient. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Ambient occlusion is shadowing of the inner parts, like in between the bricks, within the material, but or rather, it would be shadowing. Sorry, it would be shadowing in this seam right here, as well as this connection to the ground here. But it doesn't seem like it's reacting. That's because there's no texture map. Apologies. I'll show you ambient occlusion in the further one, some other example. But that's it, right? That's the randomized UV that I wanted to showcase for this. Wait, was I even using ambient occlusion for the correct one? No, I wasn't. Okay, I'm just stupid. This is with ambient occlusion, full blast. This is with ambient occlusion at 0. Notice how flat this becomes and how aggressive this becomes here. So you can dial in how aggressive your texture should be by just changing this slider here, right? And of course, it's pretty hard to see from that angle, but here, if I just turn it on here, that seems okay. Let's take a look at it like that. And that seems a little bit too flat. And this is a slider that usually I adjust later once I have all of the detailing done for the surface. But even now you can kind of tell that you want a little bit more contrast on the bottom portion, right? So that it pops more. The roof, we'll get back to the roof in just a second. So I think in terms of the material settings, most of it I have already explained to you. I guess I can also talk about world space versus local space versus off for triplanar mapping. Triplanar mapping is when you don't do box mapping, or if your box mapping is messed up, then you can use triplanar mapping, which means that Twinmotion takes care of the texture mapping. So for instance here, this concrete, I don't know what is the correct size of the texture, right? And I'm just guessing that the tiling of it should be every 1 meter, right? So you can see between here and here, and then it's going to repeat to here, bam, bam, bam. Every 1 meter, it just kind of pum, 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 keeps repeating, right? But I don't know if that is correct, right? So if I use world space, triplanar mapping, now it kind of reads how big the texture should actually be, and it just slaps it on the surface along the XYZ axis at the correct size. And this is the correct size. And you can see that it became even more aggressive, even more tiled, right? So this is without, this is with, which tells me that my mapping of every 1 meter was too big for this, right? And then there's also local space mapping. Local space means that if you, 1 second, for example, if this is going here and this is going like that, I'll change this UV checker. See, the tiling here is wrong, and if I look at it here, that's bad, right? So I want to rotate it at like 90 degrees. So I'll just take this I will go to the texture mapping, box map, or not box map first. First just delete it, then use box map. Start from the bottom step, let's see here, 3 point, and just do, oh wait, that's not even rectilinear. Okay, again, 3 point, 3 point, there we go, like that, and up. Okay, now it's tiling at least along the steps. And then in terms of the size, I will just change it up to 1 by 1 by 1, lock it, and type in 1000, I guess. Why did it rotate? I think I messed up. I think I made a mistake. Let's actually see it. Yeah, it's here for some reason. Okay, anyway, I can just move the mapping widget from here onto the steps here. That's alternative of how you do it. Rotate from this point to this point to this point. There we go. That should be fine. And then if I export 3D view, you know the drill with this. Place. And then import, refresh. There it is. Right? The mapping works. And if I look at the mapping here, I can see that if I change to, actually it doesn't really apply between local space and world space. I would think that local space application would be for, aligned with the steps as what I had with the mapping, but it doesn't really react. So apologies, I can't really explain the difference between world space and local space. Seems like they are the same thing with the workflow that I'm using. It is what it is. But either way, for this, I turn off the triplanar mapping. Seems good to me. Besides the fact that probably, yeah, it should be in the other way. So 90 degrees rotated. Go back in here, show mapping, rotate 90 degrees, export. Yep. Go back in, refresh, all good. Right, so these cast steps are kind of done. I don't really want to detail them further. This is a little bit, this is way too much in terms of the materiality, so I kind of want to now, or actually they are separated. They are indeed separated, so I do want to have these concrete blocks separated out. Specifically speaking, well, this UV mapping of them should be different. So I'm going to go back into Rhino and quickly fix up the mapping of these particular concrete blocks. I'm gonna go quick because at this point you already know how it's done. So from here, 3 point, there, 111, lock, 1000. We're done. Then this one needs to, actually this one can align to that. So I'm just going to, where's my match mapping to this? That's fine. And this one, oh, they are tiling every 2 meters. My bad. 2 meters here, 2 meters here. Okay, so these are aligned, these are kind of aligned, everything seems fine here. This is aligned. And I just want to see these steps. Actually, these steps should be probably the same material as here, right? So let me just go to the properties. That's stairs, and that is concrete slab. Nope, that needs to be stairs. So I'll just match. Sorry, match properties. Select objects to modify, these stairs, enter, select source object, these steps, and just get everything from them, right? And clearly, I mean, since these are rotated, these should not be rotated, so I'm just going to remake the texture mapping. Let's just borrow that box. I know that it's there. or show the mapping box like that, and this edge, right? So rotate from here to here to here, move it over. You won't really, well, actually, that's fine, like that. Okay, export 3D view. Refresh. And now the tiling is going to be good. And of course, now I need to actually change up the tiling. Or not the tiling, the materials. I like the steps materials. I want them to be the same, but I don't like this. So I'm going to change the concrete tiling. I could go into my materials, my concrete, and then try out there. I can look at the megascans. Actually, first let's look at what megascans gives us. If we manage to find, yeah, there we go, concrete. Cast concrete. That one looks nice. The problem with Megascans concrete is that it has dirt that is added in after the fact, or not after the fact, and it's quite tiling here, so we can't use that. Also, it's too blue, it doesn't match up. That tiles heavily. That's for a wall, but maybe. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, but doesn't look that bad at all. Okay, fine. We're going to use this concrete for both stairs as well as linear elements or linear pathways, and then for more rectilinear pathways, or not pathways, but slabs, we're going to use a different type of concrete. So first of all, in Rhino, I need to go back in here, shade it, and separate out some of the slabs. I'm gonna go to the Layers tab. That's gonna be under Landscape Geometry Concrete Slab. I'm going to make a new one, call it Concrete Slab 2. Make it yellow, make it active, and just change this. That's going to be a concrete slab 2. That means that this, as well as this, as well as this. Well, this for sure, right? Should be it. And actually, I'll go back in here and I'll make a few adjustments. I have an idea about that. This is just brushed concrete, so I'm thinking maybe we keep this, and these two are changed to concrete slab 2, and then these two, question mark. No, this one stays, this one can be changed. There we go, something like this. And a little bit of modeling for this one. Isolate, bounding box. Scale down the box to actually scale 1D. From midpoint to midpoint, to endpoint. I want this to be like 250 mil. Bring it over here. Actually, midpoint to midpoint, let's match it up. Scale it up vertically. Boolean split. And now I have, if I change this back to the concrete slab 1, I have this successfully separated, right? And I kind of want to do that, and just so that I have, like it makes more sense. Show. Because this is going to be catching water that is dripping from the roof, right? This canal here. So I kind of want this to be an insert of a different type of concrete, and I'll actually just chamfer edge. That's in millimeters, so like 5 mil. Just a little seam there. Might as well chamfer this one as well. And this one as well. There we go. Now I'm happy. So we go into UV checker. Take a look at that. This kind of needs a little bit of work, but we might get a free pass once we actually use that in Twinmotion with the texture scaling. So that's fine. That's kind of it, honestly. I'm just thinking about these two. I think these should be, yeah, these should be changed to concrete slabs like that. Yep. Okay. So, and don't forget, before you do this, this needs to have a material associated with the new layer that you have created. So you need to do synchronize render colors. Sure, all layers, doesn't matter. What? Oh, I didn't click select objects, these guys, and then synchronize render colors. There we go. Now it's synchronized. Then we push it into Twinmotion. Refresh. There we go. How does this look like? It's okay. And now I want a polished concrete slab in here. And for that, I will be downloading a material, right? We will be using a downloaded material. So let me just purge unused materials here, and let's get some. So there are a bunch of places on the internet where you can get free materials from. The one that I like to use the most is Polyhaven, polyhaven.com. It's free, right? And then here, once you go to polyhaven.com, wait, bookmarks. There we go. Once you go to polyhaven.com, you can actually download HDRIs, you can download textures, and you can download even 3D models. We'll do the 3D model thing a little bit later. For instance, a lemon or a rat. No, but here in terms of textures, there's not a lot to choose from, but the quality is quite good. So I'm going to go in here, plaster concrete, and then let's go for outdoor. Clean. Okay, that's just plaster. Oh yeah, there's the concrete, outdoor concrete, and we can just try and find something that might work for us. Maybe this. Kinda nice, but okay. So this one, it's a little bit too low quality. Let's go for floor. Brushed concrete. We could go for brushed. It's a little bit on the warm side, and if I look at the concrete that we're currently using, it's on the cold side. We can color match, that's not a problem, but at the same time I kind of want to not do that and have a concrete slab that already works quite well. Okay, so outdoor, no. What about just concrete? Plaster concrete, and then honestly, not too many options. Ain't gonna lie, not too many options. I still want to show you, of course, so I'm going to probably use something like this. Yeah. How is it called? Concrete floor worn 01. Seems fine. And let's look at it in 3D. It's a little bit shiny. That's fine. Has a lot of detail in it. We'll see how well does it tile. That might be a problem, but okay, for now, this is going to be our slab, right? So how do you download it? Here in the top right corner, you have the resolution of your texture. Don't download anything higher than 4K. I will be downloading 4K. Then what kind of import do you want to use? Import method. I will use a zip file. So all of the textures will be just downloaded as JPEGs for me. And then the download button, right? And here I can choose, before I download, I can choose what do I want to download and what do I not need to download. So first of all, Blender file, we don't need it. GLTF file, we don't need it. Ambient occlusion, we do need it. Ambient occlusion, roughness, metallic, we do need it. Diffuse map, we need it. Displacement map, we won't use it, I think. Just in case we can get it, that's fine. And then there are two different types of normal maps, right? So, and also, why is the roughness map in the XR? Anyway, so normal map, DirectX or OpenGL. The way of how you know which one you need is you Google that. So Twinmotion normal map type. Oh, come on. Normal map type, OpenGL or DirectX. Yeah, that's going to be that. DirectX. Okay. So we download DX, we don't download the GL. And that's kind of it. Now, instead, we just cut our costs by half. Also, honestly, DirectX doesn't need to be an EXR. EXR means it's much higher quality image. We don't need that. So we will just use JPEGs for everything that we are downloading. And notice how now the size has dropped down to 18 megabytes rather than 50 something. We download, like every megabyte saved saves you a lot of performance. So once that is downloaded, we open it, we extract it. Don't forget to extract. And we get ourselves the concrete worn floor textures. And I'll just get it into my project folder. Materials, concrete floor worn. And just grab those and just get them in here. Okay, so now I have Twinmotion for architects, materials, concrete worn floor, and I have all of these textures here. Let's go through them and I'll explain what they do. This is going to be a little bit tricky. The orange one we will not be using. So that's ambient occlusion, roughness, metallic. That's a packaged texture, a more complex one, and this one is not to be used with Twinmotion, it's to be used with Unreal Engine and so on. So we don't need that. Okay, concrete floor worn ambient occlusion. This is basically self-shadowing, and if I were to ambient occlusion map, pow, images, that is ambient occlusion, right? That is ambient occlusion. All of the crevices and all of the nooks and crannies of the geometry receive a self-shadow. This is without ambient occlusion, this is with ambient occlusion. Usually ambient occlusion is built into the textures, but sometimes it also gets calculated by the render engine, right? In this case, it is built into the texture and it's very subtle, as you can see, but it does make a difference, right? So it's basically every nook and cranny gets a little bit of a darker spot on the material. Then we have diffuse. The diffuse map is just the color map of the texture, right? So you have like some weird dots and so on. And when you are making adjustments to the color, you're basically making adjustments to this. If you want to Photoshop something on this, get rid of that and so on, like clean it up a little bit, you can for the diffuse color texture. I would not touch anything else here. Then we have displacement map. Displacement map is very heavy in terms of computation. It actually takes the vertices, the points of the geometry, and pushes them up or down depending on this texture. So where the color of the pixels is brighter, it pushes those elements up. Where the color of the pixel is darker, it pushes them down, which means that, you can imagine how heavy this gets when you need to displace the whole scene. In Twinmotion, I strongly suggest against this unless the geometry that you're displacing is right at your face, right? Because then it does make a difference. Besides that, in this case, we will not be using it. We don't need it. Then we have the normal map. Normal maps are weird. Let me zoom into the normal map. The purple. Actually, for this I need a diagram. Normal map diagram. Does this work? Maybe this will work. No, I can use, sure, this will be fine. So normal maps calculate the direction of the surface, right? Or describe the direction of the surface. And if the surface is looking straight up, they're purple. If the surface is looking towards, or at this point it's better here, towards the north, it becomes green, blue here, red here, right? So this is a cone looking from the top. Yeah, I think that this makes most sense, right? So it basically, the normal map describes a bump, but not just a bump, it also bumps, but also it explains the direction of the bumps. So a lot of information is there. And you can clearly see, let's zoom in. There we go. There's our bump in here, like that, and then where's my, right? I don't think I need to explain this more. So normal maps are super useful for getting correct reflections, right? When light hits the surface, it calculates how it should bounce from the surface. That's the normal map. Roughness map. The brighter the pixel, the rougher the surface is, the less reflective it is. The darker the pixel, the more reflective it gets. So how rough is the surface? It's basically reflectivity. Quite easy. So now when we talk about color, ambient occlusion is black and white always, because it's only either yes shadow or no shadow, right? So it's either black, white, gray, some shadow. Then we have diffuse map, which is clearly, beauty pass, it's full color. Then we have our displacement map, which is also no color, meaning dark go down, white go up, gray stay the same. Then we have the normal map, which is basically full color, and it's like the color describes the direction. And then we have the roughness map, black reflective, white rough, gray kind of reflective, which means it's not in color, right? That's it. Coffee. So now it's time to actually apply this in our material. In Twinmotion, when you go to the materials tab, you can create either a standard material, or you can start from an existing material here. And actually, to showcase this, I want to create a sphere. I think this will be a good idea. So if I go back to library, to objects, primitives, I will just fetch a sphere of 1 meter and just place it there. Focusing on it. This is going to be our testing sphere, right? And then here I can create like a bunch of different materials. For example, before we actually do the texturing, let me just go through the types. Glass. Slap it on. Sphere has glass. And it's all nice and neat and dandy, and it bends light correctly and so on. And we already talked about glass. So if I increase the intensity of the opacity, then it's a mirror, right? And so on, right? So we can create a glass type material, which opens up different types of settings for us. For instance, imperfections compared to other types of material, right? Hopefully that kind of makes sense. So that's glass. Let's create one more. Tire. Tire material is a brand new one. It actually applies very well on cylindrical objects. Oh, that's a 10 meter cylinder, 1 meter cylinder. It applies quite well onto cylindrical objects, and it's rubber, right? So if I select the tire material, you can see that already all of the settings are ready for you, right? And especially for the thread, you can, 1 second, where is it? yeah, you can change the intensity of the height map of the thread and so on. And you can change the sidewall. So as long as you have tire, or not a tire, a wheel of a car that has a specific cylindrical form, you can apply the tire material and it's going to automatically create a pretty nice mapping and so on that. We don't really care. I mean, whatever. We don't use that. Foliage. Foliage is basically unlocks two things. First of all, it unlocks the possibility to have two faces of the surface. So front face. Oh, my bad. And back face. It also enables you to have translucency. Right? Notice that glow? That's translucency. Very, very useful. Because the leaves are not fully opaque, right? So here we have the translucency and we can change its amount and so on. And then we have season rollout for the foliage. Honestly, I mean, maybe in some cases we will be using foliage, but in most cases, for downloaded trees, but in most cases the foliage, we just use the library, so it's already set up for us. I will not go too much into detail here. I'm sure that we will need to go back to this once we import some trees. Okay, next up, video. Is there anything else I need to need to say? Right? You can apply a video on your geometry, and it can glow, so it can be like a projector screen. So if you have a TV, you can apply any video you want to play on the TV. That's kind of it. Okay. Next up, subsurface scattering. Subsurface scattering is actually really quite a tricky thing to showcase. I think in case of subsurface scattering, I need to show you this. This is subsurface scattering, this effect right here. This is 3D, this is subsurface scattering, You can see that it's used for characters quite a bit, but also it is used for backs, figures, and anything where light hits the geometry and it starts bouncing around inside of the geometry uses subsurface scattering. Really expensive technique for, well, here it's not enough light for you to see, but really expensive technique when it comes down to performance, but really useful when you're doing either wax or meat, skin, and so on, like anything that catches light, right? So that's subsurface scattering, and the settings for it are quite simple. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this to scatter a bit. It won't, will it? Unforge. Details, we have all of the saturation details. Now, sphere is just not complex enough. The light is not strong enough since it's cloudy, right? And in my scene, so I can't really showcase it. But it does work in Twinmotion. So if you'll do humans, use subsurface scattering. Car paint. Car paint is basically just a glossy standard material that has more stuff for the coating. You can also do like weird chameleon paint, right? Where it changes color depending on the angle at which you're looking at it. Here I can't change anything, but basically that's car paint. It's clearly, yeah, pearl. Right, clearly it's not for architects, it's just made for car rendering people, and I don't care about it too much. The orange peel though is kind of nice in the reflections, you can see here. I skip ahead. Water by default looks like that, nothing too fancy, but then if we increase the translucency of it, and we increase the waves intensity, a little bit, and then weather doesn't matter. We mess around with the size of the waves and so on. We can really get a nice looking thing, which brings me to water here and the way of how I adjusted it, the way of how I worked with it. So by default, water that we had here didn't have enough translucency to it, so I ramped up full translucency to 100. I decreased the intensity of the waves, and I adjusted the flow direction, right? The flow direction was adjusted to be in line with the river, right? With where the river goes, and that's it. That's all. Oh yeah, and I think I changed the color to be a little bit more towards the greenish tint and not blue. That's it. It's very simple. Everything else gets calculated automatically, and it looks pretty good in the path traced render, right? So water is like settings wise, it's really straightforward. You just play around with it until it looks nice, and that's kind of it. Oh yeah, sorry. Go back. There's also like these ripples here that you see are called caustics, and if you expand the depth here, the details, you have the turbidity, sorry. That's not how it should work. Sorry, 1 second. Why does it get milky? Anyway, we don't touch that. Or is it because it reflects the sky? No, it's just weird. Okay, so we keep this at like 3. But the caustic size, yeah, sorry, that's the one that I wanted to show you. The caustic size is how big are these, the focusing of light under the water, how large is it? Caustics are here, they're not simulated. It's very heavy to simulate caustic effects. It's just an image texture that is like animation that is projected. So you can have full control over the caustics and have them almost like a swimming pool and whatnot. So just make sure that the caustics are correct in size. And then the caustics intensity, you can either have them very intense or not have them at all. I think the intensity that I had was a little bit too much. So I'm going to drop it down to something like 15%. There we go. That's our water. That's our water here as well, right? So all of the settings, if I were to replicate the settings, I changed it to be kind of green. I increased the translucency of it to be quite high. I decreased the caustic size, or did I? The caustic size I think stayed the same, but the intensity diminished, and we end up with something like this. Easy. Okay, next up, emissive. Emissive materials produce light. They shine. They shine. There it is. And they shine quite a lot. Oh wait, that's 100 nits of brightness. That means that my sky is very, very dark, right? Yeah, the sky is very dark, and I will need to adjust it, because if this is 100 nits, it should not fight with the sky at all. So a pretty easy way of how you can nail down the settings is if you go for the glow of, let's say, 500 nits, this should not be over bright. So I'm going to go back to the Ambience tab for the camera. No, sorry, for the environment. I'll increase the intensity of the environment until it kind of matches up with the intensity here. No, that's too much. 50, it's still glowing, so 100. 100 seems okay. And then HDRI-FX lighting, I'll just turn this down. So if it was 10, this is gonna become 0.02. Oh, and then it just doesn't work. Okay, I'll do this off camera. I'll do this off camera. There are a few kind of yikes issues between real world intensities of the light versus fake intensities of the HDRI environment, especially when we consider that the camera has auto exposure turned on, right? If I have that turned off, it's actually much better. Okay, so back in here, that actually might work just fine. Let's take a look. Ooh, the hell is going on here? Okay, sorry, now I'm just playing around. I will do this off camera. This is not a big deal for now. This is going to be a bigger deal once we deal with the interior renders in further chapters. So for now, this is going to be just a problem for future me. So not right now. This was 10, or was it 20? No, it was 10, I think. So we're kind of good on this side. Yeah. Anyway, in terms of the emissive map, you can change the glow, as you probably can tell by now. And then here you can change the temperature of the glow. You can make it warmer or colder. I would not mess around with the saturation or these settings at all. You can, of course, also have a texture, but at that point, I mean, you can have like a projector type of a thing, but at that point, just use the video tool. And then if you're using a texture, UVs become relevant and so on. Everything else doesn't matter for an emissive map. So only this side actually matters. And then luminance filter, no, that doesn't change much as well. Okay, fabric. Boop. Focus in. The fabric is, 1 second. I think for fabric type, I need to better show you a material that is fabric so that you can see how these settings work. So if we go to... there we go, fabric tool. You can see that you can apply... oh, this is like really doesn't like it that I have two elements applied to you, or not, two layers in the sphere showing the same thing. But here you can kind of see it. You can see the fabric. If I unselect this is even better, even easier to see. The translucency of a fabric is calculated much better with the fabric type of the material, right? So if I look at the settings here, there's the standard and there's the thin. The thin means that it uses a much more aggressive alpha map for its calculations. And also it should be that it's also using the backside of any geometry, not just the front side, right? So use fuzzy. In this case, it doesn't really matter, it seems like. Like you could add fuzz to the fabric, but what does matter is the translucency here. Sorry, it's not translucency, it's gonna be opacity, right? What matters is opacity, and if I don't use the opacity mask, this is how it looks like. If I use it, this is what it looks like, and then I can change the thickness of it. So thickness means this. Wait. It's a little bit annoying that I can't show you, but here you can kind of see this is without thickness. And this is with thickness. There we go. Okay, that's better. And then besides that, normal maps and so on, like everything else is just regular. Okay. Whew. That's fabric, and clearly you can have many different types of fabrics and you can adjust them accordingly, right? So if you're doing curtains, make sure that the fabric that you choose is transparent, right? And uses the opacity mask, or else you won't be able to see any light going through it. And then last one is standard. So finally I can make a standard material. I skipped over substance because we don't have substance materials here. You need to actually import them, but standard. Whew, let's apply it. And finally, we're moving towards creating the material from the textures that we have downloaded. Let's purge then used materials and start messing with this. Let's minimize all of the inputs here so that you can see all of them at the same time. There we go. A lot of them here. And let's just go through them one by one. And we won't go through them one by one from top to bottom, because the way of how you apply textures matters. Because you want to apply them, the order in which you apply them determines how well do you see the settings that you're using. So what I like to do is, for the color, I like to change the tint to be a little bit towards gray, like that, not pure white, maybe even darker, something like this. That's good. And then I apply everything except the color for the texture so that I can see better. So first thing that I do is roughness, go to details, and then the texture that we have, find the roughness texture, rough, and just drag and drop it in. No, you can't drag and drop it in, I forgot. You need to actually click here, that's annoying, and open, and you navigate to the roughness texture, hit open. Okay, it's in here now, and you can't really see, at least I can't really see if the roughness actually works or not. But if I decrease the intensity, it becomes very shiny. If I increase the intensity, it should, you know, the higher the intensity, the more rough it is. Ideally, it should be 50%. So I am going to keep it at 50%. If I have this inverted, it doesn't really change much. That's weird. Okay, but sure. 1 second, I'm gonna check. Well, actually, yeah, okay, fine. The texture here is medium gray mostly. So since it's medium gray, you won't be able to easily see. Let's also apply it to the material here. I'm trying to get, yeah, there we go. You can kind of see it here, right? This area and there and there and there. Let's change up the color a little bit. Let's make it darker. The darker the color, the easier it is to see how it reflects. And now you can see pretty well. Yeah, especially when it needs to reflect the sky, how much it reflects, right? Okay. So that is roughness, right? And that's how you can make it more or less rough. We keep it at 50%. That's done. Then the next one is going to be, what do we do? Let's do normal map. Yeah, let's do a normal map for it. So we go to normal, details, click on the normal map, open, bam, open. Ooh, okay. So decrease the intensity to 0. That's without the normal map. And that's with. This does a lot. The normal map does a lot for this. And I think at this point, yeah, the sphere also will be very much, you will be very much able to see how it works. Never invert a normal map. You don't need to do that. I don't know why height map is grayed out. We don't care. Then we have ambient occlusion. Open up that one. Slap on ambient occlusion. AO. Oh, right. Texture, open, AO, okay. Can you see? This is with max ambient occlusion, with 0. Max, 0. Look at the shadows here. Max, 0. So I'm going to have ambient occlusion at 1.2, a little bit more aggressive than the default. And we have that. And basically at this point, the material should start looking like concrete. Even without the texture map, it should start looking like concrete. And that's because basically we have the behavior of the material is exactly like concrete, right? It's just that it doesn't have a color. But we are using a pretty dark gray color, gray tone, so it should look. If it doesn't look natural, then you need to kind of look at it and see what you need to amend, what you need to change. Let's take a look. if there's anything else that I should change, not really. Clear coat, if I enable this, it's basically like adding in polish on top of the concrete. So if you want it to be more shiny, you can apply a clear coat here, but we won't. Okay, back to color. Oh yeah, that. And oh yeah, I forgot. This is the tint, right? And under details, this is the texture. So for the texture, I hit open, I find my floor, diffuse texture here, and it's gonna be very dark. And the reason why it's dark is because our tint is a dark color. So I go back in here and I change my tint to white. And now this is how it looks like, right? A little bit too aggressive, I think. A little bit too worn. And also, I mean, compared to this, this won't do at all. But I mean, we have successfully imported concrete material and we can operate with it, and that was the aim of this. To color match this, I can actually try to color match. So first of all, saturation, drop that down. Second of all, UV mapping, world space UV mapping, get that in there. Randomize UVs, get those in there so that it doesn't really, or actually triplanar is fine to be turned off. Randomize UVs needs to be turned on. Scale, just tone it down a little bit to something like that. And okay, in terms of tiling, that seems fine. And then for the texture, I just lift the gamma a bit. I bump up the shadows just ever so slightly, gain this, saturation down, gamma up. Actually, saturation can go in here. And then for the tint, I just increase the luminosity of the tint. This is starting to get into the correct position, but this is a little bit more this has a little bit of blue in it, this doesn't. So for the tint, I'm going to just ever so slightly go towards blue. Ooh, that was way too much. Okay, if this is 255, I can do 250 here, 250 here. Take a look at that. That seems to be matching up properly fine, but the texture is not there and so on. So, I mean, technically matching this up, I would say this is good enough in terms of matching, especially if I do path tracing. I mean, this looks just fine, but visually this is not appealing, so I'm not going to be using this texture. And this was just for me to show you how to actually import textures. I'll go back to library and I'll just find a concrete texture that works well from here. If I manage to find where the hell the concrete, there it is, okay. And in a very, very kind of brutal way. Like that, no, no, nope, nope. Maybe. Absolutely not. That's too yellow. Nope. Maybe. Kind of want to do swept concrete, ain't gonna lie. Yeah, let's do swept concrete. I think that's gonna look nice. And I just need to color match the this concrete to this. So for that, I need to drop down the brightness of this a little bit, but lift the shadows. We lift it just ever so slightly. We drop down the gamma. And then for the tint, we 250, 250. That's too cold. And that's even less red, I think. 245. That's getting even more cold. So 252, 250. Red, green, blue channels, right? So I'm basically saying how much of the of each color do I want. This is a little bit more green, isn't it? So 255 here, 252 here, 251. Yep, that's gonna do it. Should be a little bit more, whatever. At a certain point we stop, right? At a certain point we stop. We increase the grunge on this, not too much. You can see this is full grunge, right? It shouldn't be that grungy. So we increase the grunge just a little bit, 15%, something like that. I think we call this done. Yeah, I like how this looks like. And also pipette tool, this grunge for here, also 15%, so that it's consistent, 16, whatever. So that it's consistent between like the grunginess of this and this. Okay, that's done. Took a while, but we managed. Okay, next up, metals. In terms of metals, that's pretty straightforward. Pipette tool, increase the grunge back to those 15%, and then the UV mapping, randomize UVs, so that the irregularity is kind of nice, and increase the scale of the blobs, like the irregularity, so twice the scale. That's about it. I like the material, like I like the color of it, so everything else seems to be fine. If I want to, I can, you know, change it up, but for now, like all of that seems to be fine, so we don't really need to do much with it. Window frames are also very much straightforward. Right now, like I'll increase the grunge, sure, but what is this? Oh, this is just black. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, the window frames are great, just black color. Let's go to material, metal, and just find aluminum, not aluminum, siding, carbon fiber. What the hell? I just need like regular metal. Okay, fine, I'll show you how to make one. Let's create a standard material. Click the little 3 dots, rename, metal dark. There we go. Apply it to the window frames so that you can see better. Get really up close to them, and then start messing around with it. First step is making it metallic. So go to metallic, ramp it up, full metallic, right? Second thing, tint. We want this to be quite dark. Don't go full black. Also don't go full white. In any 3D rendering software, full bright will always burn, full black will always hide reflections and so on. It's always going to be messy. So this is the kind of here is the brightest that you should go, and here around here is the darkest that you should go, right? So in terms of darkness, I'll go for something like that. Then let's look at, well, grunge. I like grunge 15%. Well, I like grunge at 15%, not more than that. Roughness, we drop it down. No, that's just a mirror finish. I'm looking at this little point there. Actually, with the roughness, I can also show you the specular. Can you visually see here? Wait. No, you can't. Okay, never mind. I can't show you the specular. That's so annoying. But for the roughness, I'll do something like that. Something like that should be fine. Where's my sphere? I can show you on the sphere. I deleted the sphere, didn't I? Objects, primitives, sphere, metal. Right? That's how it looks like right now, with the little grunge blobs and so on. And that's 0 roughness. That's full roughness. Medium roughness. So my window frames are going to be something like that. Unfortunately, is the specular only reactive to the texture? As long as you only have the texture, it works? I think it might be, which is very weird, very, very weird. Well, that's fine. Nothing else needs to be done with the metallic, with the metal. So we have our dark metal here. Visually looks very much similar, except that now it reflects light, and that's nice. That's just nice to have. Okay. With that being said, I kind of want the roof to be dark. I have this aluminum siding here. That's not siding, is it? No, that's just black. Just black. Okay, let's find the roof roof material. Metal. Aluminum panels. These guys here. What do you think? Highly reflective, but I think this would these bring in a lot of quality. Like it's modern quality to the look. The only problem is the seam here. Seam is bad. We go back into Rhino. Look at these two. Isolate this out. Actually, one more. That one. And then we look at the mapping of these. There we go. Like that, right? And then we look at the mapping of this one. Oh wait, I should not rotate it. My bad, my bad. Go back, go back. It should be like that, right? And then look at the mapping of this. Should start from here. Actually, should start from here. Like that. Look at the mapping of this. Let's take a UV checker look. Goes like that. And this is like rotated. So we want this to be going like that. Okay, now it should be fine. Let us export 3D view. Make sure that everything is shown. Export 3D view. Yep, all good. Re-import, and you'll see that the seam, bam, is now perfectly aligned. Okay, I will make a... Do we care? Should it be our little secret? It's very visual, isn't it? Like you can really see it. Okay, let's see if we can hide it a little bit. UV mapping, scale 101. Just, you know, a little bit bigger so that that seam gets eaten up. I think that's fine. I think this is fine. That works quite well. Let's take a look at the shed. Or not the shed. Oh, the shed does not even have the correct material associated with it. Modeling, not modeling, sorry, materials. Siding. Yeah, I think that's better. And now I'm going to also change some things for the material because I want this to be darker. Right now it's too bright. So I'm going to go into color, add some grunge to it. 14, 15, 10%, doesn't matter. Drop down the luminosity of it a bit. Go into roughness and increase the intensity just ever. Like, whoa, wait. Yeah, okay. Increase the intensity up to like 22%, 20%, something like that. Metallic seems fine, normal seems fine, ambient occlusion seems fine. Don't really need to change much. I mean, I still want this to reflect, but at the same time, the grunge is too much. %. I want it to reflect, but I don't want it to be an overkill, right? In terms of reflection. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. there's a mismatch between the colors of this wood and this wood. This wood should be darker. So I'm going to make some color adjustments here. Grunge, like 5%. It's new, so it doesn't need to have any grunge for it. And then I think we just do details, reduce saturation, reduce luminosity. Getting closer to this. And I think that's kind of it for this, isn't it? The edge here is bad. Yep, the edge here is bad, edge bad. We fix. I should explain more. You will never have a board edge shown this way in reality, and because of that, we need to fix it. Okay, the way you fix it is really straightforward. You take this edge, Control Shift click, you take these two edges, might as well take the back side as well here. Take those two edges. Don't care about that one. Care only about the big one. Dupe edge, join, isolate, or no, don't need to isolate, just select it, offset. They're flat, so they will understand what's the direction for their offset, and just do like 150 mil, no, 120 mil, 100 mil, yeah, 10 centimeters. Right, we have these two guys now. Loft, can't loft again, there we go. Now we can merge all coplanar faces and extrude backwards. Minus how thick? Minus 5 millimeters, something like that. And that's our end of the roof. I'll repeat this one more time. Offset, surface, nope, just an offset, not a surface. 100. Loft, merge all coplanar faces, 5 mil. I think it extruded to the wrong direction. Oop, like that. Okay, and this should be end caps of the roof. So that's a new type of geometry. And for that, I need to go to layers. That's going to be under the roof. Create a new layer, call it end caps. And just change object layer, right? End caps will be whatever, green, and we will select them. Synchronize render colors, that's done. And then that's kind of it, honestly. Like then, I don't really need to apply a texture map because I'll be using the same material as for the frames. So I'll just show selected, or show all, and then export 3D view. Yep, and then we go back in here, refresh, bam, we have ourselves the good stuff. Then aluminum panels, I just slap that on here and double check if any seams are made. There are, right? So those seams I need to get rid of. Under details, texture, I will reset, is it? No. Refresh, copy. How do you get rid of the texture? You can't. Okay, disgusting. Okay, we don't do that, I guess. We will just simply create a new material. New standard material. Rename ends. Slap it on here. And then we just kind of color match to the paneling here. So tint, less, something like that. Don't care about UVs. Roughness, less. Is this blue? It has a little bit of blue in it, doesn't it? I need a sphere. To color match things, it's kind of nice to just have a sphere nearby, or two spheres actually. Whatever. One is ends, the other one is aluminum siding, right? And then trying to match these two up. So this needs to be much darker. Let's decrease the luminosity of it. And let's go and make this more... No, it should be like that. Should be as reflective like that. And then honestly, I think the luminosity, yeah, it needs to be even less. I'm looking at this and I'm trying to match those two. Something like that. Increase the roughness. I'm stupid. I didn't turn on the metallic for this. Okay, now when the metallic is turned on, I need to start again. Back to here, that's fine. Roughness. Something like that. I mean, not great. Then brighten this up. Yeah, okay. So these two match now. And the ends, that means the ends match up with the... Yeah, sure. Then it's kind of match up with the roof, and we're happy. That's it. That's it. Anything else I will do behind the, how do you call it, off camera. You don't need to see anymore. There's everything else is going to be super repetitive. 1 hour 20 minutes of material work. It is what it is. We go forward with this, and next up is going to be object work. Whew, okay, we're getting there. Probably way past the half mark, right? I would assume so. Anyway, chapter 6, models, and importing them, manipulating them, getting them from outside of Twinmotion, working with the library and so on. Everything that you can do with 3D assets. So first step is the library, right? And what can you do with the library? Well, let me hide the greenery for now. Let's get back to the ugly version of it. And in terms of the library, you have objects here, right? For all different types of objects. And also you have your megascans right here, where it has 3D assets and building, I don't know, a window pillar. Let's go for pillar. And you'll see that, you know, okay, these are like Corinthian pillars. You probably will not be using those in the modern, well, rustic modern architectural piece. So that's the name of the game with the Megascans library. They have a lot of old stuff and natural stuff, but they don't have modern designer furniture. Which brings us to just regular objects tab, where we have home, and then under here we have all of the different, you know, let's say living room, chairs, you know, a bunch of different chairs that we can use. Arguably, the designs of these chairs are not that great. We will need to find some that will work for us in terms of the terrace and whatnot. But you know, it's a start. It's a start here. So off camera, I was already looking through the tables here. Couldn't find any nice ones, right? If Gaia was the closest one for the terrace that I could find. But even the Gaia table is a little bit yucky, and unfortunately there's no easy way of how you can change the colors of the table, unless you can, sorry, you can. If you choose the material picker tool, now you can actually pick the material and adjust the, let's say, the tint of it to match a little bit better with the tint of the material here, right? So you can kind of color match it up a little bit better, which is nice, but design-wise still not great. So I want to, most likely the table will need to be modeled out by me. And I'll do so actually now. I'll do this very, very quickly. So I'm just gonna make a quick box. I want this to be minimal. I'm gonna make a quick box, scale it in one direction, let's say 600 mil. Let's give it 700 mil in that direction, 700 mil in that direction. There we go. The height of it, most likely 400, something like this. Isolate that, scale down the bottom part so that we have something like this. That seems like it's gonna work quite well. I'll get the top surface and I'll just holding the Alt key move it up. Duplicate border, get that in here. Offset this by 20 mil, like that. Offset it again inwards by 3 millimeters, something like this. Sorry, before I do that, I will chamfer edge, or chamfer corners, fillet corners, and the distance will be 10 mil, like that. Offset inwards by 3 mil. Planar surface. Extrude this down by like 5 centimeters or so. Planar surface that. Extrude this up by 3 mil. Okay. Boolean union. Merge all coplanar faces. Chamfer edge. Are these not merged? These are merged. Okay, good. Cell CRV, cell curves, delete it. Okay. Chamfer edge, finally, 3 millimeters for the chamfer. Actually, not 3, 2 millimeters. Don't need it to be too aggressive. Chain edges, yes. And I just click. There we go. I get myself a chamfer here. And then I will just use M, enter, V, enter. The yellow color does not help. Okay, let me just, where's my landscape? Landscape here, geometry, new layer, furniture, sublayer, table, sublayer, top, layer, bot. Okay, that's gonna be top. That's gonna be bottom. Top is going to be red so that I can see better. And now enter V, enter from here to here. Top goes on the bottom and lifts up by 3 mil. Something like that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Chamfer edge. And this one is going to be like 5 mil. You know, simple, minimal, nothing too fancy. Then we do some bounding box, or sorry, some UV mapping shenanigans. So just apply box map to this. 111, lock it down, 1000 or 2000, I think we used. And I will just borrow, honestly. I'll just borrow the same mapping from the bottom. Let's check with the UV checker. I mean, it's not great, but it's gonna do just fine. Let's show everything. Don't forget to select these two, synchronize render colors, and then only then do you export, or else the new materials will not be created for them. Save those up. Go to import tab, refresh. There it is. Okay, and then I'll just simply borrow my brushed material, slap it on here. That's going to be the tabletop, and I'll borrow the Ash 5 material, I guess this one. Concrete. But concrete as in duplicate, and then concrete because I want to rotate this. UV mapping, rotation 90 degrees. Cast concrete. Okay, this is, oops, my bad. This is a little bit better, right? The position of this, I just modeled it randomly. So, of course, God damn it, control. Of course, for the position, I will need to place it correctly. Why is the pivot point there? If your pivot point is all weird, you can always right click here, or sorry, not right click. Blah, blah. You click on this little arrow here, then it opens up your pivot point settings here, the little 3 dots, and then you do center pivot, and then it's going to be right in the middle of your selection, and then you can just move it, right? I like to use the rotation tool to also move things. So I align it first of all, like that, move it here, and then I will just type in minus 1500, something like that. Oh, that's in meters, my bad, minus 1.5. Oh, okay, 1.5. There we go. So now this is aligned. Looks fine. I think it looks fine. And then we need some decent chairs. So first of all, that's how you kind of add more furniture. If you can't find nice furniture, just freaking model it. It's not hard. Then to actually get some chairs in here, let me just quickly go through this and try to find any chair that would work. Nope, absolutely. That's crazy. Nope. Okay, neither one of these work. All of these are a little bit yucky. Absolutely not. Okay, we go in here. Back to home, backyard, chairs here. Let's just find some lounge chairs. There's some deck chairs, backyard chairs. I need something low. I need something low, and this is kind of low, but it's very yucky. And this might be fine. Let's see. Downloading. While it's downloading, I'm looking through others, but this might be okay. Huge. Absolutely huge. Maybe? Too big. Too big, too big, too big. Okay, undo. Control Z. Let's try... There was one that I kind of liked. Okay, wait, I paused video. I found it. So it's this one, backyard chair, this one. Clearly needs love, clearly needs to have a little bit of work done for it. But I think that will work. So that's the chair. It seems like it's one object as well, which is not great at all. But it does have different materials that are associated with it. So let's see if we can make this work. So first of all, I want this metal, or yeah, I want this metal. So pipette tool, wood is selected, and now can I replace it? Or can I just, yep, I can just drag and drop it in. That's easy. And then the second one is going to be the cushion here. The cushion, I don't really want to mess around with it too much. I'm just going to make it tint a little bit. Wait, is that, ew, that's too blue. So that's white, and then we just keep dropping it until it kind of starts matching up. Something like that. Yeah, I think that will work. That will work. Okay. So then I just select this chair, and holding the Alt key, holding the Shift key, I make a copy of it. Instanced. Rotate for it to be more natural. All good. Get some in home. Is it going to be in home? No, it's going to be objects. It is going to be in home. Home, living room, decorations. Or is it going to be kitchen? Sorry, give me a second. I'm sure I'm going to find it really quickly. Okay, backyard, not here. Accessories, maybe? Nope. Always forget. Okay, home, kitchen, accessories. And I just want a white wine glass. There we go. instanced. Okay, and then a bowl. I want a bowl. That's gonna be under food, I guess. Nope, it's not. So annoying. Okay, let's just go bowl, like so. Just search for a bowl. Surely, okay. Let's just get that one in here. Okay. Apple. I want the red one. Okay. Pipette tool. This is too bright. Kill it. Kill it more. Yeah, darker bowl will do just fine. I think that's it. That's enough detailing, right? So it starts looking a little bit weird here with two glasses. I don't need the two glasses. I want to keep the horizontality of this. So that's fine. Okay, that's how you operate with the objects from the library. Nothing more to it, right? Amongst these objects, you can also see that we already applied some primitives, so you can do a little bit of modeling with here. You can also rotate, scale, and move the objects. I showed you how to change the pivot point around which you rotate and scale the objects. So all of this is kind of shown. And then I guess we can go into the modeling tab where I can show you even more stuff. So here we skipped over this modeling tab, right? If I enable it, I need to select like any one of the objects. I wonder which one. Let's go for here. Z, or not Z, F. Zoom in. Okay, so we have ourselves the asphalt bridge thing, and the bottom of it most likely should be a different material, for example. Maybe that's a bad choice here, because maybe not. Let's say the top should be a different material from the bottom, and I could go back in Rhino and just separate them and export it again, or here I can use the modeling tab. I select the object, choose faces, and I can click and select the two, in this case, two faces that I want to work with, and I can either delete them or detach them, right? So also if the normals are wrong, I can fix the normals of them. So I can detach this, and now once I leave the modeling workflow, you can see it's transparent from the backside, but you can see that the bridge bottom is here, while the bridge top is here, and it is transparent from the backside. That's why you don't see the bottom part. Actually, important note: if I pipette this, right, and then I scroll down in the material under miscellaneous, there's the two-sided option. If I tick mark that, then you can see the bottom side, right, the back side of it. So now these two objects are initially have been separated to be completely separate from one another, which means that I can now apply two different materials to them, right? So the top can be a different material from the bottom. In this case, I will not be doing that, but it's just a nice thing to have, I think. Actually, let me save, because more stuff that I'm gonna do will get heavy. Will get heavy. So let's take the car, for instance. I wonder if this is gonna work or not. Let's say we have this car, not instanced. Instanced means that if I change the materials of this car, the materials of this car will change. Copy means if I change the materials of this car, this one will stay the same, right? So instance means that they are connected to each other. Okay, we have this car. I go to modeling and I'll see. Okay, it's not supported. It doesn't let me mess around with the car. That's fine. That's fine. Doesn't let me delete it as well. Okay. You need to get rid of the modeling tab for it to let you delete it. Let's see if we can mess around with primitives for me to show you. A cone, for example. Modeling. Not supported. What the hell is going on? Okay, sure. I'll just show it on my geometry, I guess. Let's get out of there. Delete the cone. Where's my table? I'll show you on the little table that we've made. F to focus. Control to select multiple. Shift and drag along the x-axis to make a copy. F to focus. Okay, so with this, let's go to modeling. There we go. Now faces, was pretty straightforward, was pretty easy to show. Autofix normals, always a good idea to do. Mirror is, if you're doing anything that requires mirroring, this is quite a nice tool to have. Mirror direction X, and then I can move the mirror. I can rotate the mirror. I can't rotate the mirror. Why can't I rotate the mirror? Oh, that's the rotation, isn't it? So what if I do 45? Nope. What if I do 45 here? There we go. So I can make weird mirroring things with this. Just reset it. And in doing so, I can kind of merge them together, right? So merge mode, automatic merge, and you can see that once I apply, actually they don't really merge that well. So annoying. Okay, why don't you merge? Merge objects. What if I select these two? Sorry, undo. Doesn't let me undo. That's great. Wonderful. We try again. Modeling mode, mirror, bounding box mirror, left, push that in. It's red for some reason. I wonder if that's why it's kind of freaking out. Shouldn't be. Merge objects, weld point on connected parts, apply. There we go. Now it merged. Okay, I don't know why it didn't work before, but now these two objects are merged into one, and now I have successfully made some sort of a weird double table with the mirror tool, right? So that's mirroring. Merge is when I just select two objects and I can force them to become one, right? So it just kind of cleans everything up, and that one object can still have multiple materials associated with it. That's fine. And then split is if I want to split it into parts according to the materials, I can just use split by material ID, and now the top and the bottom are back split again. This is very useful when you import stuff from the internet and you want to just clean it up in Twinmotion to be used later down the line in other projects. For instance, you download a tree and you just want to save it. You will probably be merging the objects so that the tree is a single entity. Okay, but that's basically it. Nothing more to it. The modeling tools are still pretty weak in Twinmotion. I suggest using a 3D modeling program for it. Okay, that's modeling. Let's, before we import geometries, I want to show you Populate tab, Paths. There's also urban, but we'll do that later. Populate tab, Paths. We have character, bicycle, vehicle, or custom. So custom, clearly you can choose what goes on the path, but for now I just want to show you the character. So first of all, let's draw the path. Let's say from here, straight here, and then through here, makes a turn, kind of goes here. There we go. People walking, looking around, like it's cheap. I think it's cheap. It's good for presentations. When you're doing urban presentations, it's great for that. For if you're trying to do artistic renders, it's not gonna work. Let's look at the settings. You can choose what kind of race of people do you want to walk. So I can say that only Asian or white people can, or Caucasian people can go, or only Caucasian. It depends, it depends on where your project is located. So, or only African people are going, right? So here you're just basically localizing the design by choosing the type of the characters that move. Then you have Let's have all of them. Then you have clothing, either the streetwear, right? Casual, office wear. This guy's very casual as well. This one as well. Then you have travel. Right? Or beach. Oop, my bad. G to see the line. Click on the line. Beach. I mean, the movement is not that elegant. You will not be using this in close range. Also, they don't have a lot of different characters, clearly. And then traditional Middle Eastern. I don't know why, but for me, it doesn't load in. I think I need to download the characters under library, characters, animated humans. No, they are downloaded. Bugging? I don't know. Either way. So there's an option as well. I'll go back to street. Then we have the width of the distribution. Right. So they missed the bridge a little bit. Let's not do that. And let's adjust that node there so that it's a little bit closer here. Yeah, something like that. Should be fine. Shouldn't intersect too much. Then, oops, my bad. Added in too many points. Then we have the density of people, so we can have a huge crowd moving, or we can just have a few. We should have only a few. If you're doing this, you should only have a few. Then you can change the direction of their movement, and they can just stand around there if you want to, not walk at all. And that's it. And then if the randomness doesn't suit you, you can just change the seed to a different kind of randomness. With 1%, it's hard to see. Okay, so that's people. Then populate, bicycle. Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum. Look at him go. Will they collide? Absolutely they will. Okay, so that's bicycles, bicycle paths and so on. You can increase the speed so they are zooming. You can decrease the speed so they are very careful. The density should be also like 1% or so. You know, just from time to time do they pass by? Well, that's 7. You can change the direction, but I think the different directions is fine. And that's basically it. And you can have 2 lanes so that they're going in both directions, right? So that's bicycles. Where are they? Hello, bicycles? Density? Okay, 10%, I guess. Then same thing with cars. I'm just gonna go fast with the cars. We won't be using any of these, so I'm just kind of doing whatever. Cars. There they go. Oops. That one node is a little bit. Maybe I should probably move it there. Ooh. They don't fit. Ooh. Yikes. Two-way direction. Nice. Okay, so but you get the idea, right? You get the idea. The bridge is a little bit rough, to use with the cars. It's a very narrow bridge. All right, let's get rid of these. I don't like them. Last one is custom. So, oh, my bad. Custom. If I let me just draw path here, like that, and here you can choose. You can completely modularize or customize the movement, right? So it can either do the movement once, and stop, right? It can do once per ping pong. Let me increase the speed of it, right? Like that. So punk, looped, and it will just keep going, or loop ping pong, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, right? Like that. Then you describe what an up axis is for it so that it projects correctly. It should always be Z up. You can describe the rotation of the object, right? You can describe the size of the object. You can describe the offset, you know, how high or how low it is above. So you can have like birds and crap like that. And I don't know why stick to floor is... Oh, stick to floor is for the... It basically measures its distance to the floor and then applies a 6-meter offset above, right? And what you do is, instead of a box, then you can say... Wait, can't I have multiple? Huh, I can't have multiple, right? So it's for one character. I assume that you can have more. Sorry, I don't use these tools for this kind of animation, so I don't know. Anyway, so that's how you can animate along the paths. Pretty fun and gets boring really, really quickly. Again, useful for urban studies and, you know, kind of showing a lively city or a lively square. Right. So those are characters. We did modeling. We are kind of done with populate. The last thing that I'm going to show you is urban population. And let's do Lund, Sweden. And let's try. Let's do central, if I manage. Oh, that's totally... Oh my god, Lund. Try again. Okay. Gonna give up soon. Sure, whatever, something like that, right? Download and place. You basically describe an area that you want to download and you get the urban plan for it. Let me hide all of the stuff here so that it's not in the way. But you know, I think it's nice to have that data just available for you to download and use for rendering, even if the data itself is very low in resolution and in quality, right? That's still pretty nice. And in my case, I can't really use this because this data set belongs to OpenStreetMap, and where we are developing this property, OpenStreetMap does not have any data about it because it's not countryside, right? So for cities, this is great. Now let me just, it creates a context folder for you, so you can just delete it and you're back to normal. Okay, like that. F2 focus. Okay, now we're done with these 4 tabs. And the media tab, we're kind of, no, the media tab is not, we're not there yet. Let's do some importing. Yay, importing files. Okay, Polyhaven, our go-to place to get 3D models from for now. Again, a bunch of different websites that offer 3D models. Some of them are free, most of them are paid for, but Polyhaven is the free one. We go to models, and here I'm just going to go to nature, and let's just download some. So I talked about trees, and let's see. This is kind of nice. You can see the quality difference, you know, of this tree compared to what we have in Twinmotion. I like this one. I want this one. This one looks lovely. Let's look at it in 3D. And you can see all of the different materials that are associated with the tree. That's going to be a yikes, but should be fine. Really? It takes so long to load in? Hello? Oh, there we go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, I like that. I like that very much. To get this model, sorry, I had to check. So to get this model, we choose 4K textures because I want this to be really high quality. I choose GLTF because that's the best kind of a method. Second best is FBX, right? But for this we use GLTF, and then we just simply download, right? Hit the download. It's going to download whatever it needs in terms of textures together with the GLTF format. We wait, download's done, open this up, extract. Yeah, we just extract it. There we go. And then we just get this copy or cut, and then we paste it in there. I have a folder set up, Twinmotion for Architects, 3D assets, 3 small, Control V, there it is. Then back in here, I just simply click the little plus sign for the import, hit open, go to Twinmotion for Architects, 3D assets, 3 small, GLTF, hit open. A bunch of questions here. Most of them should stay default. The only one that you kind of care about is collapse by material. You want it to be turned on so that it's a little bit easier to... Actually, collapse all might be just fine. Let's try. Collapse all, sure, let's try. Let's see how it handles it. Everything else, keep default. Import, might as well. I always do collapse by material, but maybe collapse all will be fine. Since I was testing this already, it asks me for material conflicts. I'll just say use imported material, apply to all. I wonder if it's gonna collapse correctly. Yeah, it seems like it did. Okay, that's good. So we have a single object with multiple materials associated with it. And as I go up close, I mean, it's not the ideal. You would need 8K texture for this to work. And also these branches, they're not great at all. But hey, it kind of works. I think it looks pretty okay. Let's see if we can make some adjustments. So this branch, I'll just use world scale, randomize UVs. Nope. Turn off the triplanar mapping. Let's just see if the scale, if we decrease the scale, if that works. Yeah, that will work. So 0.1. There we go. That's kind of clean. Then for the leaves, let's see how the leaf texture looks like. There's grunge, luminosity, saturation, roughness, metallic, ambient occlusion, emissive, opacity. And two-sided. Okay, so this one kind of works, but I would like this to also have translucency. And if I remember correctly, translucency was belonged to foliage. So if we go into our materials tab, this is the material that we're dealing with. I wonder, no, it's impossible to just change the material type. So instead, I'm just going to create a new material, foliage, like that. And then the texture, I'm just going to kind of copy. So color, details, I'm just going to copy the texture from here, copy, and paste it here, paste, right? And then I'll just apply it to the leaves here somehow. Oh crap, I can't? That's annoying. I really can't. I can't do that here. Oh, I think I did. Wait, let's see. It's like that, and now it's like, okay, I can, I just did. Okay, right. So then we have this versus this. There's still some things to adjust. Let's take a look. Don't need to do anything with the details or the tint. So the color is done. Opacity wise, I don't think we're using an opacity map, but I'll just check to be safe. We are using an opacity map, and I'm just going to copy that, and let's just find it. Where is it? Map, paste it. Ooh, yikes. We don't, nope. We don't use that. Twinmotion didn't like that at all. But here, translucency amount, right? When light shines through the leaves, see, they're kind of pretty. They're translucent, and I can make them more or less translucent. That's the translucency. That's what I'm getting excited about, right? So especially if we do proper path tracing, that's with a lot of translucency, that's with low translucency, right? So this value is important. I will have it at 0.7, something like that. And this is just going to make it much more believable, right? What happened here? Oh no, I accidentally applied too many materials. No, no, no. Okay, Control Z. I'm gonna be fast now. Okay, so here, now we don't touch that. We only change here the translucency. Okay, sorry about that. Make sure that the stem is correct, or just undo until the stem is correct. And then we don't need seasons. We will not be changing seasons. Roughness map. Let's just see if there is a roughness map for the leaves here. There is, so I'm just copying it, pasting it, and that's kind of done. We can make them more glossy or less glossy. I'm gonna make them a little bit more glossy. I kind of like glossy leaves, like that. And then normal map. Okay, let's see if there's a normal map there. Normal, of course there is. Copy, and let's actually get up close to these leaves to see. So that's without the normal map. Details, paste. That's with the normal map. Looks much better. The jagged edges are a little bit yikes. Let's see if we can adjust them. Opacity map, open actually, and we go to the 3D assets, textures, and we see that there is no opacity for the materials. Okay, maybe that's why it was freaking out. Let's see if we can download the opacity map separately. This one. I need this one. Ooh. Why is that white? Okay, maybe not this one. We'll see. Zip file. None of these. I only care about leaves. Leaves opacity. Will you find it faster than me? Alpha, leaves alpha. Okay, they call it alpha, and that's fine. And we don't need it 4K, we need it 2K. Download. Okay. Extract. And just grab that. And we will just add it to here. Okay. I still don't understand the stripes there, but sure. It seems like it's just bad design, but let's try. Open. So this is how the leaves look like before we apply the opacity map, and let's just see if that's gonna help or not. This one. Open. That helps. Okay, we're done. We're done. Translucency 0.7. Yep, we're done. We have ourselves a tree. Now, this tree is done. We need to have it in our library. So I will just simply select it, click the little 3 dots, and choose Add to User Library. And that's it. From now on, I can easily go to my library here. I can even delete it now and purge. I can go to my user library. There's my tree. Whenever I want, I drag it in. Cool, huh? Okay, let's actually put it to use, to good use. Speed 5. Let's zoom around a bit. Greenery. This bad boy right here. Instead, I want a tree. And I want to see if that kind of looks good or not in my previews. The leaves will need a little bit of work. That's fine. We'll adjust the leaves. Why is it crooked? Yeah, I guess it should be crooked. So that's kind of... It's okay in here. I kind of like the trunk here, so that's fine. Instead, here I will want a pine, so I'll download another tree. Let's take a look from this angle. Here I'll also want a pine, kinda. Yeah, and here I will want some framing, a little bit more framing, and then last one is this. Okay, let's think a bit. I think this one needs to exist somewhere here, like that, so that it kind of breaks apart the layering here. And it will need to lean, but the way it leans will be described in this angle. Let's get it in there. Come on, I'm just trying to get the tree. F. This is going to be a little bit annoying, but I think we will manage. Something like that. Okay, let's look at camera 5. Camera 5 doesn't even catch it. Okay, damn it. I want it to be caught. It kind of catches a side of it, but I want it to be caught more. So I'm going to push it in, push it out, or rotate it out like so. That's too much. Or is it? Okay, let's start going through the views. That is too much. That's too much. Okay. Ambience, camera, auto exposure is indeed turned on. It's just very dark. Yeah. Okay, it's too much. Oh, but it was following. Okay. It was following the curvature of the ground. So now it's a little bit less. Push it back out a bit till it almost touches the edge there. I think that's gonna be some nice framing. Okay, so like that. Auto exposure off, or rather auto exposure on, but less. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. View 1. It's there. We'll need to change the color of it, of course, but it's getting there. Then view 2 can't see it. Camera 3 can definitely see it. Let's take a look. Oh, thank God. It kind of breaks a little bit here. Breaks the sight line, hides the edge there. That's not good, but does break the line for the car. So I kind of like it. I think it's nice. And this angle is good. Okay, so that's the tree. It gets. I think that's done. Let's do a time lapse of me downloading this. And before I do that, just one last bit. Import. No, not import materials. Foliage. That is currently being used. Color. Where's my tint? A little bit towards warmth. Something like that. Not good enough. Darken. Yeah, that's good. Don't want it to push too much in the front. So that's better. Okay. This time lapse of this. Let's go. All right, we are kind of done, question mark, kind of done with the objects. So a few trees have been imported. It's not as good as I was expecting, the 3D model, I mean. It's not as good as I was expecting it to be. So, wait, cat, stop, cat, be cool, cat. There's a cat here. Here, right where it hits the ground, the material is absolutely amazing. But here, it's far from it, right? It's kind of trash. It's highly optimized, clearly, you know, so that you only render it from the eye level here, which is not great, but it should work out since we are looking at it from quite far away. So I think this will be just fine. So basically we have some trees here added in. I have made a mistake here. That's my bad. Let's take a look. That's bark. And that's twig. And that's gonna be dead branches as well. So that is definitely my mistake. Let's just try to get them as close to the trunk as possible. Ideally, you would be just simply moving it. Sorry, not moving, but undoing the whole thing, the whole procedure, and moving the whole group all together. But I think this will be just fine. They should be rotated. Yikes. Let's double check if I messed it up too much. No, we won't see the top of it from there, so it's fine. Okay. That's... mistakes happen. Anyway, so with that done... Yo, you cool? Okay. With that done, now we have a pretty nice scene here with some... At this point, I'm really starting to get excited about the scene. I've added in a little pine sapling here. I actually didn't change the pine here. I just scaled it down to be a little bit smaller. And I added in 2 pine saplings here and here so that they hide the ugly branches a little bit, right? And that's kind of it. The only thing that I want to change right now is this foundation perimeter here, and precisely speaking, the displacement map. And this is going to be a little bit weird because it's not really... It's material based, it's not geometry based, but it kind of is geometry based because we're going to be displacing this. So first of all, displacement maps in Twinmotion don't work the way of how they work in other software. In Twinmotion, when you want to displace a texture according to a height map, it uses this thing called parallax. So if I go in here under normal and I enable parallax mode here, you can see that increasing the intensity of it, it definitely bounces out some of the bricks, but at the same time, when I look at it from an angle, nothing really changes. It only works like in 2D. It only applies this height map in 2D. So that's no bueno. That's not what we want. We want to actually displace it. And to do so, there are a few ways of how we can do it. Way number 1 is actually, because I'm all over the place, but I want to kind of clean up this edge here and make it a little bit more organic, right? That's the reason. So way number 1 of how to displace this is by actually using displacement texture in Rhino. Way number 2 is by placing rocks here, right? And actually embedding rocks in the wall. And I think for this one, displacing it is a better like a better option, right? So I'm going to be doing that. And to do this, I actually need to Google where are all textures for Twinmotion stored. My bad. Let's find. Can be accessed from the library. but it doesn't tell me. I'm just scared that the Twinmotion, that this texture in particular, I won't be able to get it from Twinmotion. But let's try. Okay, so if I go to disk C, program files, Epic Games, Twinmotion, engine, content, not functions, or maybe functions, material functions, strata, substrate. No, those are just, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Doesn't matter. It's all UA assets. So it won't, the textures are coded in and can't be shared. At least it seems so. Unless they're hidden somewhere. Shaders, public, yeah, it's all, yeah. Anyway, so we don't get to download the textures. Sorry, I keep going through this, just trying. If I find this, no. Okay, we stop, close it. So instead I will download a displacement map that is kind of close to this. And for that we will just use our trusty Polyhaven. I'll just go to assets, textures. Let's go for rock. Gray rocks, that seems like it would be kind of good. Stone wall, that's actually pretty good. Let's use that. See if there's anything else that could be used. This one. I'm gonna use this one because it's kind of similar to this. I'm not looking at the texture, I'm only looking at the displacement map. So 4K, zip file, and only the displacement. So hide everything else. Just download the displacement, download that. And then in Rhino, we will need to do some things in Rhino. Open up that one. Oh yeah, my bad. First extract it. Extract here. There we go, this one. So I want to displace this geometry here, the foundation geometry. So to do so, I first need to select it. Structure, foundation, select objects, isolate. And then I want to, well, first try it or test it on some part, right? So for instance here. If I remember correctly, that should be under properties for the geometry. And displacement right here, displacement option, on. And then we need to assign a texture, and I'll just click a plus sign, import from file, and we navigate. Before I navigate, I'll actually just look at what we have here. Nothing much. Okay, desktop, no, downloads. This displacement, okay. And it says displacement complete, but it doesn't seem like it's it has done anything. So I'm just going to see how can we make it work. I think this is because it's 1 millimeter. If I do, yeah, it's because it was set to be displaced by 1 millimeter. So instead we will just do 100 millimeters, and you can see that it's getting displaced. Maximum faces, turn that off, and we get a little bit of that. So now I want this to be displaced inwards, so -100, like that. And refine steps, let's do fine steps for refining. So it basically just displaces inwards like that. Honestly, not great. Like the seams are much worse. So I am going to be displacing it outwards, unfortunately. It's a little bit of a tricky procedure. In progress. Okay. I guess very high is too high. Also we do 50, 50 here. Let's just do high instead. Yeah, with high you can see better. And even this kind of displacement is already going to be kind of good, honestly. I'll just do black point minus 50. Ooh. That gets pushed in quite a bit. Okay. It's not great. I mean, this tool is not great, but it will work once we find the working combination. Medium. Okay, it needs to be high. White point 0. 5 centimeters. Yeah, it seems like that's gonna do the thing. And do I need to? I guess I'll explain it. So right now I'm gonna run it at very high, and I'm just gonna see if it's going to give more information here, and if it doesn't, then I'll just change a few settings here to make it work, right? So give me a second. I'll yet another time lapse until I do this, and then we will continue. Okay, something like this. I didn't do a time lapse. It was just me testing out the different variations. So initial quality high, black point minus 300, white point 25, meaning dark areas are being pushed in by 30 centimeters. White areas are being pushed out by 25 millimeters, by 2.5 centimeters, and we get something like this. And basically now I just want to apply the same displacement to at least these 4 areas, or these 4 objects. So I'm gonna just repeat this like that, but now I know minus 300, and that's gonna be 25. We get that, and then post-weld angle 90. I don't know why these are so different. That's weird. Shouldn't be. It might be ignoring... wait, is it ignoring... all of that seems fine. I think it's ignoring the UV mapping as well. Whatever. High quality. Ooh, rough. Okay. Definitely ignoring the UV mapping. Fairing 4. So for this, we need to change this to be much less. And minus 100. Yeah, something like that. Maybe a little bit minus 150. And then 50 out. Ooh, 50 out. Careful with that one. Okay. We'll get it to work. This one also medium. No, it needs to be high, but with less aggressiveness. So minus 150. 0. Minus 200. Okay. Minus 200 seems like it's gonna work with 0. What? How? Why are these different? It shouldn't be different. That's weird. Minus 250. The scale of them is... oh my god. Clearly, you know, this tool is not used for that. But it is what it is. And for here, we don't really care. I'm just going to use it the way it is. Okay, so we have ourselves these kind of changed up geometries. I'm going to use extract render mesh tool, and then group up whatever is selected right now and hide it. And now I have my meshes here, right? Like separate meshes for the objects. And these now will have a little bit more of an organic look to them. I just need to see with the UV checker, the projections are still the same, which is good. I just show, and for the foundation, I will just create a new sublayer and call it clean, change object layer, hide, and then select the foundation, the newly made foundation, and make sure that that's in the foundation layer, like so. That needs a little bit of love, so isolate that. Cage, edit, bounding box, enter, enter, enter. Grab the control points here, only these. I skipped accidentally. Cage, edit, captive objects. Captive is this, enter. Control object is this edge here, enter. There we go. Okay, grab these, push them in a bit, and also push them just slightly back, just so that it doesn't completely mess up. Don't know if I like this. Let's run a smooth through this to clean it up. Smooth. Just like 10 steps of smoothing. Yeah, that seems a little bit cleaner. That's nicer. Okay. Just a little, scale it up just a little bit so that it intersects. Okay, show. Sorry about that. Took a while, but show. Let's just see how it exports. So export 3D view, datasmith, save, yes. Import, refresh. Okay, that's not bad. This will need to be moved in a little bit, but that's fine. And the edge mapping is messed up. Yikes. That's a little bit annoying that the edge mapping got screwed up. But I think as long as we, okay, let's do this. Pipette tool, and then for the UV mapping, what if we use world space? Remember the size of this world space, and just increase the scale of it. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah, that works just fine. Okay. So now this is not a sharp, clean edge anymore. It's actually more organic and a little bit better. At least I think so. And also it's sticking out a little bit, which is fine. Okay, let's clean up some things. So this one, just scale it a little bit. And push it just a little bit. Just push it in. Then this one, it's sticking out here. So we just push it backwards a little bit. Should be fine. There's a gap now. Careful. No gap, and just a tiny bit of sticking out situation. Yay. Okay. Just trying to push this in. Worst case scenario, we select these two edges here and we push this whole thing out, but honestly, I think just like doing 2 millimeter push, yeah, that just fixes it. Okay, we're good. Synchronize. Oops, no auto synchronization. Disable. Export 3D view. Yep. Yep, gap, gone. I mean, gap is there, but it's not visible. Like it's visible, but not present. And then here we need to fix some detailing, which is fine. Just erase a little bit. What? One. Okay. And kill those. Or is, no, that one is not even sticking out. Okay, that's good. And last thing that I notice here, and I promise that's going to be the last one, is going to be this edge right here that needs to be pushed in further, like that. That's it. We are done. At least we're done with this portion. Okay, next up is going to be, next chapter is going to be all about like minor detailing and adding in details. We did most of the work already, but there's some details to be added here where we have the water gathering area and so on. But honestly, like at this point, I'm quite happy with it. Also, in the next chapter, besides the details, more importantly, is I'm going to teach you about the lights, artificial lighting in the scene. So we're going to make one more camera angle. Honestly, we're probably just going to copy one of the camera angles and we're going to make it nighttime. And once we make it nighttime, we're going to apply lighting on the interior to look nice. So that's next chapter, lights and detailing. I'll see you there. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. There are a few things that we need to change before we will continue. And chapter 7 is going to be, as I mentioned before, about light, and then about atmosphere and small particles and whatnot. And basically just detailing, you know, adding in details. So, things to change. First thing is, after talking with my colleagues, we have decided that the clients will not be able to afford copper for the cladding. Instead, it will need to be corten steel, which is a cheaper alternative, which is fine. So if I just look for corten, there we go. That's the material that we're getting, and that's the material that we will be using. On the interior, I'm gonna try and stay with copper. We'll see if that will work. Honestly, corten steel not that bad. A little bit too orange, but I think we will manage to tone it down a little bit later. So more here and here. Okay. So let's see. Let's take a look at first. Well, the trees, the greenery is not necessary right now. Let's just look at the corten steel, the 4 materials that have been created, and let's just see if we can adjust a little bit of it so that it's that it fits better with the scene. Because right now it's a little bit on the orange side. Honestly, I mean, is it that bad? It's not that bad. It's pretty bad here though. So the orange is a little bit too aggressive. I'm just going to tone it down. I will not do anything with the tint. I'll just tone down the saturation to 0.8, something like that, for all 4 of these. Let's see if we can do it for all 4 of them. So holding shift key, select 4, and then saturation 0.8. Yep, drops down drastically. Okay, so that is too much, I think. Well, wait, let's first look at this. Oh no, okay, it's not too much. It has plenty of character still. That's nice. And then one idea that I have is for this. So if I pick, yeah, okay, that's the first one. Can we add it here? That's a pretty nice line, isn't it? I think that's a nice line. We keep it. It's a nice line, we keep the line. But the tiling of this is bad, so I do need to duplicate this, unfortunately. Or I go back to Rhino and then change the UV mapping, but in this case it's just faster to apply the material here, go to UV mapping, world space, ta-da, it's done. Randomize UVs if we want to. And it's done. Okay, so that's step one, the budget. Let's purge, delete unnecessary materials. Okay, those are the materials that we're currently working with. Oh, my computer is running. Wait, let's actually take a look. I'm curious. The memory is kind of getting there. RAM is fine. CPU is fine. Okay, so it's only the GPU memory that's getting hard, getting hit hard, pretty badly. Anyway, so that's step one. Step two is the vibe of the whole scene, and I just want to talk about it. Then we will do some exercises, and then we're actually going to lock in to the vibe. So the vibe of the scene. 1 second. Opening. Those of you who know this movie or these movies, this artist, director, respect. But this is basically the characteristics, not the characteristics, the vibe, the atmosphere that I'm going for. Specifically, I was looking through these different shots from different movies by Tarkovsky, and something like this, like this, this, and specifically this and this. This shot really got me. So this is the not necessarily one-to-one feeling that we are after, but we're trying to get towards here in terms of the atmospheric, always on top, in terms of atmosphere, right? So if I were to go to media and change this to cam 4, take a look at it, it's getting there. It's kinda getting there, but this should be colder. The whole scene should be kind of colder, and the reds should be even more desaturated. I don't want to desaturate reds further, but would be good, but we ain't gonna be doing that, right? Right now this is disbalanced because there's very little blue. It's very greenish, and then this kind of muddy brown here. So we need to balance this, and I think this is going to be our money shot, right? Our main shot, because this one is starting to become very utilitarian and also over bright, but we'll correct for that. So camera 4 is now our leading shot, and there's going to be a few things that we are going to be doing with it. I'll do those later. Well, not later, in this chapter, but first let's talk about light. Either this or this. Let's go for this vibe, right? So let me take, let's say, this might be a nice look. Yeah, this is a nice look, and I'll just duplicate this view, rename it night. All right. And then we will first of all make it into a nighttime. So I don't really need, 1 second thinking. Actually, just changing it into a nighttime is as easy as it's as easy as toning down the power of the light of the environment, right? So I can just tone down from intensity of 10 down to 1 or even less, 0.1, right? And thus nighttime is created, right? Also during the nighttime, our eyes have cones and sticks or whatever it's called, or spirals, I don't remember, but basically one is responsible for night vision, the other one is responsible for daytime vision, and the nighttime vision for us does not how does it work? The nighttime vision does not register color, and that is why during the night it's hard for us to tell colors apart, but it's not equal that all colors are equal. The first one that goes is the red color. The red tones are the first ones that go, which means that when it's kind of getting dark, that's why we see everything in a little bit of a bluish tint. That's because we don't see red anymore. So what I'm getting at is intensity. If I change this back to 0.5, 0.9, sure, 0.9, whatever. If I change the intensity to 0.9, this still needs the white balance to change, and the white balance needs to be much colder. So I'm gonna go for 5600, something like this, right? We're kind of matching, we're starting to match up. In here, this is way overly contrasty, so the contrast needs to drop down. Right now it's at 72%. I would say it should be 40. 40% contrast, 45, something like that. And saturation, probably just a tiny bit less, 45. Okay. Then we don't use auto exposure, we actually use locked down exposure for the camera and just find a value that works. Okay, something like that, right? So we're a lot of the work is just color matching and analyzing how the colors work, understanding how the colors work and matching it up. Finally, very warm tones on the inside. Time to light up the scene. Nice. Okay, let's refresh this so that this is kind of locked in, and let's add in a little bit of light in the interior. So this needs to become smaller. This is called Pure Ref, by the way, the software. It's free. Well, you need to choose that you are gonna be donating $0 and then it's free. Okay, but if you can, you should donate to them. It's a great software for references. So now let me minimize that. Stop the render. Bam. And let's go inside and create a light. Oh, that's very slow. Okay. Let's make a light. So to make a light, I didn't know that you can do that. That's interesting. Doesn't matter. To create a light, you just go to your library, close that, and then here under lights, there's all these different types of lights that you can create. The simplest one being omnidirectional, just a point light, like that. Clearly, it shouldn't be here. It should be on the interior, like that, and it should be kind of just shining inside of the interior, lighting the whole scene up. The settings that omnidirectional light has are pretty simple. It has the intensity in lumens. I'm looking at this, by the way. Has the intensity in lumens. Attenuation is how far does it reach. So clearly it needs to reach further out, like that. You can do this. That's not a problem. Then for shadows, the shadows clearly need to be enabled. so that stuff is blocked. And volumetric shadows should also be enabled. Volumetric means that the fog, the shadows will be calculated in the fog. So the light will produce this kind of a foggy effect. And then if I run this as a, if I run it here, this is being lit up. So without light, with light, right? As easy as that. We just kind of hide the light source and we just light it up. Then for color temperature, 2700, I guess, Kelvin. Oh, even warmer than that. Wow. Okay, 2200. Warmer? Okay, 1800. That's crazy warm. Okay, 1800 seems like it's doing the trick. It would probably be even warmer than that, but basically anything below 2000 Kelvin when it comes down to color warmth is LED lighting, right? So 1800 starts feeling a little bit fake, and it kind of makes sense. This is fire, right? And this is just a lamp. So I'll go back to 2100, right? In terms of color temperature. What's the haze? I never used haze before. Oh, can't use it. Interesting. Oh, I know why. Yeah, haze only can be applied. Yep, haze can only be applied in the non-path traced view, and it's basically a fog, like so. And you can see that, yikes, the quality of it is not so great, so I will not be using that. But basically that's the fog effect, right? The God rays effect. We don't need that, so we don't use haze. What else? Reflection in the light. No, don't care about those settings at all. Won't even explain them. So right now we have omnidirectional light, right? That shines here, and I'll hold down the shift key and I'll make a copy of it above so that there's two of them and they will be instanced. If I change one, the other one changes together with it. So they are chained together, and I'll adjust the intensity until it will feel right. But I need this. Okay, I like it. That's it. I think this is done in terms of the light, right? And then we just refresh this, we quit media mode, and we have it here. And in this mode, I will navigate to the lights. 5, moving speed 5. G to actually show the lights. This one, and where's the second one? Okay, fine, I'll just have them here, and I'll just have them hidden, right? So both omnidirectional lights are going to be hidden unless we go to this view, and in this view they will be enabled. Oh, in this view they are also enabled. That's weird. That shouldn't happen. Anyway, we can easily just hide them in every other view. Yep. And last one here. And that's it. It's done. Okay. So that's now only in... Stop crashing. What? Is my keyboard broken? Why is it selecting all of these? Okay, good. Right. And then quit media mode, also hidden. Good. Basically, I now have only enabled those lights to be in the nighttime view, right? So besides those, besides omnidirectional light, you have spotlights. Spotlights make more sense than omnidirectional lights, simply because they actually we can take a look at it here. Simply because they have more, come on, stop crashing. You have more control with them. So my camera is now all messed up. Media mode. Reiterate here. Sorry, I'm jumping around. There we go. Stop the render. F to focus on the light. There we go. Now we can see it. And every light that you use, usually every light that you use, it will be a spotlight. It will have a direction. It's going to be either a rectangular directional light, which we're gonna cover, the area light, or it's going to be a spotlight, or if you want to have a certain way of how the light distributes, you will be using IES lights. So in terms of the spotlight, the main thing that you change, that you can change, is the cone angle, right? How wide the cone is. And usually for like regular day-to-day spotlights in like an apartment or whatever, the cone angle is 22.5 times 2 is 40, in between 45 degrees and 60 degrees, right? So something similar to this, right? 51 up to 60 degrees. Sometimes there is a wider angle, but the wider the angle, the more blinding the light is, because it goes into your eyes, right? So you want the light to shine directly downwards. So between 45 and 50 and 60 degrees, right? Besides that, yet again, there's the shadowing, right? If you disable shadows, it's gonna act weird, right? So you want the shadows to be enabled. And then volumetric shadows, in this case it won't show up, but basically it lights up the fog that you have. No, the fog is too weak here for it to show up. And the radius, oh yeah, I should note that. The radius of the shadow is how soft does the edge of the shadow get. So if the radius is 0, hello, what? Oh, okay. The edge of the spotlight is apparently locked in its fuzziness. That's fine. We're looking at this edge, right? That shadow that is being cast. Radius 0 is this. Radius 18. Radius 50. Right? So that's the softness of the shadow that I was talking about. Okay. Ugh. A lot of settings that make that are almost correct. Not correct, but like almost make sense. So then we have projector light. Projector light basically just shines an image or a video, whatever you want, right? You can apply here. I will not get too much into it. It's a whatever light source, right? Doesn't really matter, but you can use it as a projector, as long as the attenuation is good enough. There we go. And it's quite accurate, as you can see. If we do path tracing, it's even more accurate this way. Oh yeah, and then you can see the effect that it has on the fog. Good. Okay, delete that. Don't care. Neon light, it's just a bar, right? It's just a line that shines light, like so. And then you have the different length. You can rotate it. Yeah, and it produces light. Easy. And area light. Area light I do enjoy using quite a bit. Why the hell does it have a... Oh, it's attenuation. Okay, it's how far does it reach. Right? So it has a length, it has a width. So when I need to light up a large area with a very soft box type of light, I use area light. Okay, and the fun stuff is IES lights, because those are accurate to how in real world the light behaves. So you have, you know, lights like this, or lights like, well, that's very similar, or lights like that, and so on. Increase attenuation for it. probably this should be here so that you can see better. Right, so you have different types of distribution for the light. Play around with IES lights, those are actually fun to use. Just don't do this mistake, don't add in a light without actually having any geometry in which the light sits. You need a light fixture, so make sure that you have a 3D model of a light. Okay, there's nothing here. So just model out like a little box with a cone in it, and that's going to be your light fixture. Easy as that. Okay, those are the lights. Hopefully it makes sense. It's not rocket science. You just kind of add in the lights. We'll talk much more about those once we go into the interior in the second part. For now, that's kind of it. Now, looking at this and looking at this, there is one last thing that is missing, and it's this kind of a surface fog in here. And for the surface fog, I think it's better to look at camera 4 right here and try to work with camera 4 instead, because that's going to translate to camera 2 as well as the night camera. So first of all, let's find our camera. There it is, sitting in the bush, right? All peaceful, all quiet. And now I want to add the detailing, right? So light part is done. Now it's detailing part. We go for particles. We did under objects, we did a lot of these. Now it's time for particles. And I'll go for fog. And I'll go for ground fog. Just add it in right here. Just like that. Fog is created. It doesn't go far. The area of the fog is not too far, and I believe if I push it down, yeah, this goes away. So I need to be very careful and control the altitude of this the best as I can. Wait, Q to go up, F to zoom in. Oh, that's a shitty thing to zoom into, isn't it? Okay, let's zoom into that object and then try to get to the fog here. And right now it's too high, right? So I'm just going to move it by 1 meter down and just see how it updates. Okay. There's no settings for the fog, by the way. Move it by 1 meter down more. Not even more. Not even 1.75 meters. 75 centimeters. And it's gone. No, it's not gone. There is a little bit of haze going on, right? You can see here. It's almost gone. So I'll move it up by 0.2, 20 centimeters. Yep, something like that. So now if I look at it from the correct angle, and I look at it from here, there is fog in this area, and now we're talking about this angle right here, right? This vibe. I think it looks nice. I would like to be able to control the intensity of the fog, but even without controlling it, I think it has that kind of a nice dreamy, really like early morning look to this. And the nighttime render, make sure to take a look there as well. The fog is only reaching there, so I need copies of the fog to keep going, right? I wonder, okay, let's do this. So I will change it up, disable the path tracing. Fog is indeed selected, so holding the shift key, I'll just make a copy of it. Copy. Just like that. And this one, 0.2 up. or I can just slap it right on top of the water. I'm looking at this right now, and it should go up until here. Nice. Okay, let's go back to the view. I think this fog should be there. There should be a gap. There should be a gap for sure. Okay, stop that. Get that fog. Yoink. 30 meters to the left. To the right, sorry. Something like that. I assume it's in the correct position. Not really. Crap. Okay, I messed it up. Let's select it. Always tricky. Bring it back to here. The focusing on the fog, like the range of it is way too much. Okay. Where is it? Okay, it's placed now here. That kind of works. It's a little bit farty there. And the cutoff is a little bit much. So I'm wondering if I could, holding Shift key, make a copy here, instanced, and then minus 0.5. Get just a little bit of fog going on here as well. Okay, let's take a look at that burning building here. Render. There's our smoke. There's our smoke for the building. Whew. I think we're cooking. Okay, so the fog here is, I think, working. Detailing is working, everything is good. So this is close to being finished. Then, okay, let's just save it. Let's take a look at camera 1. Or sorry, camera 4, because that's the one that we're working on currently. Go back in here. I think for camera 4, if I kind of compare, let's take a look at this, for example. There is a bluish tint here, this kind of soft bluish tint, and then here it's just neutral. It doesn't have a tint. So that's the first thing that I see. The contrasting bits here are also towards warmth, while here they're towards warmth because they're dried out. And third thing is, I think I moved the camera. Ah, shit. I think I moved the camera, didn't I? Wait. Yeah, I did. Sorry, give me a second, I'm just gonna think. Does it really need to be colder? I don't want to make it colder. I'm scared of making it even colder, because here the human skin balances it out, and in my render I don't have human skin, and the only warmth that I had from Corten Steel I killed. So it's going to be very underbalanced if I make it colder. Let's increase the contrast a bit, from 50 up to 65. It's a bit better, but also here it becomes, I don't know, 62. Okay, 62 seems to work. In the camera settings, our white balance is set to be 700 Kelvin, 7,000 Kelvin. So if we do 6,500, that's the warmth, right? 6,500 brings us to these levels of blue, but then everything else becomes too cold, which doesn't really work. Okay, so we do 7,000. We keep 7,000, and instead for the tint, we go minus 0.01. A little bit towards green. Or no. Or towards magenta. Maybe towards magenta actually. 0.03 or 4, whatever. Towards magenta. I'm overthinking it. Okay, that's done. Save that. This one is finished. And by finished I mean we'll do one more pass on it. Okay, I think we're closing to the moment where I will do another time lapse of just going through these and changing the settings, and it's enough of me just blabbing and explaining my thought process. That's the thing, you know, the difference between a course and a tutorial is that during a course, how do I explain this? A tutorial is a technical thing where you just give people the shortest way of how to do a thing, right? And you don't really even explain it that much. You just simply show how to do a thing. A course, a lecture, in my opinion, is giving people or showing people a way of thinking about a problem, and you know, so that other people can then have a discussion and disagree or agree with the thoughts and ideas that you have. So in this case, the reason why this course or this video is long, and it could be, I mean, I think I could do this whole video in 20 minutes. No problem. But, well, 30. In 30 minutes, no problem. Definitely, in 30 minutes, no problem. But then it would be super dry, step by step, do this, and that, and then you arrive at this, and that. And then I don't explain any thoughts about, you know, what do I see, what do I change, where do I struggle, what kind of alternatives do I think about, and so on. And I think that's... there is value in that, even if the price to pay is an increased length of the lecture material. Anyway, enough blabbing. Sorry. Let's not turn this into a podcast. I have a note here that I wrote down to myself. Hopefully you can read this. Add fireflies. I want to add fireflies to the scene. I don't know how to. I've never added fireflies before. So we'll experiment. And that's going to be part of the detailing that I'm talking about. So if I go to the... Fireflies are there during the night, right? So let's go to the night scene. And first of all, let's see in the library. Firefly. I have no idea if it has any. No, there's actually there is like this firefly sculpt, but it's not great. Neither one of these are great, so we're gonna make our own. Okay. By the way, all of the stuff that you see here, all of the weird 3D models that you see here, I didn't mention this, but this is called Sketchfab. And basically, this is like an uncurated library, uncurated part of the library, where you can download a lot of weird stuff from Sketchfab. I only go here when there's no other option, because it's very easy to download garbage. Let's just say it like that, right? But Sketchfab is there like as a possibility for you, right? What else? Tools. That's later. Okay. Where was I? Fireflies. Okay, so let's make a sphere. And let's also stop rendering that and just go into a regular view and put down a 1 meter sphere somewhere here. And F into it, focus into it. Make sure that the sphere is seen by the camera. Lift it. And how big are fireflies? Oop, that's a wrong tab. Sorry about that. How big is a firefly? 2.5 centimeters in length, which means that this is going to be, the glowy bit is going to be around 1 centimeter, right? So if my sphere is 1 meter in size, I need to scale it down 100 times. 0.01, right? F to focus in, minisphere. Okay, I don't see it here anymore. That's fine. Probably. Let's go to modeling, not modeling, sorry, to materials. And let's create a new material, not standard. Why am I creating a standard material? Emissive. A new emissive material. And let's rename it to Firefly. And just apply. It doesn't show up here. That's fine. That's actually expected. Delete that. And right now, what I want to do is also hide the trees, because I know how heavy the trees are hitting my scene, right? So my hopes are that, yeah, there we go. My hopes were that if I hide the trees in the scene, the firefly will start showing up here, and it does. Well, I don't know if you can see it, but for me it's like 1 pixel that is shimmering. And I can kind of move back here, right? I can kind of see it happening. Okay, let's take a look. Fireflies have a very specific glow, which is this kind of reddish, yellowish, greenish glow. It's quite beautiful. Nope. Just image, please. This. I wanted this glow. In this case, it's very yellow, okay? So, luminance filter, I'm just gonna go for this, something like this. Okay? Even more. Right to the end of it. There we go. That's the glow that I want. And then for the glow itself, I increase this to... actually, I don't know how intense the light is from a firefly. 1,000 nits? Probably not. Firefly. I'm googling nits. Oh, come on. There's a HP laptop called HP ZBook Firefly. Firefly glow strength. (1/40th of a candle). 325 lumens, 2 nits. 1 lumen is 12 nits. So 325 times 12, 3,900. Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, Google tells me. So that's a firefly. Ooh, that is a firefly. Okay. Let's make a new, create a container. not like that, not like that. No. Delete. Can I just make one here? 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 Can I make one without selecting the damn thing? There we go. Fireflies. Sphere goes here. And we make copies. Okay, I don't see them here anymore, so I will turn on path tracer, and path tracer actually doesn't, they don't show up in the path tracer, which is starting to get scary for me. Uh-oh. Oh, That's because, why are they, hello, why are they here? F. I don't know when, but I accidentally moved the Firefly way back. Okay. There it is. It is showing up here. Yeah, you can see it here as well. That's good. And now all we need to do is just get it closer to the camera. Whoop. Whoop. And by closer, I mean, oh, there it is. And get a few of them in here. So from here, boop, number 7. 7 fireflies. There we go. And then they should kind of be at different altitudes, just kind of floating about. Okay, I'm gonna do one thing that will help me. And this is going to be a little bit weird. I go to to edit, preferences, quality, and here I change the quality to low, hit OK. That just will enable me to move things around a little bit easier. Ground a little bit higher. I think it's time for a time lapse, right? Because now nothing is gonna happen. It's just me gonna be me working out this detail. So time lapse time. What do you think? Have you ever seen a firefly? I have. They're beautiful. I'd like to see them more. I think this shot, right as it is right now, is finished. I could add more stuff and we could deal with the cladding here and so on. But honestly, I think it would just be me overdoing it a little bit. So I think the shot is finished. Actually, omnidirectional light, does it produce... yeah, it does produce a softer shadows. So I'm just going to increase the softness of the shadows by a tiny bit. Right there. It's going to be a bit softer. Now it's finished. I like it. I think it's nice. I think it fits well with Tarkovsky's theme. This one right here. It's a little bit too warm. You know, this tone compared to this tone, it's this is a little bit colder, this is a little bit warmer. But considering that this is going to be also sent to a client for approval of the design, I think this is clients prefer warmer tones over cold tones. So that's done. Then in the shot here, wait, let me make sure that this is saved. Camera 4, that is also done for me. And it's this one. It's this one, but like that. Right? Yet again, a little bit warmer than Tarkovsky's. but I mean, we keep it consistent, right? So it's a little bit warmer, sure. It is what it is. So these two are definitely done. This one right here will still need a little bit of work. One second. If I just take a person, I don't care what kind of okay, casual, show me a silhouette. I need someone with dark clothes. No, or actually wait, no, ew, Jesus Christ, ew, bad. Not a person. I don't like people. Let's go for animals. I like animals. Where's the cat? There's the cat. Why is the cat upside down? Hello? What the hell? There we go. Just to kind of break, not break even, but just to add to that space. Cat should go here. Would that cat be closer to this or this? I think the cat would be closer to the car. Especially if the car has been recently running. But then we don't get a silhouette of the cat. Okay, no, the cat needs to be here. Oh. There. Storytelling wise, it's not even storytelling wise, but it drives the view, right? It's a focal point on the view because you immediately see the sharp silhouette and you immediately catch it. I'm writing down notes for myself. Okay, I'll need to think about this one, but for now, I'll just kind of save it the way it is. Camera 3 for sure will need some work here to be done. It's a utilitarian render. It doesn't matter. I don't care for this angle, so I might even throw it out. But for now, that's fine. Let it be. Camera 2 is interesting because camera 2 basically is the same night render, but now the night render is nicer than camera 2. So we'll need to make this one work. For example, the fireflies, that's a no. Fireflies are gone in this view. And I'll need to think about how to bring it all back together, because this one might be, we could go for some sort of this vibe, but maybe no. Maybe this vibe. We'll see. And then camera 1. Camera 1's fine. It's a lot of things happening in camera 1, right? There's no kind of unified thing that is going on. There's just a lot of things that are going on, which I don't mind. For example, this misalignment here is a little bit annoying. Yoink. There we go. Okay, I need to think about this. I'll go and rest, maybe sleep on it, and then tomorrow I'll continue recording. So chapter is not finished. The detailing is still happening, but I'll for you it's just gonna be like that. I'll see you then. I thought about it, and I think we need to export the images to render out the first set of images to actually see the quality, or rather to see the renders at high quality, to see if there's any additional detailing that we would like to add, either in this case to the concrete right here, or to the wall, or to the roof. Because right now, just in this path traced preview, it's pretty hard to see. So let's go for that. To export an image, to export a view, a set of views, you first need to set up the render quality, right? The settings as well as the size. And you do that in the media tab, not the export tab. Here in the media tab, I will, holding down the shift key, I will select all of these renders right here. I'll go to image. I wonder if that's gonna transfer. Well, we'll see. And instead of 1920 for the width of the image, I'll render out 4K, 3840. So double that. Enter. Okay, that's done. Then let's see the details. Tiled rendering is useful for when you don't have, okay. You can see here, renders and exports higher resolution images up to 64K at a lower GPU cost. So if you see that your graphics card is really struggling and you can't get an image out, it just crashes, make sure that you use tiled rendering so that you basically export it in batches. 4K should work fine, just fine on most graphics cards, most modern graphics cards. Okay, and then also if we go to the renderer, yes, cat. Yes. And we go to the quality details here. Samples per pixel. I want to increase this 4 times. 1024. I think that's a good starting point for this. Technically, you could do 512 and the denoiser. That could work as well, but I honestly dislike denoiser very much, so I will not be using that. Fireflies. Let's kill the fireflies down. Like that. So now all of these renders, or not renders, all of these views are updated with new settings. And let's just click on the first one, refresh. Click on the second one, refresh. Third one, refresh. Fourth one, refresh. Make sure that you don't have all of them selected when you're refreshing, or else it's just going to overwrite all of them. Cat, come on, relax. And the last one. Don't know if I refreshed or not, but here we go. With that done, now we can go to the export tab. Quit media mode, don't need to see that anymore. Go to the export tab. And here under image, you can select it, and the image export, because that's the only one that we have so far created. And here, if you click on details, you have all of the different things that you can export, right, with the image. And what I'm going to do is I'll export, technically EXR would be the best, but for now I'm going to export just JPEGs because I'm just testing it out. And if JPEGs look great, then we'll use JPEGs. Of course, I will be exporting at least one EXR image later down the line to show you how you can manipulate an EXR image. Basically, in short, PNG and JPEG are 8-bit, so they don't have as much of information about color and light as an EXR, which is 16 or 32-bit. I don't remember if this one is 16 or 32. So this means that this has a lot of information about light, and when you control the light afterwards in Photoshop, you can push and pull on the brightness values of an EXR much more than a JPEG. Make sure that motion blur is turned on. For anything that's moving, it's going to apply a motion blur. Render layers, you can render out a sky layer if you want to. We'll do that a little bit later. I don't think we need to. Well, actually, sure, why not? Let's render out a sky layer. Let's export as masks. Sure, that works fine. refinement. Refinement means how much of the scene as it's being rendered, how wider does it catch the scene for reflections. Refinement high. 3D mode, no, 3D mode is for the glasses, for stereoscopic glasses. We don't care about those. Okay, once those settings are done, then click on the little plus sign next to the image and select the renders that you want to do. I'll just click on select all because I'm going to be, come on, I'm going to be rendering all of these images, right? Once that is done, we just start the export. Oh yeah, and then you select where you want to export it. I already, as you can probably tell, already have tested this out a little bit before I started, but the correct way would be to just create a renders folder and export it in here. There we go. And that's it. Then it will begin the export. My camera might start lagging because this is going to take a while. And also it's going to hit the processor really, really heavily. Not processor, sorry, the GPU. Let's take a look. Yep. 96%. Just completely flooring the graphics card. The temperatures seem to be under control. Okay, so I'll come back in 1 hour and 6 minutes and then we'll take a look at the first batch of renders. Alright, it's done. It's done, it's done, it's done. Here it is. Here they are, rather, not here it is. Let me full screen this, put myself somewhere here and make myself small so that I'm not in the way. Perhaps here. Okay. So in this view right here, and this is not going to be the post-processing chapter that's coming ahead, not yet there, but for this particular view, or not view, step, I'm only looking at mistakes and I'm trying to correct for mistakes and looking at what could be improved or what could be changed. So first of all, the grain, right? Some people like it, some people hate it. I think the grain in this case, due to the fog, is a little bit too much. So I would like to use a denoised version of this. But the only problem is that if I do a denoiser, then everything becomes synthetically very, very sharp. Like denoiser cleans it up too much, and then I need to bring back the fog. So I'm thinking of increasing the samples rather than using a denoiser, which would coincidentally increase the time required. Right now, it 6 images render out in 1 hour, meaning 10 minutes per image. If I ramp up the quality twice, 2048 samples, then the images will be rendering out 6 images, 2 hours, which is still not bad. I might actually do it. We'll see the differences later on. But the denoiser, only worst case scenario do we use. Besides that, besides the grain, I do see a few fireflies here. Right, these guys. Those unfortunately stay. I will need to Photoshop those out. But besides that, this is acceptable. This is a decent view in my opinion. Color-wise, I will need to Photoshop and I will need to look at my pure ref. Where is it? My movie color it, and maybe we will go for something closer to this, so much colder for this view. We'll see, but as a baseline this is fine. Okay, next one. This one absolutely fine. A few mistakes. Mistake number 1, this, right? Mistake number 2, or not a mistake, but issue number 2, this. So those 2 areas there need to be fixed. Here I can indeed see the seam because I know that it needs to, because I know that it exists there, but if I didn't tell you, I would guess that you wouldn't see it. Besides that, the reflections seem okay. Again, noise issue. The 3D model of this particular pine tree is a little bit rough, but I do like how the light plays here. Once we apply bloom in Photoshop, it's going to look even nicer. The fog here looks nice as well. So I would say this is also close to being complete. In this view, perhaps contrast is lacking, but yet again, I need to, where is it? I need to look at my, wait, shouldn't it be always on top? 1 second. Boop. Always on top. There we go. So I will need to choose which, maybe warm tones for this one. I'm not sure, something like that. That what we're going for, and then most likely I will just use Photoshop. But this is definitely a mistake that needs to be fixed up, and I will fix it by just simply disabling the fireflies in this particular view. Next up here, which one was it? Something like that, right? Or even this, even that, or this. It works. I think it works. There's no accent color, which kind of sucks. You do want an accent color in here, but since the clients are using Corten steel, and I don't want to deal with that orange, the active orange, I'm kind of subduing. We're also losing the price to pay to lose the accent color. Thankfully, the two fireflies here help out, and the composition is kind of nice. So we're staying with that. This is just a bad angle to begin with. The cat is not even looking at us. But generally speaking, it's a boring shot. It's a necessary shot for the client, but not for our composition. So I'm saying this is fine, you know. Stop. That this is fine, and we go on. And this has become quite a nice shot, honestly. This one is more, in my head, is more successful than this one. The contrast, the temperature of the light versus the... It always works. Cold shadows, warm light, of course, it always works. But at the same time, it's not just this, but also the fireflies and the fog. You get this kind of a loop of attention. The composition is nice. And I think this is... These two, this one and this one are the two shots, are the two main shots of this this project. Of course, we still need to do the interior. By that, as I said at the start of the course, the interior is going to be placed at the back of the video, because it has its own workflow or mindset when you work with the interior. So yeah, this is acceptable to me. And also the fireflies, the fake ones, the mistakes. The fireflies actually work here. So we have two types of fireflies: the ones that are poorly rendered out, and the ones that are actually, we have actually modeled out with, you know, this one being actually a sphere. That's a little bit too close, but that's fine. Okay, and of course, same mistakes here and there. So let's fix those two mistakes, and also the, where was it? Yeah, also this. Let's fix that as well. Back in here. Oh yeah, and one more thing before I forget. Layers, sky layers are also rendered out like so. You can see that it's a gradient, and the gradient is due to the fog. And this can be used as a mask to create bloom. One thing that I noticed is, notice how here, I hope that you can see it, but there's 1 pixel line running along the left edge and 1 pixel line running along the right edge. If I zoom in more and more, you can see this even better. Zoom in, there it is. That's the line, right? So that line really messes you up when you're using this as a mask, and I'm not sure that I am going to use this as a layer, but it's a good, I think it's good for me to just show you that those exist, and you can have them when you're rendering out. Okay, so let's just do it. Close the library, and let's just fix it up. Ooh, that's very fast. Some might say too fast. So those are just bushes. I don't really care too much for them, but I might simply take that bush, hold Shift key, drag it over, instance copy, in this case doesn't matter, I will not be adjusting anything about it, and just place it here, right? I don't remember which trunk it was that was messy. Okay, don't need to see the rendered version, like that. Exposure off. Ooh, what's up with that? Okay, so it's not that. So this bush actually needs to go here. There we go. Okay, let's quit the media mode. Let's F to focus and just see what's going on. Ah, okay, that's interesting. So actually there is grass going on here, and let's just add the bush in here. So that is a little bit more fun. This is so fast moving. There is actually grass going on here. So what's the cutoff? Huh. So the cutoff shouldn't happen. So that means the optimization is an optimization issue, because what we observe here in camera 2, that the grass is not actually calculated in this cluster as well as this cluster. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, but we fix it by just simply using a brushed painted vegetation, and just we will paint on here. Brush. Ooh, that's way too big. 3 meter brush. There we go. And here, a little bit here as well. That's it. That should fix it, and also just a bit there, in that area. Okay, that should fix it, and that should be all neat and tidy with the extra grass. All right, and then camera 3 had oh, I can't see them. Are they there? The fireflies? Oh, they are there. Okay. So for camera 3, I hide the fireflies, and I make sure that it's set to be path trace render, refresh. Okay, that should be it. This one, path trace render, of course. And auto exposure off. Or sorry, on? Ooh, I made them boo-boo. Shouldn't have changed it. But that's fine. We will find the value that works by just simply looking at it. Darker to dark, so 7. 8, 7.5. 7.1. Yeah, something like that. Okay. That's good. Okay. So the preparation for rendering the final images, final path traced images, is complete, and we will already we have all of the settings kind of set up, so we don't really need to change them up too much. The only thing that I will change is for the quality. Instead of 1024, I'll go for 2048. If you do have a weaker graphics card, I do suggest just simply leaving it at 1024 and instead applying a denoiser. This will not increase the time required to render the image at all. Right? So with that done, let's one by one, not all of them, but one by one, refresh, 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 and refresh. Okay. That's kind of it. Now our detailing and our cleanup of the model is finished, and finally we can move on to the next chapter, which is actually going to be different methods for exporting and yeah, animation creation and so on. So see you in the next chapter. All right, before we begin, it's important, or before we begin chapter 7 or 8, it's important to note that any kind of a work that or calibration that we've done so far for the light, for the camera and so on, has been done for path tracing mode, the heaviest type of rendering that Twinmotion can do. Don't forget that we also have Lumen. So, and from now on we will be using Lumen. So let me explain. There are three types of representation techniques. There's more, but the three main ones that we use as architects. Type 1 is the most static and the least, the user has the least amount of influence over, and that is static images, right? Just single image renders. You as a creator can Photoshop them, you can find just a very specific angle, show that angle to the client, lie in there, and so on. And the client can only look or close the image, right? So that is stage 1 or type 1. Type 2 is animations. Animations is, imagine a roller coaster and you're strapped onto some sort of a chair or whatever, and you're taking along for a ride as an observer, right? So you don't have full freedom. Your view is still directed to see what the creator wants you to see, right? And it still can be adjusted, the brightness, the contrast, and everything is kind of curated to work perfectly fine for you, but that is more dynamic, right? First of all, it's more dynamic because you see more of the world. Second of all, it's more dynamic because you can go back or forward in the timeline. The timeline is one-dimensional and you see the three-dimensional space through it. So that's animations. And then we have stage 3, which is interactive. And interactive is video games, for example, or interactive experiences, where a client and observer can actually, you know, for example, this viewport right here is interactive. I can just kind of walk here and I can decide to look through the window. Look what's inside and keep going. Go up the stairs, look through here, perhaps even open the door, right? To be able to step in, to be able to step inside and see that, oh Jesus, that's really underdeveloped as an interior space. So that's interactive, and that's also something that I will show you in this chapter. So unfortunately, path tracing only is viable or reasonable in, oh, those are some nice rays going there. That's nice. But path tracing is only reasonable in stage 1, which is static renders, because even then, for 6 images, I have to pay 1 hour of rendering time with a really powerful computer, right? Or it's going to be 2 hours once we ramp up the quality to what we want. We already did once we actually rendered. So an animation has 30 frames per second, 24 if you want it cinematic. Let's go for 24. 24 frames per second, which means that if 6 frames, even if they take 1 hour, then 1 second of animation will take 3 hours to render. 10 seconds, 30 hours of rendering time. We can't afford it. Thus, we need to use Lumen. Hopefully this makes sense. So from now on, all of the shots that I'm doing here will be done in Lumen, right? And will be calibrated for Lumen. So let's do that. That's kind of step 1. For now, I'm just going to grab a simple single shot. Let's actually go for the night view. Why not? And I will just click on the little 3 dots and choose duplicate. I duplicate it. And here I will rename it to night RT. RT stands for real time. So this one I can change back to path traced. Refresh. And this one is well, RT, you might say ray traced. No, it's real time, right? So we go for that. Then once that is done, we make adjustments. You know, we calibrate it so that it looks as close as possible to the path traced one. And for that, it's a good idea to actually look at the rendered out version of it, or just simply try to guess. What I'm going to be doing is instead, I will be looking at my trusted print screens from different movies, specifically this one, right? So clearly here, this is too dark, right? It needs to be ramped up. So that's the first thing. For camera exposure, I will just increase the exposure ever so slightly. 9.3, I guess. That's 3, 9.3. There we go. To something like that. Then this color right here seems to be, actually it's reasonable. We keep the color the way that is, but the grass here is a little bit too warm, so I will be changing up the white balance to be a little bit towards the colder side. So perhaps 5,000, actually 5,000 on the dot Kelvin. So I'm looking at, honestly, this grass is still too warm, and this grass is fine. So something like that. The blue here works. Everything starts to kind of work quite well. What if we have it a little bit more towards green? That's not a little bit. Yeah, something like that, right? Minus 0.09. And that's kind of it. All you need to do is just small adjustments until you find a working shot, not a shot. Well, what's the word? When you find the working balance between the new exposure settings. Everything else is pretty straightforward, right? Depth of field stays the same. Bloom and flares, you can actually either increase it or change the pattern of it. I wouldn't, but you could. Lens flare, not existent here, that's fine. Lens dirt, not existent here, that's fine. The lens shouldn't be dirty, so we don't work with that. And everything else stays the same. So it's not a lot of adjustments, but very important ones, right? To recalibrate the color and contrast. So that's for the nighttime render. Let's go to the renderer or render tab. And here, since it's not path tracing, it's lumen, we will have more settings to adjust. We basically ramp up the scene detail up to 4. View distance, again, don't forget, if view distance is 0, lumen is basically turned off. If view distance is like 5,000, then lumen is being calculated for a very wide range, and it's way too, the wider the range it is, the more of the graphics card it requires, and the less, what's the word? Less resolution, spatial resolution does lumen have. So you need to kind of think about what's the furthest thing that I see, either in the reflection or here, and you use that as a reference. So 500 meters I think should be fine. And then lighting update speed, we don't really care. It can be, we're not really changing the light that much. So it can be, well, not 0, but like 0.1. I will just keep it at 1. Don't care about that particular value. And the lumen SSGI, so screen space GI, if I have that turned off, I guess that's because it's night time. It really doesn't make a big difference in the in this kind of a scene. Once we go to the daytime, I will show you. You will see it better. All right. So that. Then for the reflections, quality, ramp it up. Bounce count, 5 are fine. I'll just do 6. Screen space reflections, we have those turned off. Notice how when screen space reflections are turned off or here, that looks natural. Turn it on and it looks like garbage, right? That's because it does not really understand what to properly reflect. That. Then shadows, neither sun bias or light bias should be touched, so the shadows should just be accurate. Yeah, we're good to go. That's it. Those are all of the settings. Contrast and saturation, right. Saturation killed, 38%. Contrast, honestly, I would kind of, technically killing the contrast brings it closer, doesn't it? Right? But I don't know. Later in Photoshop I could readjust it, but I don't know if we want to. So I'm just going to keep the contrast the way it is. And now let's test render this, right? I am curious to see how faster is this actually going to be. So I'm going to go to my export tab. Here for the images, I will actually unselect all or deselect all and will only choose the night RT image. And yeah, that's kind of it. Start export as a JPEG. Don't care, just JPEG. Renders folder, sure. Let's take a look. All right. So actually, I rendered out two images. RT and RT000. The difference between them that this is maximum settings for lumen, this is minimum settings for lumen. Minimum meaning, one second, it's going to be under scene properties, click on that, look at this, and yeah, 1 for the detail, 1 for the quality, 4 for the bounces. Shadows are still accurate. The difference in time that it took was actually 4 times less. So this, where are we? The high quality one, which is this one, took 4 minutes to render out, which was surprising to me that it actually took 4 minutes, because that's getting there. That's getting close to the path traced version, which is objectively nicer. We can actually, I become smaller again. That's path traced. That's high quality lumen. Path traced, high quality lumen. No, it's not. The lumen is not nicer. You just like high contrast. Lumen has more contrast. Easily, I can just increase the contrast of the path traced version and you will say, oh, this looks nicer. No, we're looking at the actual quality, not is it is it pretty. Creating additional contrast for this is not a problem. So, for example, notice here at the trunk and the branches, trunk and branches, all detail gone. The light here versus light here, the softer gradients, the reflected light, and so on, like that is higher quality. The reflections in the windows, right? 1 second. There we go. Reflections in the windows. This is double glazed. In path tracing, first glass completely see-through. Second glass catches the reflection from the first glass. Double refraction means that the second glass reflects more or better, right? So you get that depth. Here you don't. It's just like two pieces here. Then the trees in the back versus trees in the back here. The basically the fog is not accounted for as well as in the path traced version. Right? And there's like other stuff, of course, but generally speaking, I mean, considering that this is 10 minutes, this is 4 minutes, that's for an animation, that's a price that I'm definitely willing to pay, like in terms of quality difference. But then we take a step further and we look at lumen at the lowest setting, or the one that I showed you, 111 for all qualitative settings in lumen, and that's this. This is 444 for everything. This is 111, 444, 111. Of course, you know, when you look closer, for instance here, you can start seeing that there is light bleed going on, right? So light bleeds over in the crappier version or lower quality version. That's fine. But besides that, I mean, I can't really say which one am I at right now. Well, the low version, I know, but visually it's very hard to tell, right? As long as you're not looking very closely. Here in the back, oops, you can see some reflections caught here, and those reflections are gone here. But besides that, it's quite the same scene as long as we're not doing pixel peeping. So my argument is, and this is 1 minute, right? So 10 times faster than the lumen. So 10-second video, if it's 1 minute, and it's not even going to be 1 minute, sorry. Forgot to mention one important thing. For lumen, the startup time and the saving time is a big chunk. When you're doing a video, when you're rendering out a video, a bunch of frames, the startup time is only at the start of the render, and then you're rendering the frames. So the actual per frame time cost of Lumen at this quality is going to be probably 1/3 of it, so 20 seconds. We'll see. Let's set up a video. Let's do that. So in the media tab, I'll go to the second sub tab right here, which is video. While I'm still actively in my night RT render here, and I click the little plus sign. As I click the little plus sign, you can see that now, that the first frame has been added in, right? And then I can move, for example, here, or I can even move backwards, I guess. No, I can't move backwards because I don't have crab there. I'll just move like so. And I can click the little plus sign here again. Boop, just like that. And here it says 10 seconds, right? So this is how long this particular part of the video is gonna take. If I press play button, you can see in real time how it's going to play back. The jittering, don't worry about the jittering, that's only in the viewport, right? So that's our kind of playback. And then I actually I don't want it to push in, I want it to push back. So the way of how I do it, I just take this shot, or sorry, I take this shot, oh wait. Can't I? Okay, fine. While I am in this shot right here, I'll just click the little plus sign here. Now I'm pushed back, and then I will just delete the starting shot, or starting keyframe. And now it should be, yeah, now it's backwards. I thought that you can just move the keyframe, you can't, which is weird, but it is what it is, right? So now let's, now if we start kind of cutting together different sets for this video, then I would probably add in a different kind of an ambient shot. So I go back into my regular media shots, and I'll just find, let's go for the foggy, for this one. I'll just make a copy of it, duplicate, and I'll need to convert it into a non-path traced version, and of course rename it as well. So rename cam4 _ RT real time, turn off path tracing, and then mess around with the exposure settings until it looks fine. Okay, something like this, perhaps. Then a little bit colder. Wait, where's my trusted palette? Yoink. We're doing this. That is actually not that far off. Let's do 6800 Kelvin. That seems reasonable. Let's go into, I'm wondering if I should adjust the tint a little bit. Probably not. Let's keep it. Yeah, keep it the way it is. Nothing to change here. It's fine. A little bit too bright, I think. Tone it down a bit. FX. Contrast. Kill the contrast. Not too much. Lumen likes to over contrast things. Kill the saturation, or if saturation is increased, it's kinda iffy. So kill it a little bit. And at this point I do want it to be more green, so I'll go back to camera, and for the tint ooh, that's way too much. I'll do something like this to have it more greenish, right? And I mean, we're kinda in the same realm as this, but not quite. The fog would need to be more blue. Maybe we need it to be a little bit colder. No. And warmer, that's also bad. 6900 it is. Something like that. We'll adjust it later. Once we render it out, right? refresh, go into our media tab or video tab, select the video that we're currently working on, this one. And here, wait, what? 1 second. Oh yeah, add the video part, right? So if I click here, I can add another part from a particular angle. So I can go back in here, navigate to camera, to camera 4, real time. And then I believe, ooh, that's annoying. They just kind of switches. 1 second. Apologies. apologies. I was confused. I was confused because I was used to using a different type of software. So back here, video 1 that we have created will deal with the starting camera position from which you've started, right? Let me expand this. And any parts that you work with that the starting point will be the last camera position that you had in the video, if that makes sense. So you can't just directly copy over the still image as a new camera position. To my knowledge, I might be wrong about this, but neither the internet nor me know if you can. So probably you cannot. But if you, first of all, let's finish up here. So right now our scene is pushing back. And then if we want to adjust this, and this is pushing back a little bit too slow, so I'll give it 8 seconds. A little bit faster. Or maybe 8 seconds. Yeah, 8 seconds is not great. 10 seconds it is, right? Then I can actually do, how is it called? Collapse. I can collapse this into one clip, and I can add one more clip. I already showed you this tool right here. And I can move. I don't know what's up with the jaggedness. It's a little bit weird. You can kind of preview it as well. Oh, but it's getting jagged here. So I don't know what's up with that. But basically I can look at the camera position, right, of the part 2 when I exit here. And I can place it anywhere I want. Apologies. I can place it anywhere I want and move it. Let's see here. F to focus. Oof, that lag. Like that. And then see, something like this, right? So that's our starting position, and then I can just simply add that position here, delete the original because I don't care about the original, right? So this position here, and then I can go back to actually seeing the camera, move the camera up, add a new point here, and that's my part 2 of the video. So that's how you kind of cut them together. And then if I look at it in the animation, oh, maybe that's because I'm recording. That could be it. That could be because I'm recording. But if I look at the animation, you know, it's pushing back here. And then it's going up another 10 seconds. Right? And the transition here, if I click on the little cut, a little scissor here, I can either cut, fade to black, or fade to white. If I fade to black, then the timeline looks like this, right? Fade to white, you'll figure it out. So that's how you deal with parts. I personally dislike this kind of a methodology. I always deal with a single cut for a single video and I render them out separately. This is unnecessary complexity that I don't need. So I'll just be deleting that part and going back to the videos and creating a new one. And by creating a new one, I mean going back to the videos, deleting, going to the new video that I've created, going to the views, choosing the correct view, first of all, then going back to the videos, adding a new video, and thus now I have the starting frame from my view, right? And then I can just punch in. Oops, that's not punching in. Or actually, what the hell? My camera is, oh yeah, that's render. That's the wrong render. There we go. Okay, let me just click on the camera and try again. Q. And then tilt. Something like that. Add. So it goes up and tilts down. And that's our second clip. I can also show you a few things, like in terms of cinematography, or not even cinematography, just tips and tricks. So this is done, and of course between the views I can also change the ambience. So if you want to, you can say that, oh, my second view right here, that's going to actually have, let's go for camera, and the exposure 8.76, but let's say it's darker, you know, something simple. The exposure is darker and it actually gets blue, more blue, right? Now if I refresh this, you will see that from this it changes the exposure. So you can adjust the wait, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Good. So from this you can adjust a lot of things. The sun angle, you can turn on or off the lights, and so on, you know, within these settings. Don't overdo it, but mess around with this as you please. Just camera movement of the scene, letting it play out is definitely it's definitely sufficient. Okay, so that's 2. Let me show you with the video, and I will be rendering this out just to showcase to you. But with the video, let me show you some cool stuff that I kind of like. So for example, this video right here, right? We have ourselves the building in frame, and what I can do is I can do I think it's called Hitchcock dolly zoom, or is it just dolly zoom? Dolly zoom, who did it? Author Hitchcock, yes, Alfred Hitchcock created the dolly zoom effect, and it's basically when you zoom in with the camera, but also you're pulling back the camera physically. So let me explain. You start, let's say, with this kind of a angle, right? But then, and the framing needs to be perfect. This is not going to be a great dolly zoom, but we'll do our best, right? So that's our starting condition. And then for the ending condition, I will go here and focal length, I will increase it to, instead of 50 mil to 100 mil, like that. It's not even focused properly. And I'll keep zooming out. Oh shit, and I can't do it because there's trees in the way, isn't it? Yikes. But the idea is that you change the focal length and then you zoom out until the building or the subject still fits in the frame just as it was with a smaller focal length. And that's called the dolly zoom. Let me add this in and see if that works. Oh, wait. Did I override this one? Mistakes were made. Sorry. New one. Forgot to create a new frame for this whole shenanigans. So try again. 100 mil. Push back, back, back. Up, up, up. Something like this. Probably close to that. And that's a refresh right there. Depth of field, pick focus, boop, focus into that. That's a refresh there. And then, yeah. So that's the dolly zoom effect. You're pushing the camera back, but at the same time you're zooming in. So the subject kind of stays the same, but the perspective warps. They used this in Guardians of the Galaxy when the main protagonist was losing their mind. They used it in the new TV show Severance when the main protagonist was losing their mind. They were using it in Lord of the Rings when Frodo heard the race, or was it the kings? Evil boys, and Frodo was losing his mind. Okay, so you get the idea. This is psychedelic. But it's cool. So you can do, the point is, with animation you can do a lot of weird stuff, and the system that Twinmotion has is quite flexible. Don't overdo it, don't over animate things. Oh, can I open up the door in the animation? Yeah, you can. But should you? Maybe not. So keep it simple, right? Just a presentation, aesthetic, small moving camera, nothing more than that. Once you get the hang of that, then you can start dealing with, oh, maybe the drapes are flapping in the wind and so on. But just this kind of technical of, oh, I need to show how a cupboard opens up to the client. Who gives a shit? Don't. Make pretty things, not practical, not pragmatic. Practical is good, pragmatic is not so. Anyway, enough of me blabbing about it. So we have 3 videos that I want to render and see how they render out. The current window frame, or not window frame, the size of the currently the size of the video render for each of these, all of these, is set to be 4K resolution, and I don't want to render out 4K. I'm going to render out 2.5K, which is 2560 in the width, and the height gets automatically adjusted, which is great. Something like that. And I will go to export. I will not be exporting any renders from here, static ones. In this case, I will be exporting a video. Select the video here and choose the format. I strongly suggest not exporting MP4 format, but rather exporting PNGs and then assembling them in dedicated video editing software, such as DaVinci Resolve if you want free one, Adobe Premiere Pro if you want to pay money to Adobe, and so on, right? But in this case, no, PNG. I'm sticking to it. We're doing this with PNG, like that. Frame rate 25 frames per second. You don't need 120, 60, or 30. 25 frames per second. Actually, that's good. Custom frame rate 24. That's cinematic. Cinema uses 24 frames. And then for details, the fuck is that? Oh, for details, I actually need to select what we're rendering. So video parts, so all 3. Motion blur needs to be tick marked for sure. We don't render sky layers here. That's too much editing later down the line. Just make sure that the sky is nailed down before you render so that you don't need to edit it. Video mode, we do standard. You don't need these 3D modes, stereoscopic 3D modes. And refinement is, as per usual, high. Honestly, for this, you could get away with medium, I think. Select the range of the area used to create reflections beyond the viewport. So what you see, how wider does it fetch for the reflections? It's only trees here, so we can go for medium. Okay, that's it. Let's render. Start export, or yeah, start export, but in the renders folder, I'm just going to create a new folder called video. Like that. Select folder. And it's gonna export. I'm gonna tell you how long it took once it's finished. For some reason, 5 minutes for 3 videos. I'm very skeptical about the quality that we're going to get, because this is way too fast. But let's see. So looking at frame 1, this is absolutely fine, absolutely acceptable for the video. But as we are playing the animation, and I'm just using the arrow keys on my keyboard to look through the frames one by one. As we're playing the animation, we can see where the quality kind of lacks, and that is in small detail. You can see the shimmering and so on. It's all kind of breaking apart. Okay, so that is one automatic optimization that is applied onto this and video export option rather than still image export option. It's just it just drops down the quality dramatically. Let's look at this video here. Ooh, the reflection is rough. Oh, but it warms up. Okay. So in the first frame, the reflection is still really bad because it didn't gather enough information. But then as the time progresses, the reflection becomes better and better. But you can see the motion blur or the defocus areas here are really rough. So the calculation there is really not that great. Also, the shimmering is still present. So that's a strong drawback, or not drawback, but an issue with the quality of animation. And the last one is this, which is honestly a little bit better. Still, the reflection is all messed up, but this is not that bad. Still shimmering and the reflection, and you can see even the algorithm at play here. So defocus has a sharp edge where it cuts off. Oh, that's rough. That's rough to work with. Okay, so we need to increase the quality of this somehow. If I go to file, or sorry, if I go to edit preferences, here I already went through, where was it? Export, and I ticked marked update reflections, warming up frames, and hide fog haze quality. I ticked marked all of these to just make sure that perhaps these settings being tick marked will help. Also, under quality, NVIDIA DLSS Super Resolution, I have it set to ultra quality now. So that should help somehow. I hope. Let's try it. But before we try it, let me show you a third tab that is called sequences. Where we can create our first sequence. So let me just navigate, and I'll explain the difference between sequence and animations in a second. But let's go back to our camera 4 RT, because this was the most horrible view, like in terms of quality. So let's go to this. Let's go to our sequences tab here, third one. Click the little plus sign, and bam, a new timeline is created. Again, 10-second timeline, and right now nothing is going to be happening, and that's because we need to make adjustments to our camera, right? So here, how do I explain this? Sorry, expand that. Bam, like this. Here you have much more control over the camera, over its movement, and so on. It's much more granular. When you're creating a video here, you're just basically slapping in keyframes, saying what happens in the keyframes, and that's it. With the sequences, you can actually control not just the placement of the camera, right? That's too much. Something like that. Wait, do I add is that adding a new track? That's adding a new track. I'm being stupid. Right here, you first need to select where you're gonna be, and then click the little plus sign, and it adds in the camera exactly in that area, like so. And then you can say, well, actually, at this point, it should move over to here. Generates. Right? So you can add keyframes there, but you could do that already with the regular image sequence, not image sequence, with the regular sequencing. So that's nothing new. Also, I need to do one thing here. That goes down. I need it to be blurry, like so. Actually, come on, go down. Not too much. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Hello? Let me add. Okay, maybe if I just click these 3 dots, add action cam, add orbit cam. Okay, I just added. It adds a new camera. No. Why am I fighting this so much? Okay, a little bit behind. There we go. a look at it like that. So now if I remove this, delete, basically we get this, it goes up and it swivels over here. And you can see that there is this easing mode. So I can say that if the camera is actually needs to be linear, it just and changes the direction immediately, right? So this one linear, this one linear, and this one linear. Like this whole shot, this whole camera and its positions are going to be linear. If I do ease in linear, it kind of ramps up, right? If I do a very strong ease in and ease out, it should be very kind of whoop. Yep, exactly. It just kind of wiggles around, right? So this is how fast the camera transitions, right? Then for the path tension, we can have, if we have very low path tension, for that you kind of need to see the path here. That's the path that we're taking. Right? So this is very strong path tension, this is very low. So it gets a little bit more a little bit more leeway. And also don't forget that you can always adjust the angles this way. Ooh, that's my mistake right there. Accidentally messed up the camera. My bad, my bad. Okay, like that, and look up. Ooh, cool, tilting. Oops, too much, too much. Nice. Okay, so now we have this kind of view with the tilting camera, because off axis I just rotated it. Never do that, by the way. Do as I said, say not as I do. All right. And then we have our different keyframes. So if I select, for example, this keyframe right here, you can either have automatic tangents for it, or you can have manual tangents for it. Let me zoom in so that you can see what I'm talking about. If I have manual tangents, then it's actually visible, and I can change the curve just by simply moving them and saying that actually I want the tangents to go like so, right? So this is all about the pathway. Right? Just looking at the, at the pathway. Okay, so that's the tangents, right? And then lastly, you can add more cards. So let me make this smaller. I can't make this smaller. This is a little bit annoying because you can't move this around. It is what it is. But you can add more cameras. So you can have either action camera or orbit camera. The current one that we're using is action camera. It follows a path. Orbit camera focuses on a point and it goes around in a circle. Right? So this is orbit camera is for product presentations. You don't use it in an architectural setting, so we don't care. Unless you're saying that it's a drone or something, right? Then you might use it. And now I need to figure out how to actually delete this. Oh yeah, 3 dots, delete. There we go. So that's that. In the sequence, you can also deal with animated assets that animate somewhere in the world, that are imported and animate somewhere in the world. Also, okay, that just takes a snapshot. That's whatever. Right? Just takes a print screen. What else? Yeah, you can see this either in frames or in seconds. So if I do this 30 frames per second, you can see at which frame you're at. We're dealing with 24 frames per second, so you can change that. And besides that, it's kind of it. If you want, an object to do something that is, you do that in the sequence. But I don't know. Seems to me like a little bit of an overkill to add that to a rendering course. So for now, it's just play around with the camera movement and the ambience of the scene, as I mentioned before. So if you want more control over the camera movement, use the sequencer. If you just want to add keyframes, just use the video mode for now, right? Whew, okay. Do we render this out with the new settings? Let's render it out. Okay, let's go to the export. Oh, it's actually, it needs to be a video as exported, right? Oh no, okay, never mind. You just select the sequence as your video. That's gonna be exported. Motion blur turned on. We don't render the sky. Video mode standard. Refinement. Actually, let's do high. Let's just see. Let's just see how it renders out. One second. I just need to check what are the render settings. Lumen quality 5. Scene detail quality 3. Like, these are nice. This is a really nice quality, so I don't see how it, yeah, it should render out properly. So back in here, format, 4K this time. Details, nothing here. That's fine. Okay, let's export. Our video is selected. Scroll, 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 start export. Select folder, okay. Let's take a look once it's done. Okay, this time 25 minutes, 25, so 5 times longer. And let's take a look. So, boop, like that. Something like this. Still, the close frame, the blurring, the depth of field blurring is bad. I think that's just the limitation of the technology, Lumen technology in general, and also real-time blurring technology. Depth of field technology is not there yet, but now it seems like the background is fixed. And if we look through the frames, the motion blur that you observe here, as we're, wait, let me play this properly. Motion blur is actually pretty good. There's still some streaks, as you can see, you know, on the window. I'm showing with my finger. On the window, there's still some streaks, and again, depth of field blurring is really bad, but besides that, the shimmering is minimal on the back, so that kind of fixed it. Those 3 tick marks that I did and using high for the reflection kind of fixed it. Also, we're rendering in 4K. Okay, so that's good to know. Those kind of settings are, I guess, good to know. Now we will move on. Well, I'm gonna go and chill out for a bit and then continue recording, but we're going to skip over panorama because we did still images, videos, and sequences. We're going to skip over panorama as well as panorama sets because those are for real estate agents mostly to sell apartments and whatnot, and to give you know this kind of a, oh, you can turn the camera wherever you want type of web page experience. Okay, we're kind of close. There's 2 more things that I want to show you in the media tab before we continue. And the first one being the configurations. Configurations basically enable you to change the states in your scene with clicking a button on the scene itself. And what I mean by that is, well, it's easier to show you than to tell you. Let's go first to the configurations tab right here. It's under media, configurations. And then click on the 3 little dots to choose what is the thing that you will want to change, the property that you will want to change. Either object properties, material, you want to switch materials, you want to hide or show objects, you want to mess around with the scene ambience, make it dark, make it daytime, or you want to mess around with transforms. So you want to open doors, scale down objects, move objects, right? So rotation, movement, rotation, scale are transforms. In this case, I will not be, of course, showing you all of them. I will be showing you 2 of them, material switch and visibility. Let's go for visibility for now. Tick mark that. And let's click on the little plus sign, create configuration. Here I have state 1. So this is the current state of the scene, right? And then what I want to do is I want to, in state 2, I want to hide all of these objects in my terrace. And then I want a different type of a lounge, chair, and so on to appear on the terrace, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new state, or apologies, I should first hide these objects. Hide that. Hide that. I'll just use the control key. Hide these. Oh, come on. There we go. Hide. Okay. And once this is done, I will just click on this create a new state button. You can also click the three dots and choose add state capture automatically, but I don't like automatic things, so I will just click it myself. Now I have two states. State 1, objects here. State 2, objects here. Also, you'll notice that I have a trigger here. When I click it, why is my mouse sometimes double clicking? That's weird. But you get what I mean, right? You get what's doing. It's switching between the two states. So in state 2, I don't just want the objects to disappear. I want them to be replaced by something else. And for that, I will just go in here and I'll just find a quick little table. There we go. And I'll, oh, actually, why not? I'll just use this whole scene here. Like that. And basically what we want to do right now is we want to apply these objects to this state. So we want to update the state. I will just click the little refresh button. And now when I click here, you know, this stays, that's fine. But in state 1, I want these to be hidden. So hide, and also click the little refresh button. And now when I'm clicking this, basically the two states hide the original design and show the new design, right? And you can of course click the three little dots and choose to delete, or you can also click the rename. Of course you can delete it, but you should rename it. And I can say design 1, and that's gonna be rename design 2, right? There we go. And for design 1, three little dots, capture thumbnail, so that I can see. Actually, let's zoom in a little bit closer. Capture thumbnail. Design 2, click on that, capture thumbnail. There we go. Now I can clearly see what I'm switching between. Also, this trigger right here, as long as either one of the states is selected, on the right hand side you can see all of the properties of the trigger icon. So let's go through them. Modified properties, it shows that it's visibility and it shows what is being currently, you know, messed around with, what are the objects. Don't care about those. Triggers, right now there's only one trigger and that's fine. If you want to have a few triggers on the scene that do exactly the same thing, you can add them, but don't. And for here, for this trigger, I have a few options. So wait, what are those three dots? Yeah, I can rename them. So I can just say switch table. Switch table. There we go. And here I can change the trigger between 2D trigger, which is 2D means it's always on the screen, right? This one. I can say 3D trigger, which basically lives in the 3D world and can be placed anywhere. I kind of like it, so I'm going to place it right here, like so. And now if I click on it, right, it switches. Then I can, or I can say 3D object, but then I would need to choose a trigger object, which I don't have. So I would need to go to library. Let's go for objects, primitives. I don't know, it's torus. Sure, why not? Right there. Put it here. And then for my triggers, I can say that that's the object. That's the object that triggers. And now when I click on it, you know, this changes. I'll keep the 3D trigger in this case. So the 3D trigger can also have different types or different preview of it. I can switch between different icons. I'll just get this, how do you call it? Like the painter's palette. and I'll expand it, and here I can change the color to something a little bit more beautiful, like neon green. And the trigger size, I mean, you get the idea. I will not go too much with these. So basically we have a trigger here, which is absolutely not even in the 3D world. Now it is. We have a trigger that does what we want it to do. Okay, let's go back into configurations, and that's our configuration 1. Let's do one more. So I'll click the plus sign. Oops, my bad. Let's go back to configurations and delete configuration 2. And before we click the plus sign, let's click the 3 little dots, disable visibility, and let's, instead of ambience, let's do material switch. Or, yeah, let's do ambience, why not? Let's do ambience. We'll make it dark, right? So ambience, click the little plus sign. It's just going to be here to the trigger. I'm going to switch it up to this. And then we can add like different ambience states. So state 1, original, that's fine. For state 2, let's go into the ambience tab. Bam. And let's mess it up. So my camera, I'll just make it darker. I'll make the white balance a little bit colder. Something like that. Seems fine. I will go into my omnidirectional light, and I'll actually, I wonder if that is going to be saved. I'll enable my omnidirectional light. I'll just click the little ambience. Sorry, not ambience. The trigger icon, create new trigger. So when I switch, yeah, my omnidirectional light doesn't react, and that is because the trigger does not count. It only counts the ambience, right? So it does not count that, oh, suddenly omnidirectional light needs to be turned on or off. So if I go back into my, or scroll up to modified properties, I can also enable visibility right here. And for the visibility for state 1, I can go back and hide omnidirectional lights, click refresh, and now it basically changes 2 things, visibility as well as ambience, right? And I can switch now between nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, right? And that's weird. So let's exit the configuration. And we need to make sure that we don't start with both of the tables. So let me just hide the advanced table. Right there. Oh yeah. And in state 1, I also need to hide the advanced table because that's already written in. My bad. Sorry. State 2 as well. Okay. Fine. so that kind of works. That was my bad that I forgot that there's double table here left over. Right? So if I quit media mode, the advanced table is hidden by default, but since I didn't hide it before I was creating the new configuration, it kind of transferred. So now I have 2 types of triggers that I can work with. I have my nighttime, daytime trigger right here, right? And I have my, let's go back, my different designs trigger right here that I can switch between. And that's how they work, right? Unfortunately, these triggers currently do not transfer into the presentation mode. Where is it? Presentation mode. They don't transfer, so even if you export your presentation, the people who are going to look at it will not be able to click on these triggers, which sucks. Which brings me to the final thing that I was, Triggers don't transfer into presentation mode, sure, but you can still show them here by using the full screen mode properly, like that, right? And that's, in my opinion, good enough. I think there is like also a way of how to make this even bigger. I don't remember the key press for it. F12. The key is F12, right? And then you can show this to your clients this way. You know, choose which one they like and so on. Okay. Whew. Now back to the media tab. The last thing is the presentations. Right now the one that I have created is a little bit ugly, so I'll just delete it. And what I'm going to do instead is I will add media, but before I do that, actually I will go in here and I'll make for all other cameras, I'll also make the real-time versions, right? So camera 1, duplicate, like that. Exposure definitely goes up, white balance goes down. We go into the FX first of all, kill the contrast a bit, kill the saturation a little bit. Good enough. So that's going to be our camera 1, renamed to cam1 RT. Refresh. Then cam 2 is already a night renders, night RT render, so we don't care about it. Camera 3, duplicate, turn off the path tracing. Again, it's definitely going to have less contrast and less saturation. We go in here, auto exposure off, exposure tone down. Ooh, okay. It actually calibrated, seems fine. Okay, never mind. So we got that, a little bit of Silent Hill, but that's okay. Camera 4 we already have, and camera 5 is ugly, but let's, sorry. Let's actually have it. So for camera 5, I'm just going to duplicate, turn off path tracing, you know the drill, typical. And exposure, we actually lock it into a certain exposure. Let the contrast die down a bit, saturation kill it a little bit, not too much though. For the camera, definitely brighter. White balance, a little bit warmer. That's gonna be fine. Okay, don't need to overdo it. I think the focus is off, so I'm just in case, I'm going to depth of field, pick focus, bam, here. Nope, it was fine. It's just kind of bland. Anyway, that's okay. So go back into presentation mode, delete that one, and let's make a new one. Click the plus sign and add in all of the real-time ones. So you can see from the icon which ones are path traced and which ones are real-time. I'm just going to add in the real-time ones. Okay, I think that's, oh yeah, I need to drag and drop it in. Okay, that's done. And then I can click on the 3 little dots and I can edit. Oh yeah, if you edit media, it actually edits here, right? Oops, my bad. Let's go back to the presentation. Sorry about that. So you don't edit the media through here, you edit it through the right hand side. You can see that on the right hand side there's the media framing where you can you either choose that the format is whatever the media format is. So in this case 2.39 by 1. You can choose that, or you can choose free format. Why is the camera angle wrong? I do not know. It's kind of weird, ain't gonna lie, because it should be wider, right? So let's try with f12. Oh, f12. No, f12 is still bad. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why media framing tends to zoom in, question mark. Seems like it's just simply zooming in. Is it? I don't know. It's weird. But that's besides the point. The point is that here we have possibility to influence the camera movement after the exporting has been done for the presentation, right? So free camera means that you can just walk around, go wherever you want. Ride means that you can look around while the camera is locked in place, and locked means that you can only look where you're directed. So ride most of the time is the best course of action if you haven't developed the whole scene. In this case, I'm going to do free so that we can actually walk around. So here, media duration. So if we don't say that it's paused, then every slide will only show up for 5 seconds. So I'm going to make sure that it's paused, 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 and paused here. so that we don't mess with the media, don't need to mess with the media duration. And that's kind of it, right? Let's say this is done. I'll quit the media mode. I'll go to export. I'll choose not to export a video, but rather I'll choose to export a presentation, right? The new presentation that we have made. I'll start the export. Desktop, sure, select folder, and it begins. While it's exporting, let me talk about Cloud. You can see that Cloud also has presentation export option. This is not available for us mere mortals who are not paying for Twinmotion, because it's basically Twinmotion's servers to which this presentation would be uploaded to, and then you could share the link to that presentation with the client. So the clients would gain access to the presentation through Twinmotion servers. So basically they need to pay for the servers, thus this is a paid for portion. With that being said, what I'm currently exporting is going to be a video game kinda file. It's going to be a .exe file that can be run by any Windows machine, considering that the hardware, you know, the graphics card and so on, is capable of running it. To my knowledge, Apple or MacBooks cannot run it. Correct me in the comments if I'm wrong about this, but I believe they cannot run it. So it's for Windows. But this is something that you will be able to send to the clients. Okay, it's 5 minutes to do this, so I will pause the video and I'll start it again in 5 minutes. There it is. So 5 minutes or so, it exports a folder with an exe file, application file right here. And honestly, to my knowledge, Twinmotion does not need to be installed on the computer that runs this file. As I mentioned before, it needs to be a Windows PC, again, to my knowledge. But the clients never told me that, oh, we had to install Twinmotion to be able to run this. So once you open it up, you will be greeted with this kind of a window. And this is what the clients get, right? So if I now just click my mouse, WASD, I can move around. The clients will be able to do that as well. They can look around. And this is where WASD, that is because our camera movement is set to be free. If it was set to be on rail or whatever it's called, how is it called? Let's take a look. Ride. If it's set to ride, then you would only be able to look around. You wouldn't be able to move, right? And then here in the bottom, there's different shots, and we can, oops, move around. Look at the pretty water. Look at the building. Pretty building, I guess, and so on, right? So that's the premise of it. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, the configurations, you know, switch. God damn it, I forgot to. Fine. Switching up the furniture is not yet available, but in future releases of Twinmotion, I'm sure that's going to be available, so you will be able to get the little dots here. The cat animates quite nicely, and you're able to look around holding the W key. I assume I will be able to, yeah, I can just move inside. Unfortunately, the camera is not... like this particular camera is horrible for an interior shot. It's way too wide, but here I can see the view through the window. Looks nice. Anyway, you get the idea. You get the idea of how this whole thing works. The settings that the clients are, well, not the settings, sorry, but the control that the clients have, and that's the presentation mode. Quite powerful, quite a powerful way of how you can send over your project, but it does require that your project would be solved. Solved meaning once the client says, well, I'm just gonna, oops, 1 second. Once the client says, oh, I'm just gonna look around here, you know, you kind of want to detail that as well, right? So with that being said, I think we are done. We are done with the media mode. We are done with the presentation mode. We're done with export and different things that you can export. I touched upon the cloud. Yeah, we're done with everything. Now what I'm going to do is I will spend some time, or maybe one of my colleagues in the office will spend some time detailing the interior space for this shot. Can I quit media mode, please? We'll spend some time detailing the interior space of the shot, which for some forsaken reason is right now all orange, while I didn't want that to be. You can always filter out only to see the lights by clicking on this all button here and choose light. Bam, bam. Back to all. Lumen likes to remember, but then it forgets. Still remembers, but then it forgets. Right. So this needs work, and this needs love, and either me or my colleague will detail it, and once we are done, then we will be able to present this, how do you deal with an interior through Lumen for you. It's not going to be a long chapter, it's going to be a short one, but an important one nonetheless. So see you in the next chapter, interior design or interior rendering with Lumen in Twinmotion. Alright, so speaking about interior rendering with Twinmotion, there are a few things that are different in how you handle geometry and how you operate. And I will first show you the main differences, and then we're going to go into Twinmotion and actually do the thing. So the first one being is how you divide up the geometry. So Twinmotion since 2025 has been using Lumen as its light calculation, real-time light calculation tool. And what Lumen really doesn't like is when you have geometries such as this. I'll show you. Well, actually, let's hide everything. I'll just quickly shell 200. There we go. Geometry such as this. Lumen doesn't like it. It really doesn't like calculating light inside of this kind of a single closed geometry that is basically an outside shell. So you might think, okay, so how do we actually make this better for Lumen? And the way of how you do it is actually quite simple. All of your geometries for floor, wall, as well as the ceiling need to be separate, or should be separate. They don't need to be. Like Lumen will still be able to, Twinmotion through Lumen will still be able to render out the shading in this kind of a scene fine, but the accuracy will be much lower. The moment when Twinmotion understands that these blocks are separate and the way of how they bounce light are very much like the shapes that bounce light are much simpler, they don't have concave corners, it will calculate the light much better. That's one thing, right? So make sure that you don't overly Boolean union everything together. Keep things separated. The quality will be much better. That's thing number one. Thing number two is, for this I need a clipping plane. Detail level, right? I have went back into, what object snap is turned on. I went back to the 3D model and I have added some details. I'll guide you through them. So for example here, the division between the surface materials of the floor as well as floor material number 2 also have a seam in between them that is material number 3. And these kind of small accents will really help with just getting past that kind of a threshold of video game design render versus architectural render, right? It brings you into realism a little bit more. Speaking of which, the floor skirting that is recessed inside together with the walls, right, that also helps out quite a bit, and that was also added. There are a few things that I still need to fix. Thing number one is if I move this up, you'll see this area right here, which is like design-wise, it's not that great. Basically this block, this wall, needs to be pushed a little bit back so that this line is straightened out, right? So that there's no such like awkward corner on both sides. I have already fixed it in here. That's what I'm aiming for. And that's what I currently have, right? So just these kind of small details, fixing them up is super important. Clearly, it's super important in architectural rendering. Another thing about detailing is adding in layers for materials, right? So before I only had the heat insulation, and now I'm basically adding 2 centimeters of material 1. I think I just call it as well here. Yeah, wall finish, material 1, material 2. I'll decide later when I'm actually rendering, but I have been adding in these surfaces here as well as for the roof to make sure that everything is covered with the finish layer, right? That I could easily switch up and change without really getting into the walls. That helps. That helps quite a bit. Right. Going back down. Why is this not? Hello? There we go. There we are. Well, let's look at it this way, right? Same situation with the detailing, right? The separation of the metal sheets here, as well as the kitchen block. This is something that you can't really easily download, or even if you can download, it will not fit properly in your interior, chances are. So it's better to just design it yourselves. While the sofas, the kitchen tables and so on, the chairs, those will be downloaded, those will be used as library objects, right, from the internet. I am not detailing the back rooms here, simply because I will only showcase the central space in this render example, right? So the back rooms will not have a lot of detail in them at all. What else? Oh yeah, sorry. So in the interior shots, you're getting kind of close to the objects, and for that you kind of need to start chamfering edges, right? So wherever I think a light will hit an edge, I will chamfer it. I will try to make sure that the edge is not a single line, but actually it has thickness. And you could do fillet edge, but that is a little bit heavier. So instead, chamfering is the better way. So let me show you on this kitchen counter. Chamfer edge. Chamfer distance, usually we do 2, 3, almost never 4 millimeters. In this case, I'm going to do 2 millimeters, and I'm just going to choose the perimeter edges here, like that. Also, I might chamfer this. Yeah, we shouldn't we? Here and here, here and here, here and here, and then the last one. Come on, here and here. And once I agree to this, let me zoom in so that you can see what happens. Like that. Bam. I get this kind of a thickness of the edge. And what happens with it is once the light, okay, this will not show anything, will it? Let's see if that helps. Yeah, that helps a little bit. So once the light hits this edge, it will reflect the light a little bit more naturally. Because if you'll notice, like all of the tables, like all of the surfaces that you work on, they never have this razor sharp edge. They always have this little fillet, little chamfer. It seems like a small detail, but it really makes a difference. So make sure that you add this. In other software, including Rhino actually, there are non-destructive chamfering options. So for example, with this leg right here, I could show you if I select this and I go to properties, edge softening for the object, edge softening. Here I can say, yes, please, edge softening, and I can specify an angle, or not an angle, the amount. So I use 2 millimeters, right? If I zoom in, I can see this kind of a fillet happening, right? And I can choose chamfer, so that it's a little bit faster, a little bit less taxing on the calculation. And that's basically it. I'm not sure, I have to preface this, I'm not sure if this non-destructive method transfers from Rhino into Twinmotion. Thus, I am doing the destructive chamfering, right? By just selecting not selecting the object, but just typing in chamfer edge, 2 millimeters. Quick way of doing it is face edges, and just selecting the faces that for which the edges you want to be chamfered, like that. Enter, 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 and thus you get the nice little 2 millimeter chamfer for them. Same thing here. Face edges, 1, 2, just going around the perimeter, 3. That's it. And there are other things, for instance, this column here, right? The column will also grab light, but only from certain angles, and you can choose if you want to chamfer it or not. In this case, I will keep it I will keep it rough. That's fine. Things like faucets and so on, those are library objects. We don't care about them as much. So that's detailing, right? And then how you operate with detailing. Last thing is getting objects or library objects that Twinmotion doesn't have in Rhino before you export them. And the main one being lights. Light fixtures. Twinmotion is really bad with light fixtures and also with realistic light fixtures. So there are certain pendant lights as well as standalone lights, like floor lamps in Twinmotion. That's fine, but the light fixtures doesn't exist. So we need to download them. Thankfully, almost all manufacturers of light fixtures enable you to download their 3D files from their websites for free, because they're interested in architects using them. And in this case, my methodology is to actually download them into Rhino and operate them with them in Rhino, like place them. But you could also do the same thing with downloading them into Twinmotion and creating your own custom library element, as I showed in the previous chapters with the lights. But in this case, I'm not going to make this into a custom library element. I'm just placing them, well, not randomly, but sporadically? No, that's not the word. I'm basically clumping them in places where I think in later stages we will need to actually add lights, right? But maybe not precisely these ones. One more thing that I would like to note is for stuff like, let me just ungroup this real quick, zoom in. For stuff like point lights or spotlights, sorry, it's not really that necessary to download them. You can just model them out yourselves. If I were to just isolate this and show you, basically we have ungroup, very simple setup. Half of a sphere in a cylinder and a little smaller cylinder for the glass or for the emissive material. So we can flip-flop between glass and emissive with this one, right? Depending on what kind of a scene we're doing. And all of this, this is of course tilted a little bit to show that it's adjustable, and like modeling wise, this is super fast to model. So not everything needs to be downloaded. But the things that do need to be downloaded, let me just show you one example. So what we're going to be using is, one second, please hold. There we go. I'm going to be using Erco.com. Erco Lights, very famous brand, usually deals with public interiors, but in this case we're just gonna get one 3D model from them just for our interior, right? And here, once you visit their website, you immediately go to products, right? Products, and here you choose that you're gonna be doing indoor lighting, here in the top left, indoor lighting, and you arrive at this kind of a, what's the word? Catalog? Yeah, catalog, right? And this is like a catalog overview. It's not the actual catalog, they kind of simplify it. And as I scroll down, I can see spotlights for track. That means they're on a track and you can have multiples of them. Great. And I can just choose the one that I want, the type of a spotlight that I want. And I'm just going to go for minimalist dark light. Okay, we're just gonna go for Uniscan 48 volt or Eclipse. Nah, let's go for Uniscan, whatever. So these guys right here, right? These are actually the guys that I downloaded for the for this 3D model. So the ones that you see here, but that's fine. I'm just going to show you how I did it. So once you're here, for every website, you basically need to look for the technical spreadsheet. That's where the downloads usually are. So I would immediately scroll down. Sorry, this takes a while. No. Okay, there's a few technical things here, but this is a general overview of the product line, not the products themselves, right? So you need to really be mindful that, okay, I'm not looking at the product, I'm looking at the product line. So we need to see where is there a list of all of the products that they have. Oh, there we go. Orange, show products. Click on that. There we go. That's what we want to see. So basically a list of all of the different sizes, all of the different products that particular line has, right? And here, as I scroll down, let me just explain what you see here listed. 5 degrees, narrow spot, basically what it's used for and how wide is the light angle. 5 degrees is very narrow. Then power, how strong the light is. 7.1 lumens is very small or very weak. And 4.4 watts is how much power does it use, right? And then light color, 300 Kelvin. That's the warmth, how warm the tone is. Anything, I think anything below 5600 is considered warm, right? Warm tone. And then CRI is color reproduction index. This is how accurate are the colors when you use that line to shine on the colors, right? So anything above CRI of 90 is decent. Anything above 95 is museum grade. So this 97 CRI is great for museums, for example, right? In your case, it might not be that important. So for example, here, CRI 82, that's much more of a casual light. If there's like CRI is like 70, then you're in trouble. Anyway, so as we scroll down, I will find that 16 degrees, that's still too narrow. Zoom. Oh, there we go. Wide flood angle or wide flood light. 51 degrees. Now you know how wide the spotlight is going to be. Power, 202 lumens. That's not a lot. We need a more powerful one. And you can see here, XS is like extra small, 32 millimeters in diameter, only 3.2 centimeters in diameter for the light. So it's super small light. But here, S, 60 millimeters in diameter. That's a little bit more reasonable. And if I look at it here, 600 lumens, that's decent. 300 Kelvin, CRI 92. Yeah, something like this is much more reasonable in terms of power. If you want it even more powerful, you can do M size, like 10 centimeter diameter, but like at that point it's a projector. It starts becoming a projector, but then you can crank out 1200 lumens. Anyway, I'm just gonna go for a small size, floodlight. Let's say this bad boy right here. Let's take a look. I believe it's here, isn't it? No, that's the datasheet. My bad. You just click on the name of it. Bam. Opens up a new product page. All of the measurements are here for you. The distribution of the light is here for you. The image of the light is here for you. Like everything, and explains even the IP rating. Can it be used outdoors, indoors? IP20 cannot be used outdoors. Anyway, so once you've done that, you just scroll down, 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 down. Design data, that's what we are looking for. 3D data, and then you have two formats to choose from, 3ds data or DXF data. You can also download IES data. Actually, we can, let's just get that one in here. I might show you how to use IES data, and also we get DXF data download. There we go. We have, or actually, sorry, my bad, 3ds data. Let's get that. In my experience, 3ds is a little bit cleaner as a mesh. Once that is done, we just go in here. That's my downloads folder. There we go. We go back in here in Rhino. And then all I need to do, delete the clipping plane. We'll use that later. I just drag and drop in the 3ds file. I choose import. Okay. You should unweld at 22.5 degrees. It's going to clean up the the file a little bit for you. And you don't care about lights, cameras, and prompt to scale, sure. So basically it asks, would you like to scale by 10, by the factor of 10? Yes, you would. I always agree to scaling, and I always get a light that is too small, ZS to zoom into it. A light that is still too small, I don't know why. Maybe because it's like modeled in centimeters and I'm dealing with millimeters, but it's still too small. So what I'm gonna do is zoom selected, bounding box, select both, and then using the measurements of it, I know that it's going to be, the length is 166, right? Let me just check, or sorry, not the length, the width. The width is 60. So I'm gonna scale it according to this length right here because I know that it's 60. So scale from this point, hello, points, object snap. From this point to this point, it's 600 millimeters. No, it's 60 centimeters. My bad. It's 60 millimeters. Losing my mind. Okay, so this is now correct size, right? And you will notice that in this case, this comes in as one mesh, one open mesh, right? And if I were to split this joint mesh, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it doesn't work. All of these meshes are joined into one. Unfortunate. That means you can only apply one material for the whole thing. But if I look at, where is it? There we go. If I look at the preview of this, most of it is one thing, only the inside is a different material. And for that, you could just model a disk in here and insert it, right? Let me show you real quick. 3-point circle between this point, this point, this point. Oh, by the way, if you see the jagged edges here, that's under display mesh wires. I have those turned off, right? Like that. So if I have a circle here, I can just simply align to object, extrude it like that. Make sure to explode the extrusion, or you could shell the extrusion as well. But basically, I just get this ring and I offset surface inwards by 1 millimeter, and then I can apply any material that I want on this ring, and it's, you know, it will match up to the image. And then you just kind of model the insides a little bit more. Anyway, we got ourselves the little lamp here with the circle, and then you just go in here, add it to the lights layer or whatever, and place it, right? Place it. The IES file that we have downloaded, keep in mind that we still have downloaded the IES file. Scroll. This one right here, IES data. We will be using that, maybe, if Twinmotion will allow it. But that is going to be used a little bit later on. Anyway, all of the light manufacturers, most of the light manufacturers enable you to download their lights. All right, with that being said, I think we're ready to export this into, or update our 3D model in Twinmotion. So I'm just going to go to Datasmith, export 3D view. Datasmith file is here. We're used to this. We are used to this. Replace. Okay. And after this is done, I'm just going to open up Twinmotion and we'll continue from there. While Twinmotion is loading for me, wait, is it? Yeah, it's doing the thing. While Twinmotion is loading for me, if you just Google, what did I Google? Lumen Twinmotion, the first thing that comes up is using Lumen Global Illumination in Twinmotion. And the thing that I was explaining at the start with how to get proper shading and nice shades, nice shading in Lumen, actually comes up here, right? So there are like different things of how you can troubleshoot, how you can actually visualize mesh conflicts and then see, you know, if things are too small and blah, blah, blah. You know, a bunch of troubleshooting steps that you can do. But most importantly, scroll, how to import meshes, basically best practices and what's not recommended. So make sure that you go through this list and follow it, right? And this is what I was talking about, because this is the thing that hurts the most, is when you have everything joined up, you get these kind of a mesh cards that are not, or surface cache that is not properly calculated, right? Not sufficient. And because of that, you get that kind of a blotchy, lumen, kind of shimmering effect. If you see shimmering effect, that's because you have this kind of geometry, right? But if your geometry is all exploded, it's clean. I mean, of course, it's still never going to be path traced quality, but it's much, like, compare these two. Night and day, right? So basically that. Also, this is going to be in the next thing, but you should avoid small lights from 4 lumen, right? So this is scene containing a small and bright emissive object, blotches, because it fails to calculate the proper transfer of the light. And the moment when it's removed, it's all clean, all nice, right? And so on, right? There's a bunch of things. So make sure that you go to this website to just quickly skip through. It's like 5 minutes, and then you'll understand what's good, what's bad with Lumen if you want to do real-time rendering. In our case, for exterior renderings, that's not that big of a deal because the light doesn't bounce as much in the exterior. But the moment when we move into interior rendering, that's when, as they say, shit hits the fan. So let's fly in. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, new haircut. Do you like it? Time has passed. We have updated the design, right? The engineers came back and said that the logs that we had here, the old logs, were in a very bad condition structurally, and they will need to be removed, unfortunately, replaced. So now we're using boards, right? And it's the whole top part is going to be a new construction. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So things have changed since the last time I was recording this course. These courses take a long time, long time to record. Anyway, so moving inside, you will see that this is still quite empty, right? Quite an empty space. But now if I go to import, and for my Twinmotion for Architects, chapter 1, if I just refresh that, this should pop in. Oh, I might have made a mistake. Yeah, it pops in, but there's a little bit of a oopsie that I made, and the oopsie is called always synchronize render colors. Synchronize render colors, all layers, right? And then you export, you overwrite. I keep forgetting to do that because if you don't do that, a lot of objects will use the same layer, or you will use the same material. Sorry. Do you want to replace it? Absolutely I do. Wait for it to happen, and then we refresh, and now this should pop in with, yep, there we go. A lot of new colors to work with, right? So I will not bore you with picking and choosing the different colors for the space. It's nothing nothing fancy, very simple. But once I've done that, we will then continue, right? I might do a time lapse. So two things. First thing is going to be me working with Ambience and just trying to find like a nice nice light. So even this is kind of decent. So trying to find a nice light angle. And the second thing is going to be me working with materials. Right? Very straightforward things that we already looked at. So time lapse time. Here we go. And I should note, before I show you how the scene is set up, I should note that this is by no means an proposal, an interior proposal that we would send to a client. The exterior, sure, that is the proposal, but the interior, this is just me slapping together a few models to, you know, for it at least to make at least a little bit of sense. So with that being said, this is the shot that we have, and I have already, actually there's two shots, and I already have rendered them out. We have this view right here, and this view right here. I'll go through the settings of them in just a second, but actually first the settings for the render quality. As it is right now, I'm using 4K samples, so 4,000 samples. Oh, actually, let me, I'll just be here. 4,000 samples, 10 maximum bounces, and I'm using a denoiser. Before, I rendered out one image without a denoiser at 2000 samples, and if I were to show you, that's the wrong one, that one. That's what I got, right? Hopefully YouTube is not compressing this too much, but let me just zoom in. You can see that it is a noisy mess, right? So, there we go. So what I did was then I re-rendered everything at 4000 samples with denoiser turned on, and if I show it to you, this is how it looks. Much better, but with that being said, then I get the issues. I get the issues that the denoiser has. This kind of a smeary, non-sharp, kind of messy look, and also it's over denoised, right? So it's too clean, it's too synthetic. So what I like to do is then enable the noisy version, but tone down the opacity of it down to like 30% or so, 25, 30%. So let me zoom in back again. Just find an area. For example, these leaves here, right? That are out of focus. So this is with just the denoised image, and this is with the noise. With the noise applied on top of it. Even better through the window, denoised, the noise applied. Here, clean with some noise applied. This grain just makes it look more natural, right? And with that done, I will not be showing you how to Photoshop, the image. That is on you, to get the curve nice and crispy, get the colors down, and fix some things. But I would call this image, as a first test image, that's done, that's complete. We have one daylight image. The second one is here, same situation. This is noisy. This is too blotchy, too blobby, right? Especially let's look at the chairs, right? This is denoised 4K samples. This is non-denoised 2K samples, right? This, even though it's noisy, it looks so much more natural, doesn't it? It looks like a film camera stock. So for this one, if I zoom out, what I'll do is I'll do a 50% opacity rather than 30%. And with that, let me zoom in again. This is without, this is with. Gives that character, right? And also, as per usual, actually we don't really need to bring in levels. This seems to be kinda good the way it is. Something like that. All right, so we have two images here. Both are, like, this is weaker, this is a little bit stronger, and both need a lot of extra work to become nice, but as a kind of testing ground, this will do the trick. Okay, so in terms of settings, that's the render parameters. The camera parameters that are used, and let's go to the more successful, the vertical image. Camera parameters that are used are these. So I'm locking down the exposure to be non-auto, so I'm locking it down to a certain value, in this case 11. For white balance, I'm using 6800 for it to be a little bit warmer. I'm not messing around with tint. I don't care if it's a little bit, well, actually it's not shifting neither to the green or to the magenta, so I don't need to change the tint. And I do use local exposure in here because if I have this unticked, you'll notice that some areas in the render get a little bit overly dark. So I do enable it to slightly flatten it out, right, to compensate for the light outside and so on. Then for depth of field, I do use depth of field, but the aperture size, I have it toned down to, there we go, I have it toned down to 2 rather than 1. F-stop of 1, it blurs a little bit less, right? You don't want f-stop of 1 because it looks unnatural, and the focus is on the countertop. Right, what else did I change? Oh, bokeh, I'm using hexagon shape for bokeh, but in this case you will not be able to see the bokeh, so it doesn't matter. Then we have our film back. This is the most important bit. What's the sensor that you're using to take the image? And the way of how I navigate to or figure out the sensor, I just go full frame sensor size. That I type in that. That's it. That's as easy as it gets. And that's only for the vertical. I have to type it in for the vertical. For the horizontal, you just use, where is it? Full frame, there we go, full frame DSLR, this one, right? Simple as that. Then for bloom and flares, I didn't change much. It's a star shape, whatever, don't care. And composition overlays, I do use those to make sure that my alignment is proper, right? There was one more thing that I did, that I used, that I now can't find for some reason. Yeah, the lens. Lens uses focal length because I'm used to writing it in millimeters, and I'm using a 35 millimeter lens. And also under the lens settings, parallelism is turned on. That means that even if the camera is looking slightly upwards, the lines, the vertical lines are going to stay vertical, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Same thing for image 13, but again, I will jump over it. I will not explain it because it's the same, kind of the same settings with slight adjustments. For the light, in terms of the light, the only things that I changed was I'm using a HDRI lighting as a sky dome. Intensity, I increased it to 6 for the HDRI intensity, and directional light, I unticked match HDRI so that I could get this blotch of light a little bit sharper. So I'm using intensity of 2 for the light. When you disconnect it like that, for example, 5, right? You can get really nice light effects in parallel to HDRI, an HDRI image. Works really great. Just make sure that the angle matches up, right? So what you do is you match to HDRI, you align, so you use the rotation slider. Let me show you. You use the rotation slider to find a nice angle. For example, let's say this, right, with the shadow here. And then you unmatch HDRI. And then only then do you increase the intensity. Oh, maybe not, maybe not 8,000, maybe something like 2. And you're just strengthening the direct light in doing so. Make sense? Hopefully it does. Okay, so that's that. Now, on to the fun bit where we create the nighttime render. And I'm only going to create the nighttime render for probably this particular scene here. So these spotlights right here will shine light, and we'll just figure it out. So the first thing that I do is I just duplicate my image 12. I can just rename it as well, call it night interior. And here we're just going to have fun with it. So first thing is turning off the light, right? Turning off the HDRI image. So the intensity, I'll just choose 0.02, something like that. And I will match the directional light to the HDRI image to get something like this. Perhaps a little bit, 0.03. I want the outside to be visible, you know, so I'm just kind of playing around with it until it's kind of close. 0.1. Okay, actually 0.1 looks okay. So now this is completely, you know, pitch black. That's fine. Let's untick the real-time render mode, and let's go in and then create a few lights in here. So the first thing that we do is we quit the media mode. Actually, sorry, let me just refresh that. Quit media mode. And we create some artificial lighting for these spotlights right here. And I will be first shaping the light through the spotlights, and then we might end up doing a few additional ones from the ceiling there. So for these, I will just go to the library here, lights. And you could do one of the IES lights from here, or alternatively, no, we don't do emissive lights. I was contemplating, should we do emissive lighting, but emissive material, but no, we will just do IES lights. So here I will just choose IES 01, doesn't matter. I'll just place it wherever. Sure, something like this. Here, right? And then here, as I'm looking through the IES, where is it? There we go. As I'm looking through the IES light settings, I can see that under miscellaneous, oh, you can't see it. There it is. Under miscellaneous, there's the IES folder or location of the IES distribution that I should choose. So I click on that. I go to open. And then I navigate. It's in my downloads right here. ERCO, you know, that basically the IES light of this. This is how the light distributes, right? So how does it shine? This file right here, I hit open, and now I have a proper, maybe I can show it here better. This is like a proper way of how that particular spotlight actually shines, how the light of that spotlight is actually shown. Shines. You get what I mean, right? Right now it's very wide, so I'm just going to decrease the cone angle until it's not clipping, something like that. Attenuation, I'm going to increase it to something. Attenuation is how far does the light reach, so I'm just going to do like 5 meters or so. And intensity in lumens. Right now it's set to 300 lumens. These are extra small lamps, and if I remember correctly, it was 278 or 272 lumens for the intensity, something like that. Then as we go through here, there's the color temperature of 4500 Kelvin, and at this point I'm just gonna ERCO. I need to check. If I remember correctly, it was 3000, but I just need to really quickly. Indoor lighting, this, products, and then we're using floodlight, wide flood, there we go, extra small, and they go between 4000 Kelvin and 3500 Kelvin with some warmer ones. And I believe I have downloaded this one. So it was 202 lumen, actually not 272, and 4000 Kelvin. Okay, so we're back in here, 4000 Kelvin and 202 lumen. That's it. We have a proper light here, and now we can start shaping the environment with the lights. And the way of how I'm going to do it is just simply placing them. Oh, one thing that I forget, always forget. Notice how the light, as it's falling down, is not generating any shadows. The objects are not generating shadows. That's important. You go to shadows, you enable them. Thus, shadows get generated. Radius of the shadows is basically how soft they are. Right? So in terms of softness, I would suggest like radius of 1, because these guys are pretty sharp. They're point lights, right? So that's 1, and then volumetric shadows we don't really care. That's only with the fog. We don't. No fog on the inside, on the interior. Haze? Oh yeah, you don't want haze. It's weird. It's nice for street lamps though. Anyway, with that done, I align the light properly. Doesn't need to be exact, but it needs to be right below the fixture, and then we will rotate it according either to the fixture, or in this case it might disconnect. Oops, my bad. Shift key and drag to make a copy. Instance, sure. So if you change the settings of one of them, the other one changes. G, by the way, to see all of the lights, to see the little icons. G on the keyboard. For now, I'm just doing 2 instead of 3 there. If I'll need more light, I will add a third option. Like that. And the last one right there. Okay. So now we have ourselves like a set of lights. Then I go back into my interior night, well, not render, but just night view, like that. And I just take a look at, you know, what I'm getting from this camera. So clearly right now this is over bright, and I know that my lumen value is correct, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my camera settings here, and I'm going to decrease the exposure. until it will start looking like reasonable. Then once this is fine, it's still over bright here though, so let's keep decreasing it. Something like that. That's fine. I noticed that there is this fog effect that's happening here. That's normal because I have fog in this environment. I don't want fog. So I'm gonna go in here into my fog settings, and for the density, I'm just going to decrease it until the fog almost disappears here. It's still visible, goddammit. Okay, that's annoying. Disable fog altogether. The exterior would be messed up by this, but since the exterior is so dark, it doesn't really matter. Okay, with that done, then I go back, not go back, but I go into my environment, HDRI environment settings, and this overcast intensity, I will keep increasing it until I'll start seeing something behind the window. Okay. Maybe something like that. Oof. Actually, let's match the HDRI, that's fine. So now I have at least a silhouette of the trees and a few, like, of the trunks of the trees visible through the window. That's all I need. And it's very warm here and very cold here. It's actually too warm here. The camera, the camera needs to be adjusted for the warmth of this. So I'm going to go in here for the white balance, and I'm going to decrease it down to like 5600 or something like that. 5600 is like natural daylight white balance, so it's a little bit, it's still warm, but a little bit better now. And with that done, now I click on this little icon here that says media preview. Bam. Now it shows me the media here. I wish this was actually, goddammit. Okay, auto exposure. Hello. Where are we? Where are we? There we go. There we go. Auto exposure turned off. There we go. Okay. So now with this preview, or with this media preview here, I can actually start shaping the light, right? So for example, this one, where would it shine? In my opinion, like looking at here, at this little preview here, in my opinion, it should slide perhaps like that, or like that. Could also do backwards, like that. Okay, something like this. Then this one hits too much of the column, so clearly it needs to be rotated. And I'm just gonna zoom into it, F to zoom in, and we just rotate it like 45 degrees, like that. There we go. This one, rotate 45 degrees the other way. Okay. The parallelism really distorts the image when I'm looking down, so I'm trying to keep it as horizontal as possible. And this one towards the stove. This one clearly towards the dinner table. Like so. Okay. It takes a while to shape the environment with light, but once you've done that, you know, it just makes it all the nicer. Can either do that, yeah, probably this, and then rotate it here, like so. Sorry, one last thing. This one and this one. This one is looking down, that one is looking out. And here, this one is not looking, okay. So here I'm actually going to bring this back, like that. and instead I'm going to rotate it this way so that it hits the countertop, like that. And the last one is here, and actually with this one, what I want is to basically hit the staircase, sorry. So I'm going to rotate it like so. That's it. So this is like shaping. If I now go back into the view and I look at the render preview, this is what we're getting, right? Oh, sorry. I forgot the important thing. Ambience. Wait, auto exposure is turned on. Oh, that's weird. Did I mess it up? I think I messed it up. I messed it up. Well, the lights are correct. It's just the exposure is messed up. So, sorry. I need to fix it again. Intensity, matching HDRI, all of that is fine. So camera. Why is that a nuclear explosion? What's going on? One second. Figuring it out. I figured it out. It was just the HDRI, directional light, the match HDRI. For some reason, it didn't transfer and it was blasting. The directional light was just blasting outside, so the sun was really aggressive. And now if I were to, yeah, now we can just bring it back up in here and everything will be fine. Everything will work. So here, looking at all of this, we're kind of close. This is too bright. We're kind of close. There's this kind of a nice zigzag going on which indicates that there are some areas that are more brightly lit than others. I don't like that blotch right here. That needs to go. And I kind of want to bring in some light from the left side to hit this area as well. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. So just a little bit more. Bear with me. Okay, close that, or rather synchronize that. Then we do this, we go in here, and first step is where's our last light here. I'll just take that light and I will bring it over to the left hand side here. I'll just use it somewhere in the middle, right there. I'll just rotate it towards the kitchen area. And don't forget for this light to increase the attenuation so that it actually reaches the kitchen area, just like that. And you would never do this because it would be blinding towards you. You always want to have lights, you know, kind of shining downwards so that they're not blinding you. But in this case, I think that's gonna be okay, because it's only one shot that we're rendering, so it should be fine. Alternatively, what we could do is we could get some lights on the second floor, turn those on, and then it would flood the light, flood the whole space with light. But we don't want to do that. Actually, when I think about it, screw it. I'm not going to create any lights on this end. I'm just going to work with the lights that I have here. And with that being said, I think we have too many. So I'm deleting some, like that, because I want this to be dark. And instead, I want this to look downwards, like that. Move back in here and hit the kitchen sink, like that. Excellent. These two are doing just fine. Yeah, that's actually not that bad. And then we have the nice little zigzag going on here, which is just point of interest. It's just interesting to look at. I think with that done, with only this track, it's sufficient to shine or to light the whole scene. So we're going to be saying that this is fine, this is okay. Then let's make some final adjustments. This is getting a little bit over bright still, and everything is a little bit too evenly lit. So that tells me that under camera, under exposure, local exposure, the shadows are a little bit too, getting a little bit overly brightened. So I'm going to bring back the shadows to 1. And highlights, let's just see. Yeah, if we kill the highlights, it just looks real bad. If we leave them up, it looks like that. So let's do it this way. Let's decrease the exposure a bit. So instead of 6, let's do 5. Yeah, 5 is rough. Let's do 5.5. Like that. Actually, that looks pretty decent. 5.5. And then for the exterior shot, let's go for the environment and increase the intensity to something closer to 6, question mark. Yeah, something like that. And then this is a little bit too yellow still, so we do white balance instead of 5600, 5000. Yeah, or 4800 maybe even. Remember, the light source is 4000 Kelvin, so if I want the lights to appear white, I would do white balance of 4000. This would be like natural white for the lights, so the camera would be balanced towards the light temperature. But we do want the lights to appear warm in our renders, and because of that I'm increasing white balance to 4800, so we have 800 Kelvin warmth inside of the light. Hopefully it makes sense. So you're balancing as a reciprocal thing that happens is the outside gets colder and colder and colder, right? Okay, I think that's kind of it. I think that's it. Let's render this one out, and then let's do some final photoshopping, and I think that's gonna be the end of the course. Yay! All right, so let me just run this as a render, and then let's call it a day. For the image, I set it. Yeah, actually, it's already set. Yeah, the resolution is fine. So I just make sure that it's parsed, that it's saved here. Export. Choose only night interior render as my image. For the I just use JPEG. Motion blur I don't care about. Don't care about rendering layers. Refinement should be high. Yep, everything's ready. Make sure that we're not rendering anything else. Nope, only that export right here. Start export, renders interior. That's it. All right, once this is done, I'll continue. All right, 20 minutes later, we have ourselves 2 renders, actually not 1. And the reason for the 2 renders is for me to showcase to you the difference between a denoised image and a non-denoised image. And, well, actually, let me just show you the renders. I think that's going to make much more sense. Here we have a night render with 4000 samples and denoising turned on. If I zoom in, clearly you can tell that there has been denoising going on, but everything is kind of nice. It's good enough, definitely good enough to pass in terms of the render quality, not good enough to pass in the design quality department, but it is what it is. In terms of or not in terms, but sorry, to talk about the second render, this one right here, looks identical, doesn't it? If I zoom in, still looks pretty close compared to the denoised version. And let me just get the denoised version and apply it here. And let's just look at the pixels. I'll get to the point, just bear with me. This is 4000 samples denoised. This is 2000 samples non-denoised. Just not brutal, raw 2000 samples, and this is 4000 with denoising. The rule is, or the logic is, when you apply light sources in the interior, and the light is not just coming from the outside from an HDRI image, but you actually have light sources in the interior, there's more photons that can jump around and thus less noise inside of the interior. So while here Just look at it the way it is. 1 second. There we go. This was 2000 samples with denoising turned off, with no artificial lighting inside, right? Only the light coming in from the outside, filtering through the glass and then starting to bounce around. See how noisy this is? And then this is same 2000 samples, but with denoising, and also with denoising turned off, but with artificial lighting inside. I will stop repeating the same thing over and over. Hopefully you get the idea. The more light you get in the interior, the more it can bounce around, less noise you get in the shadows, and easier to calculate, right? So for your nighttime renders, you don't need to use those really high samples. You can drop it down a notch. I would say even 1000 samples probably would have been a-okay, right? So here, I'm not even going to do any Photoshop work on this. Well, maybe just some level adjustment to make it a little bit more dramatic. Some curve adjustment. To bring up the highlights. Push down the shadows just a tiny bit. You know, make it pop a little bit more. And honestly, at this point, I think the saturation is slightly too high. So I'm just going to go Image, Adjustments, Vibrance, and just drop down the vibrance by 8 points or so. There we go. So this, I would call this okay for the view for what it is. Then for these renders, as I did before, I did 30%, I believe, or was it? I think it was more. Was it 50? I did 50% grain, right? And then also I'm applying this mask. I can show you how I do the bloom mask. Basically, I just I make a copy of a render. I desaturate it, Ctrl-Shift-U. I increase the contrast of it up to where only the highest contrast highlights are shown, are popping up, like that. Then I paint over it. Brush tool, black color. Don't need those because those are the spotlights. Don't care about stuff going on there. So only this area is going to bloom. Then I do filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and increase the radius of it to something a little bit closer to this. There we go, 30 pixels in my case. Bring it over all other layers, right? And then change the blending mode from normal to screen. And then thus you get the bloom. Can you see it? Right here. No bloom. Yes, bloom. No bloom. Yes, bloom. So if I want the bloom to be less, I just decrease the opacity of the bloom layer. You get more control this way, right? While, where is it? Twinmotion does have the bloom control. It does not give you that amount of kind of finite control over the areas and so on. And in this case, I just do Photoshop work for static images. Just nicer. Okay. And I think we are kind of done. That's an ugly one. Wait, let's 1 second. Let's just bring it in a bit. Something like this is a little bit more reasonable, I think. This one also needs to be a little bit darker and a little bit desaturated. Yeah, something like that. Sorry, couldn't look at it the way it was. But basically, the interiors are done. I have taught you everything that I know of how to construct nice interior renders. The exteriors have been done for a while. There's more stuff that you can do with Twinmotion that I already explained, of course, in previous chapters. In my opinion, like closing words, which one do we look at while I'm talking? This one, maybe. This one's the pretty one. It's a nice one. Closing thoughts. So I think Twinmotion is excellent for static images. I think Twinmotion is pretty strong for animations as long as you just want overview animations. You know, just some walk around animations, nothing too fancy, right? I think Twinmotion is pretty poor still as an interactive app to create interactive environments, you know, where you enable the user to select the different, what's the correct word for it? Give me a second. When you enable the user to select different types of the furniture, different types of materials and so on, I don't think it's there yet. And there's a bunch of other mumbo jumbo stuff here that you can export, you know, your creations through, that I don't find much use for. In my opinion, is static images and rendering. If you want to do interactive stuff, if you want to do virtual reality, if you want to create part configurators and so on, at that point you should start learning Unreal Engine, which is basically the bigger version of Twinmotion. No, that doesn't make sense. Twinmotion is like a branch from Unreal Engine, and Unreal Engine is the main framework, right? Again, free. I have tutorials for it. Check them out on the YouTube channel. And I think with that being said, that's kind of it for this course. I know that this has become very long, very extended, but my hopes were that for this course I would show not just the technical stuff of how to make things how to do things, how to make things run, but also on the more of a mindset type of a stuff of what are you looking at when you're creating every single image, or when you, at every stage of the project, what you should be looking at. Hopefully that kind of penetrated through the video, and well, we'll see. I'm experimenting with this kind of a format that is even longer than what I usually do. Enough blabbing. Now I'm extending it even more. Okay. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Cheers. 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 Bye.